Folks, we're here. We're live. Give me one sec. So basically, is it better than Tame Impala? It's elevator music, lil bro. It's great. I love listening to that shit. Hold on. So I'm in an area that's currently under a tsunami warning. If a tsunami hits, it will hit sometime between 1 and 4 in the morning. So, it could hit in like 2 hours, and if so, will make streaming history. I will be, I think, the first streamer to be hit by a tsunami live on stream. Dude. Dude, that would be like Kino content. This is the only play. I used to be like, this is the only place someone will have like a DUI live on stream. This is gonna be the only place where the stream is interrupted by a fucking tsunami. Hold on. All right, everything's in order. What is up, people? What is up? So we're gonna cover the BradTaste shit tonight. I got compared to Hitler by somebody. It's great content going on here, folks. Great content here tonight. You're not gonna want to miss it. Hold on, fuck. I want to zoom in for the small screen. All right. So, whoa. So in essence, you are kind of like Hitler. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys always have the nicest things to say about me. It is genuinely so appreciated. How nice you guys are with your comments that you make about me. Um, so let's just look at something here real quick. Hold on. All right. So yesterday we had an insane debate with Duckbringer. Um, and yes, apparently Duckbringer was like abused at one point. I don't really know how much of that I believe. This seems like the kind of person that lies a lot. But regardless, I have a lot of personal things that I can invoke on stream for sympathy points. You'd be very surprised, but I don't do that because, first of all, I think it's like super manipulative. And I don't know why I'm talking over this. I think that it is super manipulative, and especially in the commentary space where everybody's throwing jabs at each other. And this person calls in and goes all aggro on me, right? Attacking me for any facet, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna like treat you like a delicate flower. If you're calling in here to go and like start coming after me. So when I say I don't care that you were abused, I know that like might sound bad to some people, but it's true. In that context, I genuinely don't care that you were abused. I don't need to know about it. It's not really my problem. In this space, in this context, if it was someone I knew in real life that wasn't like a commentary YouTuber, shit flinging, whatever, I obviously would be very sympathetic to your abuse. But yeah. Okay, in the mod chat in the server, the mods are arguing with each other. If someone is spamming nudes, please time them out. Holy shit. Were people not? Dude, this is so great. Was somebody posting nudes and people just like weren't getting rid of them? What the fuck? Okay. So, apparently Beckett spoke about me. Let's take a look.
Liam are basically just in chat being like, why won't Beckett oust Lio Convoy from
Wait.
this? Which is a bullshit defense, by the way. Lyo's defense to like when he's doxed people has been, well, I've like this information is available in the white pages, right? You can find people's.
Oh, I hate when people use this defense. I hate when people use this defense. People like to, when they're combating me, they like to cite the Oxford Dictionary definition of doxing, and this kind of shows you why that doesn't work. Because everybody online has a different definition for doxing. That's why I stick to my own concise definition that I feel like covers everything we're generally talking about when we're accusing someone of doxing. Doxing most of the time will involve public information. Something merely being on white pages and you utilizing that to link it to somebody's private online identity, if it's not widely known, is going to be doxing, right? What Beckett will do when he wants to sweep for somebody he likes is he'll pretend like he's like all neutral on it, and he'll be like, yeah, but his defense for that is, but her defense for that is, and it's like, yeah, that probably is that person's defense, but Beckett invokes it so he could do like a quiet defense or mitigation of what they did in the context of the conversation.
Addresses in white pages, like they're listed. Or like, yeah, and you can make this argument for like people are on public registries of like where they live if you're somewhere where, like voter records are like public. However, that's still fucking doxing, motherfucker, because that's not information that you're volunteering.
Fair, that's fair for Beckett to say that, but I still think it's a minimization. You should clarify not only is that doxing, but the worst, most egregious cases of doxing have almost always involved public information. Not the, oh, this thing Lyo's doing is like, it technically is still doxing, like, as if it's like right on the border or right on the realm. No, it's not right on the border or right on the realm. It's like textbook definition in the way that we use doxing.
Dude. Basically just in chat. Liam are basically just in chat being like, why won't Beckett oust Lyo Convoy from the community? Fuck me, have you seen the moderation in this community? Do you know what you have to do to get fucking ousted from it? Come to me when Lyo has actually doxed somebody in, like, the current period.
What?
I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Wait, what do you mean what is this cope? What do you mean the current period? I've been around in the online sphere. Beckett's been around way longer than me, to be fair. But I've been around the online sphere for like 8 years, and Beckett would consider that fairly recent because he's old as fuck. But Lyo was doing shit, like, Lyo was doing that shit, like, only a few years ago, like, in a time where it was still, like, totally unacceptable to dox. Call Beckett and ask? Okay, sure. I just want to ask real quick before I do, though. When was the last instance of Lyo doxing somebody? Because a more recent instance I can think of is when he called somebody's school, or he called somebody's school to report them as a potential threat. Now, that's not doxing, but it's like on the same level, right? Only 2 years ago? Can I get like a specific person or a specific example? Is Duckbringer in my chat? Why are you guys so... Why are people addressing Duckbringer? Is Duckbringer in my chat? Okay, I guess not. Why are you giving the question marks to me? Somebody said Duck, as if like Duckbringer was in the chat. Are you crying Duck as if they're posing a question to Duck? So that's why I'm asking if Duckbringer's in the chat. Your question mark should not be directed at me. No, what about what I'm saying is like questionable? Nothing I'm saying is questionable. There's nothing that I'm stating that's questionable. That person, I'm questioning them. This guy doesn't understand the world doesn't revolve around him. It's my chat. It's my chat, so if you're not adding another user, I'm gonna assume you're talking to me. Is there a problem with that? If the world was this chat, then it does kind of revolve around me, doesn't it? Dude, we have totally fallen off. 66 viewers? Hold on. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, you can donate through Super Chats or Streamlabs, link below. Hold on. $2 from Soul Skibbity. Thanks for the question marks. What the? Oh my. Okay, I just figured out what people are talking about with the repeatedly posting nude images. So apparently Kosher Kathy was in my server posting like Dicker's face edited onto some naked guy. Parry's face edited onto another naked guy. What the fuck? You just figured I wasn't checking the server. I wasn't checking in the server. Okay, and then mods just like keep deleting it. And he does it again, they delete it. And he does it again, they delete it. It's like, yeah, you should probably time him out at that point instead of just like deleting it every time. Alright, there was something else Conspiracy Lemur tweeted out. If only we could figure out who this person is. They caused the ACC so much pain. Wrong. I'm looking for a different tweet.
Beckett, for the lovable that is good, tell Aiden to get a preamp like the Cloud Lifter so he can stop deep throating his mic and peaking. It's so bad. Listen. Aiden for a long time was saying he was gay.
I do have a preamp and I do have a Cloud Lifter. It's just my preamp, I have to adjust the gain on it to match whether I'm talking at night or I'm talking in the day. And sometimes I forget to do that night to day adjustment because I'm generally allowed to be a bit louder with my voice in the day out of courtesy to my neighbors than I would be at night. So at night I turn the gain up, during the day I turn it down. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes the gain, I'm not always keeping my mic at like the same distance. So that also affects it.
And it's just occasionally it bleeds through and he's just like, long thing in front of me, needs to get as close to it as possible, okay?
Problem?
It's like it bleeds back into him. He's like, that is a bit phallic. Like, again, with the shaking.
What? Oh yeah, this is the other thing. People were like all saying that I was shaking in that conversation from yesterday. I was like shaking the whole time. I don't know if this is true. Fuck, what do I put on? Wait. I don't think I was shaking the fuck, what do I put on? Entire time, because that would be really embarrassing. By the way, we are very close to 7,000 subs. Thank you guys so much. By the way, we are very... Wait, this is this stream. One duck and duck. I'm not shaking. There's no, what do you mean shaking? Okay, I might be shaking a little bit. Okay, I might be shaking a lot. Oh my, I'm shaking really bad. Wait, dude. Dude, that's... Holy shit. So what happens is I have a restless leg. Okay, I bounce my leg. Okay, I bounce my leg and I don't realize that I'm doing it. And because you can't see my leg, it just looks like I'm shaking.
Beckett, for the lovable that is.
All right. Anyways, that's Beckett from Cope and Seethe. You know what? I should talk to Beckett right now. Let me go call Beckett. I just want to ask Beckett some establishing questions. Hold on, I gotta zoom this out. This is way too zoomed in. You guys are about to see like every like pore on my face. Why don't we go give Beckett a call? Let's try that. All right, I'll call Beckett. Cope and Seethe. I don't know why I'm so tired right now, dude. Like, I'm unusually tired. People complain that these streams are like low energy when I'm tired, so I'm trying to keep like the energy up. I'm calling him. Ring, ring, Beckett. Ring, ring. $3 from Soul Skibbity. Thank you so much. Our biggest donor of the night, Soul Skibbity. Can't be topped. My biggest fan. All right, Beckett's not picking up the phone. Did he end stream? That probably explains it. Tanner and I are so excited for you to see this project in action. I'm very happy to be able to share it with you. What are you talking about? Okay. So, with that being said, after the Duckbringer debate last night, people were... Rezi, I think, announced... Okay, so I got a call from Rezi, and Rezi said to me something along the lines of... Wait, I didn't mean to... Not, what is a Rezi Max Pro Tuner? Just Rezi. Or no, Resivere, right? Wait, Beckett's calling me. Beckett, are you still live? Are you still live?
Yeah, I'm still live. What's up, buddy?
I'm live.
Okay,
So
congrats.
yeah, just laughing at the lolcows, man. You're always laughing. I've always appreciated how you're able to find the humor and everything. I have some questions for you while we're here.
Sure, buddy.
So,
Go ahead.
would you happen to know a girl by the name of Anna?
Doesn't ring any bells.
And hypothetically, if you were talking to her in a certain context, would you have known she was 14? I'm just fucking with you. I'm here to ask you. I'm here to ask you about Lyle Convoy. So.
Okay.
So basically,
Sure, buddy.
apparently, I've heard you've been providing some cope on his behalf, some defenses.
Oh, you mean the fucking like Lima thing? So like my very basic point with this is Lyle got raked over the coals for all this shit, and the basic stuff was stop getting involved in predator hunting and don't dox people.
Do you think that is?
And then
Do you think like the only issue with what he was doing is that he was hunting predators?
I think that was my core issue. I don't care if Lyle's like bullying like fucking retards in Discord calls. I just don't. Why would I care about that?
So you don't care about the Rosa stuff?
I care about the Rosa stuff, but the Rosa stuff is like a very specific example. Like I don't care about like, for instance, the earlier Sasu calls, right? Like somebody who's like actively. Okay, so like if you've got people who are in that community who are actively trying to engage in these calls and like fucking be spurgs and cause issues, like isn't that exactly the same as the call I'm watching you have with like Duckbringer and Ico right fucking now? I don't see massive amounts of difference.
Well, yeah, I don't know about
the Rosa call.
I don't know about any of these other calls. First of all, just to clarify, this person called in to talk to me, right? Based on what I've seen, it seems like Lio likes a bunch of people watching. He likes feeling like he has power in the call. He just seems to be like a kind of like a loser in real life that's like compensating for his power, or compensating for his lack of power in real life online by like posturing over the lowest of the low in calls with a bunch of like mentally ill freaks and kids.
I think that's certainly true for a lot of the calls, particularly through like 2023.
Yeah. Just to clarify, when we say 2023, I feel like you're like under the impression that was forever ago. Like you say, like tell me when Lios doxes someone in the new age. 2023 was only.
Well, I mean, like tell me when. Like, okay, so it's like he went through the drama. He was called out on those things. Said he would not do those things. Has not got involved in predator hunting or like doxing people since then. So like, yeah,
Does
like
Lio,
what's the standard meant to be? Like, okay, so,
does Lio still not provide soft justifications for the Rosa stuff? Like, does he still not say, well, she was doing bad stuff, like after the fact?
Well, actually, okay. I don't know is the answer to that. I've heard some soft justifications, and any time that I've heard those soft justifications, he's been called a retard and to shut up.
Yes. So,
But at the same time, like,
but the fact that he's still,
but
like,
he doesn't. But he.
So I'm a big believer in redemption, right? I'm a big believer that people can change. The problem is, and people use the cope a lot. Oh, you're only sorry because you just got caught. And then if that's the case, nobody's really sorry. But there are people. There are a few that are just sorry because they got caught, and I don't think those people should be just like welcome back in. It seems to me like Lio responded to the overwhelming backlash he received as opposed to believing that he perpetrated any wrongdoing with his actions. And I feel like that's like exemplified by the fact that you yourself just admitted he's like still providing soft justifications.
He's done soft justifications, but also he has said that the Rosa Call was like wrong and bad and something he wouldn't repeat, and he recognizes the issues with. Because again, like, so
back it. If he, what you just said, right? Is there a case if somebody was only sorry because they were getting public backlash, only sorry because of that, not because the content of their actions or because they see any like substantive wrong, they would say exactly what you just said. That wouldn't really change anything from what I've just accused him of being.
Okay. Let's just like do brass tacks. My main thing is like, if Lio's not doing these things, if he's like trying to improve himself and not get involved in the predator hunting and not drag people into calls to like accuse that Rosa's is a really specific example for like two reasons. Firstly, Rosa had no fucking power. She was a random mod who got dragged in because they couldn't get to fucking Rebecca Starr, whatever her fucking name is. It was across 3 fucking calls. It was huge amounts of harassment, and it was like completely unjustified. She was just a random fucking spurg.
Well, you missed a key problem. You missed a key problem as well. If you listen to her talk, even if she did have the physical ability to ban the screamer.
Yeah, she's like obviously like not mentally there. Sure.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like probably comparable. Yeah. Her intellect, I would not be surprised if it's like comparable to that of a child, just based off of listening.
Yeah, she's like hugely retarded and like very autistic. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But it's like, but again, if he's not doing those things, like what is like, so this is like the constant question I ask. It's like, well, bring me current examples, because people point to things like Dreamer. Well, Dreamer is somebody who's endlessly tried to interact with like Vlad's Discord, with Lio's Discord. That is somebody who is seeking those interactions. He's made videos on me, on Akumu, on loads of different people, and he's like an active fucking troll. It's not the same thing.
I don't really know.
So
I don't know who Dreamer is.
Well, then why are you? Okay,
wait,
so
wait,
like
no,
my frustration. No, because my frustration is because you're coming. No, but you're coming to me and going, well, what about Lio Convoy? I give you an example and you go, I don't really know about that. It's like, well, then why are you asking me about it? If you don't know what he's currently doing,
you're using a fake dunk. That example was not needed to prove my point, right? My point being, do you not feel as though change or redemption partially involves an acceptance of one's wrongdoing?
Yeah, but I don't think that means that, like, hold on. So what would you, like, if somebody is like, hey, I recognize this was wrong, but there are also other factors where, like, still an element of it may have been fair enough, or I'm not talking about Lio in specific here. Let's say if somebody really fucks something up, but they're also like, and then this other thing happened, and there was this other element. You can still accept that you're wrong, and change your behavior, which I would argue it's not just like accepting you're wrong. I think the like changing of a behavior is what's really important, because that's like the outcome you're looking for. If it's just like, I think people have the right to kind of go, there are other factors there. So if Lio turned around and said, hey, I acted in this particular way because I was being manipulated by the people around me, which is true, by the way, it's true. Like Lio's a fucking idiot and got manipulated
retarded,
by a lot
dude.
of people.
Isn't he in like his 30s? Like,
yeah, but like again, hold on. I'm not saying that. Hold on. Well, let me finish the point. It's like it's not all of the answer to it, but like he was manipulated. Like people lied to him about what was happening. That's not just like him being like if I fed you false information.
We're talking about the Rosa stuff here, right?
Well, I was thinking of like other things actually.
Well, let's just stick to
But
that.
like,
That's
let's
all I
say
need. That's all I need. Let's just stick to that. What about that situation? Was he lied in any aspect of that?
I don't know the Neko stuff well enough to be aware because I don't know the full Neko thing. I can give you the example with the Kumu stuff, for example. The Kumu stuff's really easy because basically Peach has lied to Lio about what Kumu was doing. Same with the Kumu as well. Like loads of people like Nezzy, Doodletones, Heaton, all lied about what Akumu was doing to turn Lio against him.
Let's just for argument's sake say he was totally right, manipulated, didn't do anything wrong in any of those situations.
I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying he was
I can for argument's sake. I can for argument's sake and throw those out the door. Okay, I'm just talking about.
Okay.
There's one very specific situation I'm talking about here, which to me would be indicative of his character in general. Just that on its own. And in that particular situation, right, I feel as though for some, like, if he is still providing soft justifications for it to this day, it probably indicates that he still does not fully see the wrongdoing of his actions and merely apologize due to social backlash.
Okay, can you give me examples of the soft justification he's using?
Well, one that I've heard sources say is like, oh well, Rosa like after the fact did some like other bad stuff or whatever, and you even reiterated that to me in like a previous conversation we had, that like she was like something about like she's still going around being a spurg or whatever, something along those lines. Does it sound familiar?
No.
I feel like you repeated that to me verbatim. That's how I heard about it.
I don't think so. I think like the soft justification at the time was like it was like Rosa was like annoying people about Star Wars stuff, but I can't understand why it would be. I think there's like there was something about Rosa still going around being a spurg, but I don't think that was a Lio justification. I think that was just a comment about Rosa like in like years later.
Okay,
but I think
which ones were you referring to when you just agreed that he gave soft justifications behind the scenes?
So there was a soft justification of the round over whether Rosa had actually any power as a mod, and whether she was in some way responsible. And I think there was something to do with like Rosa's like culpability or like understanding. A level of understanding, but it's been a while since I've seen any of these. So you're asking me about stuff that I watched last year, right?
The fact that he would even think that something like that is worth debating, like based off his own conversations with her, shows me this guy's like totally like unable to grasp the situation. Like just talking to her, you could tell even if she did have mod powers. What do groomers do? What do groomers do? They manipulate. They lie. This is somebody with intellect probably comparable to that of a child. To think that this person like must be able to decipher all of this and like realize what was going on despite like this groomer allegedly trying to befriend them.
Okay, no, because again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think my issue comes in at like at what point, like okay, at what point do you turn around and go, well, someone's like irredeemable or like hasn't learnt their lesson? Because aren't there multiple cases where we've looked at dramas where people go like, okay, well, you've changed your action enough? Because if Lio was still going after Rosa, I'd agree with you. But if Lio is just like, I don't know, saying something offhand, I'd need like specific examples to hand. And like, I mean, almost with the way the Rosa cool stuff has been brought up again, maybe it's worth another conversation about that. I don't know.
I'd love to have a conversation with him about that.
Yeah, I mean, like,
he totally avoids conversations about that. He's unwilling to talk about it in a confrontational environment.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not his keeper, so I can't like force him to come and talk to you.
Why?
I can once again suggest that he does.
Do you not think like
I'm?
Are you willing? I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah, are you comfortable saying he's like a coward though? If he doesn't, like a total like pussy coward. Can you say that at least?
The only reason I wouldn't is because like Lio generally is pretty confrontational. My impression has been
yes, he is when he thinks he has power.
Well, yes, he is.
When he thinks he has power
sure.
over
but
like the biggest
impression,
retards. It's pathetic.
Hold on. Can I
Yeah,
finish
sorry,
the sentence?
I just need to get that in there.
My impression has been he's tried to take a step back from it because that was the old bad behavior. So I don't want to just call it cowardice. I would say, I'd say this. If Lio won't even talk to you off the record or off stream, yeah, I'd say that was maybe a little bit cowardly. Sure. I think he probably should talk to you. I think it's reasonable to have these questions and like hear them from like the source. Sure.
Did he tell you why he wouldn't talk to me?
No, I don't think we've ever really discussed you.
You did. You sent me a DM that Lio sent you saying he wouldn't talk to me.
When did let me search my DMs with him.
Yeah, this was on April 15th at 2:30 Pacific time, which would have been what? Like 11:30 your time. If I pretend to be like a man with like an intellectual disability, then I'm just sure
reading.
He'll talk to me and confront me.
Okay. Okay. Maybe. To be fair, there's not much pretending for you.
Good one. Good one.
Listen, it's like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, give me a break.
I'm being light. I'm being soft.
Yeah, I think the only thing that he wasn't going to cover commentary anymore. What the fuck is this? Something about thanking you for the Gorilla Grodd meme.
Yeah. He's thanking me for some
and that's like
joke about a shitter.
Yeah, and that's literally it. Like the next time. So yeah, that's April the 15th. That's like April the 15th, and the next time I speak to Lio is April the 19th. So we literally just don't discuss you.
Yeah. But he did say in the course of that conversation on the 15th that he wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah. So but it's like one message, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just didn't know if he I didn't know if he went on.
Yeah, no, that's
to
fine.
elaborate,
that's
or you
fine.
pushed him on that at all. Apparently you didn't.
I didn't push him, but like, yeah, I can do. I can go back to him more and be like, hey, can we say? Okay, how about this? Would you be down for an off stream conversation with him?
I mean, I'm
like recorded or something.
Oh, recorded?
Like something
sure.
like that. I don't know whether that would help.
Recorded?
But...
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know whether that would make any difference, but I'll float it. Sure.
Yeah, I don't like to agree that much to off-stream conversations because if I give someone the majority of my pushback off-stream, it's not able to be like reviewed and scrutinized by the public to see inconsistencies. And if I was to then have another conversation on stream, they would already come in with an awareness of what kind of questions I would ask.
Well, that's
them.
why I'd say like it recorded. Like that's pretty standard, right?
Yeah. I would gladly do. I would.
No, like this isn't a sort your issues with Lio call out. This is an Lio. You've got questions. Lio should answer them. Cool. So
yes,
that would obviously be recorded.
That's what I'm looking for here.
Yeah.
Does he still engage in like confrontations with people?
Occasionally. So the Doodle Tone stuff that happened, like the Cloud Palace stuff, he was pretty involved in, but that was mostly led by someone named Chuli.
He confronted Doodle Tones.
Well, to be fair, even in that call, not massively. And that's only because he's the only person who Doodle Tones would even talk to. Like, Doodle Tones, like, cut contact with basically everyone else. So the only way to get Doodles into a call. And because there was, like, a lot of, like, lingering information. What was discovered about Doodle Tones' server was, like, pretty fucking wild. They've basically been, like, running a hate server for, like, years. So there was, like, a lot of questions
like
there. That was mostly Julie. Different, but kind of worse. It was basically a group of about 20 to 30 people that were quite closely knit who were all just covering for each other while basically running rumor mills. A lot of the stuff that sort of like seems to have happened with Senate and particular creators like Heaton and Nezzy, of them driving narratives against people, seems to have originated by like within Cloud Palace, which was like kind of very gay opsy at points. But basically, Lio was never allowed into it, and the reason was because, you know, they were pulling shenanigans. But yeah, they had a whole different server just to get him in to have screaming calls at people. And there's like a series of stuff called the Cloak and Dagger calls, where basically, literally in these calls, they're using Lio as a threat to people. It's like, well, you can talk to us, or we'll get Lio involved.
Yeah,
like, they're literally just weaponizing him.
Yeah, well, I know that because everyone, like, the thing about the
again, not to excuse Lio before anyone. I'm just telling you how the fucking community worked.
Well, it's only in the ACC that a person like Lyle Convoy, like a 40-year-old by all like normal standards, like a 40-year-old loser, right? Probably hasn't like achieved much in his real life. His wife probably makes him sleep on the couch. Probably filed for divorce at this point. Just like a very
Okay, buddy.
unremarkable, unintelligent individual. It's only in the ACC that somebody like that could be considered scary and impressive, right? And he boosts himself up by what I like about debating is, yes, I do have debates sometimes with morons, like the lowest of the low, who probably can't hold their own in a debate. Most of the time, that's them calling in to talk to me, like Duckbringer yesterday. But I also take on people that I know I'm gonna have a hard time beating in a debate. I've debated Queeman 3 times, et cetera, et cetera. And what Lio does is Lio will engage in confrontations with people who are so moronic they can't stand up for themselves, and he thinks it's like some kind of own. So I think it's like quite pathetic that he's postured in this way, but like won't engage in like any conversation with somebody who can like hold their own in one of these conversations and debate him.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, the ACC, again, I don't disagree there. The reason Lio was useful to the ACC and was utilized within the ACC was because these people are like fucking terrified of conflict, and need like a bludgeon to go after people they don't like. Even the people like, and this is like part of my issue now when I hear like the kind of Lio conversations at the moment. I know some of the people who are running these narratives and running to creators with them are ex-Senate members who are just upset because they got shouted at once, or they've got their own little petty grudges.
Well,
it's like
they all, just to be clear, all those people can die as well. I don't really care about them. But I just want to address someone real quick. Just one of your mods. They're saying, you wonder why Lyle won't speak to it because I'm being mean to him, right? The problem is Lyle's built his career off of confronting people and being mean and going for ad hominem. So the fact that this fucking guy, there's like an excuse that he won't talk to me because I'm like saying mean things about him or whatever, it's like totally pathetic. It's the fucking cowardly lion, bro.
Yeah, like, okay, again, if that was the reason, like, I don't want to engage with Aiden because he says mean things about me, like, if it came back to me and was like, that's the rationale, I'd be like, that's a cowardly thing to say. Obviously, I just agree with you.
I was just addressing someone who's providing an out for
Yeah, I know. You're good.
But yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I to this, I can't really figure out what like, okay, I have an example for you. If I got Bad Empanada tomorrow to agree to like stop doxing people, would everyone just like be fine with me working with them?
No, but I think there's also a difference there with like, okay, let's say like there's a significant thing that happens that like causes a significant shift with Bad Empanada, and what's a good way to put this? And like over time, you're watching that change happens, and somebody comes to you and goes, "Well, Bad Empanada used to do this," and you're like, "Yeah, that's true," but he's not doing those things anymore, and he.
Hello? Hello?
He's like, hey,
Are you there?
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. Okay. I'd argue that the shit that Empanada's done is significantly worse than the stuff that than Lio has done. You're talking about like a significant like higher level of like life ruination, but like I don't. It's a good way to put this.
To be clear, Lio did try to report a kid as a potential like school shooter, a threat to his school, right? Knowing that full well that he wasn't.
Yeah, the Jack stuff.
Yeah, knowing full well that he wasn't.
Sure.
I think the levels of life ruination are totally comparable, or attempted life ruination are totally comparable.
Yeah, like I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on the Jack stuff. I don't think anyone would.
Well, yeah, but just right? Yes, sure, but that it shows even though it's an individual situation, it attests to a greater aspect of his character, or what you claimed it once was, and he's now changed from, that would be comparable to that of Bad Empanada. So my question would be, why in like Bad Empanada's case?
I think there's an also like a separate element there of like what a community is like. So if you've got somebody who like, let's take like Lyrics, with the way Lyrics was in commentary, for example. Like, which was pretty normalized for how Lyrics talked about women and talked about drama or talked about any of these things. And now he's over in like a new career in the music kind of sector. Like, would it be fair to say that the way Lyrics acted as part of commentary was just a normalized part of the community he was in?
Sure, but it doesn't make him like any less I get like responsible or accountable. Well, I don't know where you're going with this.
Well, my point is, generally speaking, it's like Lyo doesn't exist in a vacuum. He exists within like the fucking old, like atop the barrel.
Do you think Bad Empanada
cycle.
exists like in a vacuum?
No, I don't. I think Bad Empanada exists out like
So how's
Bad
this relevant?
Empanada. Because what Bad Empanada does would be considered bad by his own side if they were honest about it. No one else on like Bad Empanada's side, like Hassan Denims, whoever, is not doing what Bad Empanada is. But what Lyo was doing was part of a like wider.
Would it be considered would it be considered bad by his own side?
If somebody else like Bad Empanada is kind of an exception to the rule, but like there are plenty of people who are like iffy about Bad Empanada with them. Like it's not normal within leftist politics to be doing what Bad Empanada
Well, Bad
is doing, is it?
Bad Empanada is way farther left than your average self-proclaimed leftist. He's more tanky adjacent, right? Or you'd agree with that, right? He's more like a tanky.
Sure, but I also don't think that like can you think I do not think that you would have like that many. The reason Bad Empanada acts the way he does is because like in the country he's in, he can get away from it, get away with it. But like, I add like at a base level here, it's just like I don't like this whole. There's no level of redemption. There's no like anybody who's.
Let's get back. Sorry, I just feel like we're shifting away here. I just don't understand what maybe like in the actions themselves you could always find differences, but in terms of like their actions and how they reflect on their overall moral character, I think in both cases it would just be comparable. So I don't understand why if Bad Empanada like said I'm gonna stop doing this, took a month off, came back and didn't do it again, why there would be some exception to if I just like started working with him.
Well, hold on. Because it wasn't just like I'm going to take a month off. It was Lyo's entire community around him burnt. All the like friendship relationships he had was burnt. His reputation was burnt to the ground. He went and got therapy and medicated and worked to try and change himself. That's
Okay, got it. So if Bad Empanada says I'm gonna go get therapy, and then he stops talking to all the other people that were engaged in doxing and came back, you'd be okay with me working with him?
I don't know. Like with Bad Empanada, also like we're talking about like the freshness and immediacy. At the time the stuff is happening with Lyo, you've got a significant period of time. Like the Rosa call is like 2 years ago.
So how long?
Right?
How long in between the Rosa call? No, how long in between Lyo leaving did it take for him to come back?
I mean, he didn't leave, but from the time that he got like and cut those connections, I think it was a significant period.
Better question. How long until after the Rosa call did you start working with him?
I mean, after the Rosa call, probably about a year and a half.
Year and a half. Got
when
it.
He's already like, and even with the Rosa call stuff, the Rosa call stuff was like generally pushed to the side because people realized it was bad and they tried to make changes after it anyway.
Got it. So
because again, it's like it's one of those things of it's not like the Rosa call becomes fine. It's like at what point do you like cut ties with people like completely and just go, nah, I'll never interact with that person? Because like also one of the arguments with Lyo was Lyo, like people wanted to talk to Lyo. I talked to Lyo. I aired those grievances. We had those conversations. And I don't know. I just don't endlessly fucking hate people. If he's not like going after people and doxing people, I don't fucking care. I don't know whether Bad Empanada has some differences because of the political connotations, and because also like Bad Empanada has tried to like get terrorist organizations set on people like Loner Box. So I don't know whether there are like differences there. But I'm not asking anyone else to be like friendly with Lyo. I'm not asking anyone else to be like understanding of that. And at the same time, I'm not sat here being like none of that stuff mattered. Like the Jax call didn't matter. Okay, anytime that anyone's brought that up to me, I've been like, yeah, that was incredibly fucked up.
Listen, I give you
even Jax, like even when Jax has said that he doesn't care about it, I've still said I care.
Look, and I give you credit for not trying to, as far as I know, make other people start talking to them, whatever. But for you, like, is there anything someone could do where you'd say like, yeah, I won't be working with this person in any capacity ever, regardless of if they like get better help or whatever the fuck? Like, is there anything where you would say, yeah, we're just done here? There's nothing, like, there's like nothing for us here, regardless of what they do after the fact.
Yeah, like grooming, pedophilia, lolicon, rape, physically harming somebody.
So anything.
I think there's also like a cutoff point with somebody. Like if Lyo did the stuff again, if they're like if there was like a relapse and then Lyo goes down the road again, like obviously like it's a one chance thing.
Okay, what if Lyo got a child in a call and was like screaming at them for 4 hours under the threat that they would contact their parents in that call, and they were like a little kid? Would that be
what are
too
we
much for
talking
you?
about as a little kid here?
I'd say 12, 13.
Potentially.
Potentially.
But it's also like potentially. I need more context to what we're talking about here, right?
Let's say exactly what happened with the Rosa situation, except Rosa's like 12 or 13. Would that be like the end of the line for you?
The reason I'm pausing is because I'm trying to give it like due consideration. I think that if a 13-year-old was dragged, okay, so here's like my fucking hesitation here. Do you know like the Mushy stuff? Like there's a creator called Mushy, and he was like talking about somebody else who'd like had like a Skype call with him when he was like a 13-year-old like furry spurg. And he'd entered this call and got trolled by somebody who was like 20.
I'm gonna say,
and I'm like,
yeah,
why the fuck are you talking about that? That's gay. So like there are like contextual things. But if it's like, yeah, if Lyo did something where it was like, did some gay accountability call where he personally had hunted down like a 13-year-old to get them into some like weird call. Yeah.
So okay, but just to be clear, without referencing any other, just a quick yes or no, without referencing any other like outside dramas that you're gonna know about that I don't, because I don't artistically follow all this shit. In regards to the Lyo stuff, if the Rosa situation occurred exactly as it did, except Rosa's 12 or 13, that would be like you'd totally like not stop talking to him. There'd be no chance for redemption.
Yeah, if the like entire Rosa situation played out the way it did with like a 13-year-old, yeah, sure.
Why?
Because like with the like Rosa stuff, there's sort of the argument there that was made that she's an adult, and that's why there's like 9 hours of this fucking stuff. But if you've got somebody who's actively a kid, that person should just be removed from the community.
Why?
To like protect them. Well, because obviously when you've got because Lyo's own arguments with contacting people's parents was to protect the kid. It's like they shouldn't be in these environments.
Your arguments. Why would the kid? Why should we get the kid out? What is the thing?
Well, because like generally speaking, when we're talking about people who are under 18, I'm fairly fucking iffy. I kind of questionable as to why anybody's having these long conversations. I've said it again. Because like dealing with minors is a separate issue.
But why?
Because they're minors, Aiden.
But what about them being minors makes them different?
Oh my fucking god. When you've got people who are minors, you generally have that level of understanding that they're kids and kids do stupid things. It's not the same as being mentally retarded, but you should like let kids be kids, and you should probably be encouraging your communities to not have fucking kids in them.
But why do kids do stupid things? What is it about them physically?
They're immature.
They have impaired cognition. It's the same reason that they can't. It's the same thing. That
No, I hate that fucking argument.
Wait,
like
you don't think
kids
I don't know because you don't think kids have impaired cognition?
Sure. Okay, let's go to that argument. Were you abusive towards Boblax? He's got impaired cognition.
Boblax's cognition was not impaired to the extent where it would be comparable to that of a
massive
child.
Autist who was like crashing out.
Wait, you realize?
And talking to you about his mum and like losing his house. Is that not impaired cognition? Is him not like having these cracked out impaired cognition?
How many 13-year-olds do you know that are losing their house by their own volition? Right. Like the thing is, obviously, somebody merely having autism, which is going to describe probably most of the people in both of our chats. It's a spectrum. It describes a broad range of impacts either to social functioning, and sometimes in more severe cases impacts on one's cognition. Right. Obviously, when we're talking about that woman in particular, wasn't she a conservatorship? She was under a conservatorship, living with her parents.
I believe so.
Yeah, so the state deemed that she was unable to handle her own affairs. Bo Blacks, even the state did not determine that that was true for Bo Blacks. The state did not like her rights as a person are comparable to that of a Myers.
Do you think, hold on, do you think these things need to be like universalized? Do you think that it's like just a one size fits all? Or do you think that situations can be dependent on like
on the level of, yes, we can assess the individual level of functioning of the adult in question to determine if it is
no, that's not what I'm
comparable to
asking.
a minor.
That's not what I'm asking. Do you think that these situations, like when we're talking about whether we interact with people or not, or whether we're talking about like who's like, do you think I should ban Angry Slug from my chat?
I have, based on my conversations with Angry, like, wait, in what, for what reason? Because of the things he's done?
Yeah.
I don't argue for banning bad people from your chat.
Okay, do you think anybody should ever work with Angry Slug again?
Probably not, no.
Okay. So it's just like there's nothing Slug can do that in any way could like redeem him.
In this community that where I feel like credibility is like very important, no, but I'm sure he can succeed and thrive in like a
I don't mean like, again, I don't think Lowe's ever going to have a load of credibility. That wasn't my argument. Do you think that anybody should ever interact with Angry Slug again?
That interact with him, you can interact with him, but I would not trust him in the context of work. Like, if you interview him in regards to a story that he was involved in, be my fucking guest. I don't care. But in regards to like delegating tasks to him, using him for information, using him for help and research in relation to information that's meant to smear the credibility of others, no, I would not give him that trust. No.
Wait, hold on. If Slug has information where it's just like, I don't know, someone's DMs, or he's had a conversation, or he has like a stream conversation with somebody. Like, he had this with KP, right? He had KP on and he had a conversation with her.
I don't know what that is.
Like, does that become unusable?
No, because what I've said before is there are some pieces of evidence that are hingent upon the credibility of the person delegating that evidence in cases where it's something more objective, like a recorded conversation or transcripts where the evidence can be scrutinized, the first-hand evidence can be scrutinized by the public, then no, the credibility of the person who's obtained that evidence isn't really going to be very important. Where that would be important is if they maybe didn't record the conversation and are litigating to you what they think happened. Or what they remember happening.
Okay.
It's off of like recollection. Then their credibility would be way more important. When it's like firsthand, no. When you can review the firsthand evidence, no. It doesn't really matter all that much.
Okay, but as long as you've got the firsthand evidence, it's fine, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I disagree with you.
I don't know where that line of questioning was going.
Well, no, the line of questioning is sort of like, well, at what point do you like? So, for instance, like food shops is back in the cycle. And like people have interacted with food shops, or there's the stuff with Spinal BJ, or like stuff around morale with like how morale's acted in the past, or like multiple people who've had little dramas. Like, what's the cutoff point for people?
I don't know what other.
I guess I don't know
what other people's cutoff point would be. I don't know. I don't understand the relevance of this.
Well, you're asking me about like Lio and where the cutoff point is, and my general thing is like, I think this comes down to like the individual case, right?
Yeah, what has Morale done that would be like relevant to his like credibility in regards to like content and information, or like
the Achito stuff, the argument with you, the stuff with the 17-year-old.
So okay.
Misinformation that's been spread through stories.
Okay.
Like because Aiden, that's your argument that you had with him, right?
You're gish galloping. The first 2 points that you made are actually 1 point. The Achito thing and his conversation with me are the same thing, and in that conversation, where I obviously was heavily critical of Morale, that conversation, he had an underlying point, like, hey, yeah, it is like bizarre that like you're like so reliant on the attention of like young fans or whatever. But in the way in which he presented it made it sound like he was trying to paint Achito as some sort of pedo. So what that would, when I'm taking the situation and looking how it reflects on somebody's broader character, what did that situation indicate to me? What were my conclusions? Morale sucks at debating, and Morale sucks at verbalizing his points, because he had a genuine underlying defensible position that he destroyed for himself based on his fundamental incompetence when it comes to live discussion and debate. So the overall impediment that would have on his character would not be enough, or it would ruin his credibility for me in regards to like working with him.
Has Morale entered calls and called people pedophiles and rapists on live stream?
On stream, probably has at some point, but it probably
Yeah,
wasn't
he
like a
has.
genuine
So
point. That's him
would
being a
that not
troll.
undercut his credibility? The fact that he's pedo-jacketed people.
Like him trolling, if he tried to present that as like as though it were serious, yes, that would undercut his credibility. If he was like trolling and it was like an obvious troll from like an observer's perspective, I don't think it matters that much.
Do you think it matters that people like pedo-jacket people?
Oh yeah, if they're trying
Plenty
to
of people.
so if you're trying to, so there's a difference I feel from like when I came into this call and I said to you, Beckett, we need to talk about like the 14-year-old you've been DMing, right? Did you feel like I was trying to pedo jacket you?
No, it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I was making a joke,
but that's
right?
also you're not. Yeah, but you're not coming into a call and going, you're a pedophile. Morale's done that.
That's essentially what I just did. That's literally kind of what I just did. I got into the call and said,
no, it's
you
not.
did something.
It's not the same. It's obviously not the same thing. You're
It
making a
is.
joke about like, oh, allegations and stuff.
Yeah, and he's making a joke that somebody's a pedophile.
How do you know it's a joke?
Because he never seriously tried to defend that position.
Okay, but you've just said with the Achito stuff, he accidentally within that conversation managed to make Achito potentially look like a pedophile.
Yeah,
right?
but that came down to his wording and defense and so when you take the individual situation and then when we're assessing the person as a whole, you're gonna say, okay, what did they do in this situation?
So do you think so again, those things undercut his credibility, right?
No, what that did, it undercut. He wasn't lying. He was just poorly debating a point. What that would undercut is his ability to defend a position in a live format, which is why I didn't like that he went in and debated Papa Gut. I wouldn't trust him for that job. No.
Okay. And he's like, again, that's kind of the point here. Like those things, how someone might act in a live environment, regardless of what's going on, may undercut their credibility.
Well, no,
right? But people will still work with morale.
That's the point for morale. I'm not even making a credibility argument for Lio.
Well, I'm just like, I'm giving you examples of the fact that like you take people individually, right, and like where they're at. I'm not trying to defend Lio to anybody.
Well, yeah, but what you would look at is, as I said before, you look at the action itself, and if you're looking at a greater assessment of the person, you would say what factors made them commit this action, and what implications does that have on their overall character, right? And when I look at the things that Lio has done and assess his potential motives, what I see is a sad old man attempting to have some power in his life at other people's expense to the point where he's willing to engage in my opinion. Listen to that whole call. I've been around for 8 years. It's one of the worst things I've ever heard. That call that like was horrible. The fact that it never clicked to him that, hey, I need to take a step back here. What I'm doing like is horrible. The fact someone else needed to come in there and tell that to him, and in like the first hour he couldn't see that for himself. It tells me he like either lacks fundamental insight that would be like integral to him not fucking up, or he just doesn't have any empathy for other people, which also could lead to another fuck up.
Okay, I just feel like that's like, again, I don't disagree with you that the Rosa call is fucking horrific.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about that the call itself is horrific. I'm talking about what implications that have on Lio as a person, that he was able to do that call happened.
Yeah, but I mean, I this seems like just a moral fact, because like everyone says this about so many things. Like how many times, like with covering a drama, have people sat here and gone, oh my god, it's fucking evil the way you're dealing with this. Like, it's terrible the way that this is unfolded. It's so, like, I can't believe what monsters you all are.
This is a non-point. Other people say a lot of things. I disagree with them.
Okay, cool, and I don't care what they say, and I'm just like, look, I'm at the point.
Well, you should
like,
care.
Look,
you should care if what they're saying has like backing. Like, if you look at the facts, and what they're saying actually substantiated.
I think there are probably hold on. I think there are definitely arguments that, like, on real terms, that some of the stuff we cover in commentary and some of the stuff we go over and like how callous commentators can be is absolutely unethical. I don't disagree with that point at all. I just don't care. I mean, do you think that every commentator, do you think how Chud handles everything is like completely ethical? Like he's always like in an ethically good position as a commentator? Probably
not, but when he isn't handling like when you're looking at the individual actions Chud has done that I would maybe consider, hey, this is probably not ethical. The conclusion that would have for my judgment of his character would not be comparable to that of Lio's. Because
I'm not saying it's comparable. Why are we talking about comparable? I'm not talking about comparable.
We're talking about other people.
Well, no, because you're talking about ethical stuff, and like I'm just saying that. Yes, in certain environments, like you might not say it's comparable, but there are plenty of people who would say that like what Chud does is evil, right? And like
I
some of the
guess I
stuff
don't
that
think it's
Chud said
evil.
is evil. Sure.
I don't think it's
You may
evil.
not think it's evil. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying there are people who will look at the
Well, yeah,
coverage we all do and go, "That's fucked up."
people, yeah,
Right?
people.
There are people who
Wait,
will look
people
at Queen saying
incorrectly.
the N word and say that that's
Well, yeah,
racist, right?
people incorrectly think a lot of things. The question is, can they substantiate
Okay.
it? And if they can, I'll agree or disagree.
No, hold on. These are not objective things. These
Uh,
are just like these are opinions. When we're talking about
I feel
people's
like
ethical
your opinions
lines,
should have some basis. If you're like, if I was to get someone to call here and they wanted to argue someone was evil, I would say, okay, what is like your definition of evil? And what I would either do is I would explain why the person they're talking about doesn't fit under their own definition, or I would dispute the definition by providing them with an example of somebody they clearly don't think is evil that fits their own definition to prove that their definition doesn't work.
okay.
So you can like argue all these things. Listen,
I mean, you can. I just think that's kind of gay.
Okay.
I just don't care.
Cool.
I think that's my baseline. I'm kind of interested in this from like a content bracket. I'm not here because I'm trying to set any ethical standards and stuff. I think generally what we as commentators do is ethically questionable quite a lot of the fucking time. I think moral fagging about it is gay. I think it's fine to do, but it's also like, well, at what point is this like, I don't know, this person needs to be fucking pariahed out and cancel cultured.
Why do you care about pedophilia? Like, why do you even give a fuck if somebody like touches a kid? Like, why is that like? Why do you care?
I think that there are certain things that cause levels of harm that
so you obviously do apply like ethical values to like the content creation sphere. The question is, where do you apply those ethical values and why? And I agree with you. We should.
I think no, I agree with you. I do, but I try to keep those limited, and I try to keep those. You know, again, these are my ethical values of what like the lines I fucking draw. I do not hold anyone else to those standards. If somebody comes to me with like a drama and goes, "This is really fucked up," and I go, "Oh well, if a kid wasn't raped, I don't care," that would be an insane thing to think or say. I'm like people are obviously going to have different values. I'm just giving you mine.
Okay,
right?
well, sure. I guess I'm saying like you're doing this thing where you're simultaneously like being like I don't give a fuck about like ethics, but like it's clear you do give some fuck about ethics. It just seems like it's like a bit inconsistent, right? Like,
no, I give a fuck about it. No, hold on. No. It's not inconsistent because I don't think you're asking me whether I care about some of these things, like some of the things you've listed out and like those associations and ways. And I'm just saying, I think a lot of what we do is like ethically questionable because I think that is coverage that we all do, which I look at and I go, wow, I can't believe I did that. I was a bit fucked up because like I'm self-critical enough to look at stuff and go, I'm not just like some good or neutral actor. I understand there are things that I've covered that I shouldn't, like that, like is abnormal or like just part of the internet culture that's kind of made that okay. But in the real world, that would be like fucking wild. But at the same time, I'm also not dictating those ethics around you. If you care about something and I just don't on an ethical level, or I'm like, yeah, whatever, I can like if you come to me about it, it's like. People came to me about the Willie Mack stuff and was like, what Willie Mack's doing is evil. He's not researching things properly. You need to do something. We need to. I was like, that's gay. I'm just out. That's gay. I don't care. But at the same time, if other people care about that, more fucking power to them. I'm not going to tell them to stop caring. I'm not going to go on a crusade and be like, Aiden, you're not allowed to care about this. It's just that you're asking me about something where like I don't. Right? I've given you my standards.
They're just as unclear as they were to me at the beginning, but I guess I can't really make you care. You're right. I can't force you to care about anything you don't want to care about. I just feel as though we should be applying our ethical standards outside of the context of child rape as well. There should be like other cases, and I feel like, in my opinion,
I think that look, there are other things obviously that I do give a shit about. It's not just that. I'm just giving you
yeah, which is why I hate this. But that's why I hate this persona of like I'm just here to laugh at the lol cows, man. Stop moral flagging or whatever. Who gives a fuck?
Well,
like,
hold on.
It's Schrodinger's not
generally
caring.
speaking. No. Generally speaking, and I have a record and form for this with content that like annoys me too much or hits me on an emotional level where I can't just laugh at it. I generally don't cover it, and I take a step back from it. I've actively said this. So like if content actually annoys me or upsets me or hits me in a particular way, I'll back away from it because that's not what I'm here for. This is like my hobby. I'm here to relax and like piss around.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I actively engage in things that upset me?
I mean, I feel like you like sure this is like a hobby, but like at the same time, I feel like you do treat like generally in this sphere like it is treated a little like semi-professionally as well. Can't you agree? Like you engage in research, you engage in like would you not say this is like this is a fairly unique hobby?
I can take a hobby. I can, yeah, absolutely. And I can take something like seriously. Like if my hobby was like playing sport, I might try and like, let's say I was playing football or something. I try and play to the best of my ability, but also I'm not like I'm not a pro player. I'm not a professional. Does that make sense? Like you can still work hard at something and do something well and properly. But if, for instance, if for instance there was a football match and it got really serious, or like I expected a fight to break out or something, or like a load of people would like there was a like serious rivalry of something where it was going to lead to other stuff, I might be like, well, I'm just here to play the fucking sport.
I think maybe I have
Is that unreasonable?
No, I guess maybe I have a misunderstanding. I must be totally wrong on what kind of content you make. I thought you make content that criticizes others. Is that not true?
I make criticisms of others, but generally speaking, a lot of like if you look over like my Saberspot video or even the Jar video, there's not like hard accountability takes in there. They're information pieces. Generally speaking, from streams, I'll criticize people, but I'm largely laughing at people. I'm in cases where I have done this thing, like this is really fucked up. I've actually been called out for it. And in like one case recently, where somebody was like, Beckett's getting very close to doing accountability content, I was like, that's actually a fair point, and that's not what I'm here for. And actively sought to like adjust from that.
Well, sure, you don't make like prescriptions, but you don't make any condemnations of like bad actions.
I think that you can make condemnations of bad actions, but at the same time, there's a difference between bad actions and condemnations of bad actions, like with let's say the Destiny stuff, which obviously like hit me on like a level where I got so pissed off with it, I made obvious fucking mistakes because I was angry.
Okay, but
just
to be clear, we don't even need this. Okay, we don't need like a word salad on every point. Just to be clear, you do like make condemnations of bad actions through your coverage online, right?
Yeah, sure.
So
sure. Yes I don't know if I make moral prescriptions. I make criticisms.
Sure. I just said you don't make prescriptions. You don't need to make prescriptions. I'm just saying. Okay. Like, have you ever tried to say, maybe not verbatim, something is bad, or like, have you ever said something is bad?
Yeah, sure.
So you make moral claims about other people, then I think it's like fair to maintain like a some consistency in regards to the enforcement of moral ethics. Yeah.
But hold on. It's like that can be a very offhand comment. I think there's a difference between something is bad and an obviously bad action, or I think this thing is bad in my opinion, or like what the fuck are you doing, you retard, to this person needs to be cancelled and driven off the internet.
Well, yeah,
again, I'm not saying you're doing this, but like there's like degrees to that.
Yeah, I'm not saying you make prescriptions. Sure. I'm not saying you make prescriptions. That's never that you can obviously like morally assess something without making a moral prescription.
Sure.
So your lack of prescriptions isn't really going to change the substance of what I said.
Okay.
All right. Well, good talk.
I'll try and get Lio to talk to you. And it should be clear. I mean, like, if I sound frustrated by the Lio stuff, it is because I also understand that this doesn't come from like a vacuum. I know with you're just watching the content. We've talked about it before, and I know you have an interest.
Yeah, I know.
But I also know there is.
I'm not involved.
Yeah, there is a massive pickup of people who are exactly the same as Lio. There's no fucking difference. Who just want to go after Lio because he annoyed him once. Again, it's entirely personal,
well,
and that pisses me off.
All those people can die too.
Yeah, because what they're looking for is an attack dog, and that's it. And that's why. So if like I'm less willing to like try and like fucking murder Lio occasionally. And actually in one of the like cases, part of the reason I eased up was because I realized that there was just a contingent there of people who were exactly fucking like him, who previously used him, who were trying to go after him. It's why I went after Crystal Flame. She did exactly the same fucking shit.
I have no idea who that person. I don't know who like anyone you references, but I'm sure if I looked into it, I'd agree with you on that. But yeah, I mean, also before we go, I invite any of the many members of Beckett's audience who disagree with me. As always, my lines are always open. Anyone's allowed to call in and voice their disagreements. I love it. So
is this just farming? Okay, I've got I've got a question for you. How did you last so long with fucking Worm Girl?
How'd I last so long with her?
Yeah.
Well, I'm like very good at preoccupying myself by zoning out and like thinking about what I'm gonna do with my life, etc., etc. So at moments I was kind of zoned out, like when she was talking to Aiko. But I was also like genuinely just like entertained. It was like I realized like about 30 minutes into it, no, way less than that. This is probably gonna be some of the best content I've had in weeks. And it's like the payoff is gonna be worth it. And this is very entertaining. And I was also just fascinated by the person I was talking to because I didn't know if it was like a troll or not. I didn't like for somebody to be like, I've never had someone get that unhinged over such a low stakes conversation before. I was like in absolute
How do you feel that you caused the breakup?
Happy. I think I saved a man's life. If I'm truly if I truly caused that breakup, I am genuinely happy. I hope Duckbringer gets the help that she clearly needs, but at the same time, I don't think it's like ultimately good for Rezi to spend the rest of his life cleaning up her messes. Even though he likes to also do the feigned I don't care shit. Like he probably would care. It's probably not going to be great for him in the long run. And she is a walking red flag. And I'm glad he got it over with sooner than later.
Okay, fair enough. I'm being told to never pick up a call from you again. I will obviously not.
Your audience sucks. They all suck. But yeah, thanks for calling in. Take care.
Peace, buddy. Later.
But well, that was our Beckett convo. Yeah, I guess they did break up. I'll check the stream out. Hold on. Let me get off Hoi 4. You got owned? True. Truk. You have someone in call-ins? Oh my god. Alright, let's look. Hello? Hello? Can I help you?
Hello. Apologies for not being able to get your attention in chat, but I hopped in to call at the suggestion of some of your watchers because I would like to point out something that is blatantly wrong about what Beckett was telling you.
Sure. What was wrong with what Beckett was telling me?
Lio has not stopped doing what he did in the Rosa call.
He hasn't?
At all.
Please, tell me.
A month ago he made a 3-hour live stream mocking my abortion with my abusive ex-boyfriend.
He did?
Yes!
That is...
For those of you who will know the name, I'm Patchwork Heart.
Patchwork Heart.
I was a member of the commentary community for several years. I was once Lio's closest friend.
Just to be clear, how old are you, by the way? I want to clarify.
I am 29 years old.
Okay, God, I just like to clarify, make sure I don't have any minors in here. Yeah, I mean, that sounds horrible. Do you have like a link to that by chance? Something I could.
I absolutely do, and I would love to get it for you. Malcolm from Goddammit Malcolm also did a stream on it, and I found out about the video from the stream rather than anything else.
What can you contextualize like your beef with Lio? Like what? Not saying that that's a fair point to use against you that he did, but like why does he not like you or whatever?
I was one of the first people to publicly criticize him when his quote-unquote adopted kids started coming out against him about his behavior. I made a rather large video that is no longer up because he harassed me into deleting it, criticizing him for being a deeply abusive person who did not listen to any of my advice in regarding getting his child medical care.
Just to be clear, not his real child, right?
No, his quote-unquote found family child, Jordan.
Is that person actually a child, by the way?
No, he was when we met him, but by the time he moved in with Thomas, he was 19.
Got it.
When we first met Jordan, he was a minor. He was being abused. We were trying to help him. And Thomas took him, well, Leo Convoy. I know his legal name is public. I'm not used to calling him Leo Convoy because we were very close.
Feel free
for
to call him
many years.
Thomas on here. Thomas
Okay.
Guerrero is welcome here.
So Thomas claimed he was going to help Jordan, but when Jordan started showing severe mental health disorder issues, I pointed out to him, hey, this boy you call your child is in severe psychiatric crisis. Get him to a outpatient program so that he can get properly diagnosed. He went to one of his other friends, Monstrous, who was also once close to me, and she doesn't believe in the disorder that Jordan and I thought he might have. She doesn't believe it exists.
What disorder was
and
that?
And so since DID, we thought he was symptomatic of dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah,
I'm a psych major. It's a special interest thing. I'm autistic, whatever.
And just to be clear, I don't have an opinion on it one way or another, but I do know that DID, even amongst mainstream psychologists, is still a debated subject. It's still a hotly debated subject in the world of psychology.
It's controversial, but if someone is symptomatic of a disorder, any disorder that, even if it's a controversial one, you should still take them to a doctor so they can get tested.
Mm-hmm. Well,
right?
Yeah, and regardless, even if they didn't have DID, if you saw symptoms that you believe were DID, there's probably something else going on that would be worthy of them going to a doctor, even if it wasn't necessarily DID. But what happened with this Jordan person?
He cut off Leo, cut Thomas off after he came forward about Thomas's general neglect, emotional abuse, lack of hygiene, threats to beat him.
He threatened to beat him.
He threatened Jordan with physical violence. That is something that Jordan came forward about. That Thomas threatened to harm him, to drag him into the backyard and force him to fight him.
Mm-hmm. That is bizarre. That is actually very bizarre.
It was horrifying to find out. And I was one of the first people to, from our core circle, come out and publicly condemn him. And that's why he has beef with me. And that's why he's hanging out with my abusive ex-boyfriend instead of kicking the chode out of his community.
Yeah. By the way, I just need to clarify for certain reasons. All of this is alleged, by the way. I'm not saying anything is fact here until it's like substantiated. If you have any, I understand some of the things you're saying you can't have proof of, but anything you do have proof of, it would always be appreciated.
I would be more than willing to dig through everything and toss all of the testimony from Jordan and from Jibbs and everyone else that Thomas has mistreated over the years at you later on.
Yeah.
The abuse, I will say, alleged when it comes to my ex, because since it was emotional abuse in a long distance relationship, I'm not even sure if it would ever make it to trial. But I will say this:
sorry to interrupt you. I think Beckett is watching me. If Beckett is welcome to call in right now as well, if he'd like to discuss this. But continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. Not long after this controversy, I actually got into a call with Beckett on one of his streams where he outed. I don't know if you know the name Poppy and Xena.
I've heard that.
Another.
Yeah, are they like in the former BreadTuber sphere or something?
Yes, I used to be involved with them. I was in much a similar position with them as Jordan was with Leo. I was a quote-unquote surrogate child to them for many years. And Beckett sat in call with me and forced me to look through the evidence of what Poppy had done to her biological children.
Forced you?
Well, not forced, but used social peer pressure to hold me accountable to who I was defending. I don't say that as a bad thing. Beckett did something incredible for me in that moment. He got me away from Poppy. He got me out of that cult. And so I'm here watching him defend Thomas, who is still doing the same harassment, not just to me, but he's been making these cruel, vicious drama videos where he just humiliates people for entertainment. He's still doing it. He did it to me. He's done it to so many people.
So, okay. So, like, the core tenet of who he is, because my reading of you have to keep in mind here, I am not involved in the ACC. I don't keep up with any of the drama. It seems like a total, like, rabbit hole that I just don't have the time or care to go into.
There's a reason why I left.
Yeah.
You're
so I'm an outsider.
You're valid for staying out of it. You're valid for staying out of it. Don't make my mistake. Don't get involved.
Yeah. So I'm an outsider here, but my assessment of Lyle Convoy was that he essentially was somebody that just that tried to gain some sense of power by finding like the lowest hanging fruit and like shitting on them online in like the Senate. And that's like the vibe I got from the Rosa call. He likes to feel like in charge. He likes to feel powerful.
Yeah.
So
that's what he does.
Yeah.
It's also why he takes vulnerable people like Jordan, like me once upon a time, and convinces us that we're safe with him, that he'll help us, that his community is somewhere safe for survivors, for victims, because he likes to feel needed. He likes to feel like he's everyone's fucking savior, but he's not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now,
I'm sorry, I'm getting super emotional about this because
yeah,
it's all very personal to me. I know it's all like to you. This must seem like silly internet drama. I must just be some random fucking trans fag in your chat, trauma dumping on you.
Well, that's not. I wasn't thinking. That's not exactly what I was thinking, but I understand. No, I mean, like obviously, yeah. If you do this, if you know him on a personal level, this is going to be a lot more personal to you. Yeah, obviously, I think that listening to that call, I'm not somebody that like I've been online since I was young. I'm very desensitized to certain things, but yeah, like listening to the Rosa call was one of the worst things I've ever heard. And I've listened to a lot of bad shit. I've listened to the Jonestown death tapes. I've heard all that shit. That was one of the worst things I ever heard. I was like disgusted. And I just left that thinking I was like speculating, like, is this someone that lacks a moral conscience that he couldn't like realize what he was doing? Like an hour into the call? It took about 4 hours.
If I may give you an example of how little he's changed within the first half hour of the stream he did on me, he reads about me explaining that I couldn't afford an abortion from a clinic and responds to that with, well, wire hangers sure are cheap at Walmart.
Interesting. I mean,
he doesn't care about how he hurts people. He doesn't. He just cares about feeling like his dick is big and like he's getting attention.
Yeah, that's what. Is he still doing? To your knowledge, does he still run a Discord server? I've heard rumors of that.
He still has the Cat's Lair. He still hangs out with everyone from Senate. Last I checked, he and Serafina are still friends. Everyone from that old crew that we used to run with a few exceptions, is still. It's no different from the way it was at the beginning. It's just a different name.
I'm trying to make sense of all this.
I apologize for my stuttering breaths. I'm having a panic attack while I talk about this.
Well, just listen. There's nothing intense happening here. I'm just here to get to the bottom of it. I'm not here to judge you. Nothing is. There's no reason.
No, but your chat is, and honestly, some of the jokes they're making are funny. Even the ones misgendering me are pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I would probably. My community is very rabid. They attack me too. So I would.
Yeah, I can laugh at it at least.
Yeah, but just breathe. It's not. There's nothing. There's nothing. Just be in the moment. Nothing scary going on. It's chill. I wouldn't reach out.
I'm just gonna take a quick rescue med.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess have you talked to Beckett about any of this?
No, I haven't, because I haven't really. I know that Beckett is still close with Thomas. I understand that approaching him and being like, hey, dude, he hasn't changed. It would be just as hard for him to see it as it was for me to see what Poppy's really done. But that's part of why I wanted to call in and say something, is I was hoping I'd be dragged in while he was still in here so I could say, dude, you're wrong. He's still doing it.
Beckett is watching right now. I want Beckett to be in here. I don't know why. You know what we're going to do? Can you just friend me on Discord real quick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, just accept my friend request. I'm just gonna add you to a call them. I don't expect him to join my server.
Go for it.
All right. Your name on Discord. Okay, got it. So, Becca.
Good evening. Hi there.
I don't know if you're watching.
Yeah, I was.
For Bill saying I'm believing anything, I'm not believing or not believing anything. I'm an outsider. I'm an outsider. I know nothing about your guys' community. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So I wanted to.
I'm just gonna drop the link to the video in the chat so we can see he's still doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Dude.
okay, but that's not the same thing. Like,
how is it not the same thing to publicly ridicule someone for a medical emergency because you have personal beef with them? How is it not?
Hold on. I said this. No, at all. You can go back and see the old coverage of me talking to Vlad about this. It was like the standards both of us held was if Laia was just doing like what Vlad or I did or what general commentators did, which was taking the piss out of people wouldn't have had an issue. I think Akumu said the same thing. Like, you made the comparison that you said Cat's Lair is like basically the same as Senate, but Cat's Lair doesn't do any of the accountability calls that Senate does. All of that was shut down after the Sasu call. They make a point of
just
not
because he's
doing
not
stuff
hosting
like
them in Senate or in Cat's Lair doesn't mean they're not still happening.
So just ask a clarifying question here. These calls.
Yeah, but no, shut up, in. Hold on. No, you just made a claim that Cat's Lair was exactly the same as Senate. I'm telling you, it's not. You're just wrong. That's not.
I'll accept that.
Well, that's why I was going to ask a clarifying question. Okay. The thing is, right? In these calls in Cat's Lair, does it revolve around Laio essentially like berating some
there are
random?
no calls in Cat's Lair. No.
Okay, and that's probably not the same thing.
No, that basically because of the Sasu call, which was largely like led by Ponder and Crystal, and Sasu ended up like threatening to rip his eyes out. It's a really fucking bad call. I think actually, if you're pissed off at the Rosa call, listen to the Sasu call. I say this to everybody. Like, the Sasu call's also really, really fucked up, and I hate Sasu. But like,
is that the Jordan?
Yeah,
person?
like after that. No, Sasu is like a Jewish guy who's like friends with neo-Nazis. It's a whole thing. He's like a troll who kept going around. It's a whole thing. Anyway, that was like the last one. They like shut down all the calls after that. Laio got called out by like Ponder and things, which was a little bit insane. And there was like the Mali call. But yeah, there haven't been any of the quote unquote accountability calls with like a peanut gallery in Cat's Lair since that happened.
Okay, that's fair. I'll accept that. But this call still happened on a stream. The behavior of him ridiculing people for things that have nothing to... No, let me finish my sentence, please. Yeah. The behavior of him publicly ridiculing people for things that have nothing to do with anything they've done to him is still happening.
Sure, but didn't you do that to him? Like, that's his origin of his issue.
I never ridiculed him. I made a video publicly criticizing him, telling him that I'm disappointed in him. If you want the video, I'll dig it up. And we can watch it in stream. And yes, it's cringe, and it's melodramatic, and it's emotional. But it wasn't me ridiculing him and telling him to give himself a coat hanger abortion.
No, but it was like, and again, like, I'm not defending the coat hanger joke, but I am like, again, you burnt the bridge with Laio after he'd helped you for years. I mean, that's fair, right? He bailed you out with a load of money after the Lily Orchard stuff, right?
No, he didn't. He fundraised to get me a $200 art tablet once, which was sweet and I appreciated. And he helped me make amends.
So what happened with the Lily?
The Lily Orchard thing, he never did anything with the Lily stuff. Never. No, what he did was help me try and clear my sins by taking the same amount of money that Lily gave to me for the coerced, sexually abusive content she pressured me into making while I was incredibly poor, and give it away to other artists in order to clear my sins. That was what he did. $300 handed out to artists in need in order to try to amend my sins from when I was making vile content for my sexual abuser. Thomas never covered Lily. He never bailed me out of anything.
Wait, what kind of content did they think was vile in regards to...
Lily used to coerce me into making incredibly vile pornography for her by utilizing the fact that I was under threat of homelessness and desperate for consistent income.
Wait, when you say it's vile, when you say it's like vile, I guess...
Bestiality. She forced me to make bestiality porn for her.
Wait, so like this person forced you to have intersex
And Thomas treated it like... She made me draw bestiality for her.
Got it. Oh, got it. Okay.
In order to get by. Not live action. Okay, no, just drawn.
You probably should have clarified that. I'm sorry. That's like, for a second there, I'm
no,
like...
yeah, no.
Okay.
Not live action, just drawn. I've never done that. Jesus Christ, I would rather kill myself.
Got it.
And Thomas tried to help me clear my sins by helping me take the money that Lily gave to me that I needed to survive and give it to other people so that I wouldn't have the burden of the commissions on my shoulders.
Oh, because you profited.
He never helped me stand
off of this
because
stuff.
I profited off of art I made to survive, quote unquote. He never did anything to help me with Lily. Nothing.
So
he never gave me a platform to talk about
if that's the claim, that's a different claim from the one that I've heard. And again, that should probably be litigated, because if that claim is incorrect, you're being slandered. So I'd be interested to hear the other side of that. I need to actually like see some of the records from the time, because I've heard a very different telling of that story. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I've heard a different telling of the story, and I know you've got lots of history with the like Senate crowd. I know you mentioned like Sarah, just to be clear on Sarah, like Sarah and Leo, as far as I'm aware, actually aren't really friendly anymore. So just to clarify that one, because it does seem like you're talking about like community change.
I left this community over a year ago, and Thomas made this last month.
Why?
I haven't spoken to anyone. I took down the video like he wanted. Wait. I took down the video of me criticizing him so he would leave me alone, and he still did this.
What was the premise?
So yeah, I'm pissed.
What was the premise of the? It's okay. What was the premise like of that video? Like, was the whole like when he made the video? Why did he say he was making it?
He said he made this video because I hurt someone he cared about.
Who is he talking about there?
Weebus, my ex-boyfriend.
The person you're claiming.
Because I didn't claim he was abusive until after this video came out. In the document they go over in that stream, I never used the word abusive once. I say he's toxic. I even admit in the very document they're reading that there is every chance that he didn't know he was treating me like garbage.
So who released?
There's every chance he's just bad. I vented this under the influence of a lot of alcohol, posted it in a Discord server.
Wait, hold
on.
No
longer around anymore. A private Discord.
You posted a Google Doc on Weebus. I know Weebus, by the way. So you posted a document on Weebus, and like
that I mean, very quickly
might not use the word abusive, but like as far as I haven't read this doc, but it doesn't exactly paint a very good picture of Weebus. And I think the general thing was.
I never
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hold on, everybody. So this document, when was this? How far? Like, how much time passed?
It's almost 2 years old.
No, but
it's almost 2 years old.
Okay, and when did Lyle make his video on you? This year?
Last month.
Last month, got it. So he made a video on you on a document that came out like 2 years ago on a server?
Yeah, that Weebus kept, even after I deleted all my socials, left the commentary community, and tried to start over somewhere else, so far away from all of them.
There was nothing recent? There was nothing recent that like caused... There was nothing recent that happened?
I left. I don't even use Patchwork Heart anymore. I don't even use the fucking Persona anymore because I think it's cringe.
Persona? Okay, got it.
The fucking little shitty cat femboy with the saggy titties that he drew in his thumbnail. That used to be the character for my channel back when I was still Patchwork Heart. I don't even use that character anymore because I tried to leave all of that behind me.
Got it.
I gotta stop crashing out. I gotta calm down. I'm making myself look like a child. I'm just, oof.
Well,
I'm getting way too emotional about this.
it's okay. I guess,
No, it isn't. I need to hold myself to a higher standard. I'm
Yeah.
better than this.
yeah. Wait, hold on. You said you were in commentary as well. Were you anywhere outside of our commentary?
No, I sometimes made comic book videos or videos reviewing childhood media that brings me comfort. All I ever did was make the occasional video covering Pred drama, some current event stuff. It was just a bunch of fucking liberal tube stuff. Stuff I don't make anymore.
Yeah, so I hate to agree with Beckett about Lyle Convoy, but some of the stuff you described to me, although like it's bad, right? If I were you, I'd probably be upset my abortion was being mocked as well. It doesn't sound like necessarily a repetition of like the behavior that I was calling him out for. Unfortunately, on like my side of commentary, everything that someone makes public is fair game to make fun. You're still an asshole for doing it, but it's fair to make fun of. My fundamental problem with Lyle Convoy, was like he was literally badgering people in calls who were like incompetent, using threats of contacting their family, in some cases actually contacting people's schools to disingenuously report them as threats to the schools, all tactics that like fall within the realm of acceptability for like general shit flinging. But this stuff, although it may be horrible, although I may understand why you're upset, doesn't necessarily sound like it deviates too much from what we've seen recently.
All right, then let me ask you this. Does him accusing me of abuse for venting to my then partner about the trauma I was enduring during and after my abortion count as him smearing me unfairly?
I'd have to read what he thinks is abusive. Is he saying it's emotional abuse?
He's saying it's a violation of boundaries, that I was treating Weebus like a therapist for venting to my partner about a medical trauma that I was enduring.
I mean, if he called it abusive and you were just venting, yeah, that's like a mischaracterization.
Or him saying that I was accusing Weebus of abuse at the time, when in fact I explicitly say in the doc that there is every chance that he didn't know that what he was doing was hurtful.
I mean,
he's putting words in my mouth that were not in my mouth until after that stream came out. He is mischaracterizing the document. He is mischaracterizing my arguments. He is actively ridiculing me, and I'm not even in the stream to defend myself.
Yeah, I think that he absolutely.
Wait, hold on. Would you want to be able to? I mean, isn't the criticism of Lyle like bringing people into calls? Wouldn't it be worse if it was like, hey, I'm going to do a stream when you Patchwork. I know you haven't been around in a year, but like, you should get on call with me. Isn't
At least he would have had the balls to mock me to my face.
But you can't have it both ways.
Beckett, this is a false dichotomy. The criticism, this person, right? You've admitted you have autism, whatever. This person though, like, clearly has like some general awareness of what's going on. The Rosa was like, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not talking about your criticisms, Adam. I'm talking about the general criticisms that were leveled earlier that Lyo's still bringing people in.
If he was doing a one-on-one, genuinely asking questions and giving pushback, that wouldn't be a problem. It's these huge like gang-up calls where he's clearly trying to assert his power. It's very different than like giving someone an opportunity to push back on criticism you're giving them.
No, hold on. I agree with you. I'm not talking about your criticisms. I'm talking about Patch's previous criticisms that Lyo's doing the same thing.
No, I said he hasn't changed. Okay. I said he hasn't changed. And I stand by that. I still think that he is a slimy, self-obsessed individual who does not care about the way his words or actions impact anyone but himself. Especially because he doesn't just go up against me in that stream. He publicly ridicules and blackmails Opal, who is the only one of his surrogate children who ever defended him.
How many
ever.
surrogate children does this guy have, by the way?
He had 3.
4.
He had 3. He now has none.
See, I'm a little confused on the surrogate children thing
Wasn't
because
it 4?
well,
No, it's 4. It's Peach, Opal, Jordan, and Jaden.
okay.
I never understood the relationship between him and Peaches, but I knew the Jordan, the Opal, and the Pink.
Some
Those
people
are the
like the
3 I
moon.
knew.
Fucking hell.
Does this not sound like a little
Um,
cult? Like, I don't know. Like, does this not sound like a little culty? Like in the way it's been described to, like it unironically sounds like a cult. Like the way
I
people
don't
say-
understand the
Found-
fate. I agree with you. I don't understand the found family shit. It's fucking insane.
Jeez,
A lot of
the
the
Manson
found family
the
shit
Manson
was-
family over here.
A lot of the found family shit was us trying to fill a void in our lives that we were all feeling at the time. In retrospect, it was deeply unhealthy for all of us.
You're describing why people join cults, by the way. What you've just described.
Yes!
That's why people enter
No, I'm
cults.
not. I'm fully aware of that. It's why I ended up being in Poppy's cult.
Yeah.
But didn't you also have your own found family child?
No, I have an adopted daughter, legally adopted.
Yeah, that's a bit different.
Yeah, no, Ruby is my daughter. There's paperwork involved.
Okay.
I take care of her financially. It's part of why I take so many commissions, because any spare money I have goes into my kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an actual parent.
I mean, I was going to ask about the Xena and Poppy stuff. You said you cut ties, but I mean, the reason we stopped talking and we didn't talk again is because the Xena and Poppy conversation happened, and then that like exploded, and then you ran back to that community. I wasn't even aware that you'd left it.
No, I Poppy pulled me back in with a lot of gaslighting and verbal abuse. I fell for a minute, and then Endless Community sat with me for a good hour and just they grabbed the tag that you pulled out and ripped it, basically. They made me come to terms with the fact that I was absolutely being indoctrinated and that I needed to get away from Poppy before she ruined me. I got out about a week after our stream.
Well, Becky,
And that's when I disappeared. That's why I disappeared, because I was afraid of her.
Mhm.
And I still am.
you were saying earlier Becca had criticisms like about Poppy that he was like litigating through you. Correct me if I'm mischaracterizing what you said, or
No, Beckett got me into call. I thought it was going to be talking about the Lily stuff, but he sprung on me a conversation about Poppy that I was not ready for at the time. But in retrospect, I don't think I would have been able to get away from Poppy without it.
Mhm.
Genuinely. Because he forced me, not literally, but in a colloquial sense, to start actually pushing back against what Poppy had convinced me was the truth. And then she started pulling me back in with the promises and the threats and the verbal abuse and the, oh, but everybody misses you, and the stuff that she does, that she always does. And it got into my brain, and I was doubting everything Beckett showed me for a minute. I was.
Mhm.
But then Endless Community stepped in and shook me out of it, and I told Poppy that I couldn't be a part of this. If she wasn't willing to change and fix herself, then I couldn't be in her life, and I disappeared. Kiwi Farms found me not long after I vanished.
You have a thread on
Not
there?
that I'm surprised. I appear on Lily and Leo's threads, but I don't think I have a dedicated thread of my own. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if after I came back I got one, but I've accepted that I'm a lolcow. There's always going to be people who laugh at my suffering, and
Well,
why give a shit what strangers have to say about me?
I guess I am like I just did want to like ask Beckett this. Is there like criticism against this individual from your community, Beckett, like for doing something insane that I'm not hearing about, or am I
Well,
missing something?
Patchwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, like look, Patch's history with the ACC is really like fucking long. That's why loads of people are like call in because like there's like a load of things there with the way those relationships worked. There is stuff around Weebus and how accurate that document was, and like what their relationship looked like. But it's all like fucking miles deep, and I'll be honest with you, I don't even fucking care about it. But I will say this, like moment of candor. I don't. I guess okay. Here's my question, Patch. why come back at all? Because like surely this is, you've been around long enough to know the response you were going to get from like the wider people around who've known and watched you for a while, whether it's the Xena and Poppy stuff, the Lily stuff, the ACC stuff. I mean, you know that you get that response, right?
Because I have an opportunity right now to tell people who the people who hurt me really are, in the hopes that maybe they won't get hurt. Maybe the people watching this, or watching the stream that I did with Seska, or who have been in the chat in Malcolm's server, will see the information that I'm able to give about Poppy, about Thomas, about Lily, and maybe it'll prevent someone.
Thing as you were doing before. Like this is exactly the same thing as you were doing before. You're like litigating other things that have happened to you through other content creators and other people. Exactly the same way you've done with like Lio and the Senate.
No one ever gave a shit about when I stood up for myself on my own channel. So maybe asking for help will work this time. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm still naive. Maybe this is stupid and Kiwi Farms is right, and I should go back to touching grass the way I was before all of this happened.
Well, to be fair, right, Becky, I was talking about Lio Convoy. This person obviously has a grievance, so like it's fine for them to call into the stream and
yeah. Listen, I'm not saying it's not fine. I'm just saying that you're doing exactly the same thing that led you to the position you're in now, just with another community again.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would. If I were
no,
you,
that's a fair criticism.
Yeah, if I were you, if you're coming back, you are gonna get a lot of shit. Obviously, if you're a controversial figure. And...
I mean, I got messaged by like multiple people, like Patches in Malcolm's Discord. I got like 10 DMs about it. Like people are aware, dude. I haven't said anything about you on stream because I don't give a shit. But like, I listen. I know another content creator who was like looking at this and was like, "Yep, well, we'll wait for the patches crash out because that's how this goes."
Is this your whole community? Is this just the ACC getting people who are like obviously like a little like with mental illness or who are mentally unstable and just like?
Well, no, because Patches known through the Xena and Poppy stuff and through the Lily A-log stuff and like. Patch has been around a long time, so it's not just Senate people who know.
Yeah, no, I've been here since like 2017.
Becky, do you ever feel like there's just like no honor in this? There's no fight. I just like, I don't know. I just like if I were.
Why does there need to be a fight?
Well, okay, but the point is there is, and I think if you are engaging in a fight, you should do it against people that can put up a fair fight, if not a better fight than you can.
Which is why Lio should talk to you, Aiden. I completely agree. I'm completely on your side, buddy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have fun just like sitting here trying to fight with people who like obviously have like issues and can't adequately respond on its own. I mean, I'm just I don't know. It's a strange community to me. I'm a tourist, just taking it all in. I did want to ask about the bestiality porn thing. I guess just a clarifying question. Once again, I'm an outsider, so like hearing stuff like that, it's very like, what's going on here? In regards to bestiality porn, I guess, you were totally.
It's on the forums. You can do the research there, man. It's on the forums. It got leaked by Senate years ago onto the forums.
How old were you at that point?
I was barely 21 when I was involved with Lily. And I was fresh off of a coke addiction, so that tells you how sane I was. Lily, much like a lot of the targets for Poppy, and I will insist on this, Leo's more vitriolic streams, are people who are vulnerable for the sake of being vulnerable. That is a thing that I've consistently noted with a lot of people that I've gotten into controversy with, is they will select people who are damaged and use them for their own entertainment.
Uh-huh. To be clear though, right? I mean, I guess like if you were an adult, there is like some, even if there were like mitigating factors.
I was a cognitively impaired recovering addict in financial disarray due to losing my disability income.
I mean, you could say that about like anyone. Like half people in prison would tell me that. Like,
Are you familiar with a legal term known as vulnerable demographics?
You're not under conservatorship or anything though, right? Like you are able to handle your own affairs. You adopted someone so you can handle their affairs too, right?
I was not able to handle my own affairs at the time. No, I was not. I was impaired to the point where I needed a caseworker.
Got it.
When Lily was preying on me, I was a recovering addict and deeply disabled to the point where I was wheelchair dependent. I had a caseworker.
Okay, I'm trying to be empathetic here. In regards to, so what did they say to you to get you to agree to this?
It was a lot of gaslighting, a lot of verbal abuse, a lot of love bombing, a lot of love bombing.
Like
That's
giving you affection? A lot of
tons
affection?
of affection and praise, bringing me into calls, bringing me on her streams, promoting my commissions, and then suddenly she'd stop, cut me off for a couple months, not a word, no socialization, complete withdrawal, isolate me from everyone. And then it would be back to the love bombing, back to the attention, cut me off again until I was completely dependent on her emotionally. That is what she does.
Got it. So your ex person you're with gaslit and love bombed you to like draw sex with animals?
Lily Orchard did
Got
that.
it.
We were not
Got
in a
it.
relationship even, although in retrospect she abused me the same way she did her ex-wife Lizzie.
Uh-huh.
The same exact way. If you want to look into that.
I'll be looking into all of this. This is just very I guess
Welcome to the rabbit hole.
Interesting to me. I don't know. I'm just taking it all
I
in.
take full accountability, even with the fact that I was impaired at the time. I take full accountability now for the fact that I capitulated to her abuse. Because whether I was lucid or not back then, I still did the fucked up thing. I did the fucked up thing, and that's not something that can be denied.
I mean, silver lining is there were no animals that were harmed. It was, just drawings.
I mean, we don't know that because if you look at the Terra Cali logs, oh boy, Lily probably hurt some dogs.
Excuse me, wait. So in this situation, there was someone that might have had sex.
I have to do things today, so I'm gonna bounce because I need to end stream. Have fun with this convo. Nice to speak to you, Patch. Take care. Peace.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I am gonna have to look into all this. Beckett was kind of holding my hand through it all.
A girl by the name of Brittany, username Brit's Galaxy Brain on Tumblr. You can get all of her logs there, or I can send you the archive. She has logs of Lily using a puppet account to talk about being interested in incest, pedophilia, and bestiality, and potentially talking about having sex with dogs. I don't know what's a lie from her and what isn't anymore.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm gonna be looking into all this. If you're willing to have another conversation after I've just seen all of this, that would be cool. If not,
honestly, after this, I'm probably gonna bail from the space again because I'm realizing this isn't good for me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you change your mind, my line is open. I'm willing to give anyone a neutral platform to express anything they need to express in this regard. And yeah, I appreciate you coming on, being willing to talk to me about a lot of this stuff. And wishing for the best. Thank you.
Oh, I got kicked from Malcolm's server during this stream.
Oh shit. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fine.
All right, best of luck. What is wrong with this community, dude? This is like I could just like farm content off of like all the rabbit. It's like you bring in a rando from the ACC, like a rando from the ACC calls in. And it's like about fucking dogs. It's about like fucking dogs. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with this community, dude? What is wrong with these people? Why would any like competent, sane person willingly decide to dip their toe into the ACC and engage with any of this shit, bro? Okay, someone else wants to call in to handle a long conflict we've had. So I'll let her call in real quick. If you guys are enjoying what you've seen so far, by the way, make sure to like, sub, and donos. Streamlabs Super Chat. I'll read the donos I miss right now real quick.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey. What's up?
So some people were telling me you had some like grievances with me that made you potentially leave the community. Um, so I thought we could talk about those.
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't. Okay, so you don't have any grievances with me.
Um, grievances. I have criticisms. I don't know if I would call them grievances.
What are your criticisms? Fire away.
Well, how about we take a step back and remember why you invited me to call in? I thought this would be me sitting my ass down and listening to the feedback you have to give.
Oh, okay, so the reason I wanted to give you feedback is because it sounded like there was a misunderstanding that you felt like I was being like a dick to you or whatever. Maybe someone
Mhm.
like completely mischaracterized what you were saying to me behind the scenes or about me behind the scenes. But apparently I was such an asshole to you that it contributed to you leaving. Apparently you didn't leave though, so.
Well, I left the service. Yeah.
Yeah, I just generally feel like you kind of like lack self-awareness. I think that's like probably the biggest criticism. I think you like
Can you elaborate?
yeah, I mean I think you just like act like you do things that are obviously going to annoy somebody, but then like
Mhm.
just like wonder why people are like annoyed.
Okay, would you like to elaborate some more? Like give some examples, maybe?
Yeah, I mean obviously we had the Lex shit, but we moved on from that, and then
Uh-huh.
there are like other comments like contrarian one guy type shit. I feel like you type out sometimes, and then everyone gets annoyed,
Mhm.
and then you act like confused as to why people are annoyed. I think that didn't that get you banned from Spicy?
No?
No, why were you banned from Spicy?
You can ask Swedish Crow, and I should give you a very good response.
So you don't know why you were banned.
Well, I mean, I think it's universally accepted that, I mean, Stylo doesn't like me, which is fair.
Hmm.
And that's why I was banned. There was no reason. There was nothing specifically that I said or did.
Yeah, why do you think a lot of people don't like you?
I could ask you the same question.
I mean, it depends on the person. There are many different reasons. I think generally, a lot of people don't like me because I kind of dispute a lot of the popular opinions or accepted opinions amongst the
Uh-huh.
people they watch or are friends with. I kind of am like very confrontational in my style of talking to people, which is obviously going to cause some people to, not get defensive and dislike that.
Mm-hmm.
So can
So
you?
here's the thing. The problem is like it's not that I don't get why the way I interact can annoy people.
Mhm.
What I don't get is why it annoys you or I guess like anyone else in this community. Because what I would like for you to explain to me is how my behavior is uniquely infuriating compared to other people's behavior, including your own.
So it's not so it's always like a weighing like what somebody brings versus what somebody doesn't bring, the frequency of these events. And like for example, the reason I was way more annoyed with you than I was with Bug for
Mm-hmm.
like interrupting that conversation and like inserting yourself into a prime piece of content was because generally first of all there's like out of character behavior from Bug. I've never seen him do like anything that made me like super annoyed unless it was like a moderation decision. Um but for like you like it seems like you do like a lot of these like unself-aware thing like it's like a pattern and then like you don't know why people are mad at you and like that was like one of those examples. It's like is when you mention these behaviors in the context of other people it's not really a pattern and they typically offer something that kind of outweighs all that.
All right. Well, if you want to bring up the Kathy Sunday VC specifically, I remember exactly what I interjected with. Kathy was pressing Sunday on, oh, like, oh, why did you do this? Is it just because you hate Destiny? And Sunday was, I don't know, mumbling something. And I said, yes, it's because he hates Destiny, because Sunday doesn't accept it. I did not say anything like, oh, come on, Sunday, this is obviously a troll. Oh,
No,
let's all wrap this up. I did not do any of that.
that's not the problem what you did. Kathy was not there to seriously debate. Kathy was there to troll. And because Sunday's like such an autist, he was seriously engaging with the debate and couldn't
Yes.
pick up on it. Although you didn't expose that Kathy was a troll, you tried to like inject yourself and give like serious arguments to both sides yourself, interrupting like a keynote fucking piece of
I
content.
literally said like one or two things, and it was just to the effect of like, yeah, Sandy just hates Destiny. This was his motivation. If anything, it should have propelled the conversation along because Sunday was not admitting that.
So I think it was maybe a little.
Also, actually, possibly a better point is that this VC happened after you banned me from your server, which I had assumed at the time was you just goofing around, and retrospectively, I understand this was because you find me uniquely infuriating. So it must have been something before the Kathy conversation that set you off.
I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was just I found you like annoying, and it was just easier to have you out of the server than have to deal with you being annoying.
Sure, that's fine. And if you just stuck to, just don't like her, that wouldn't have been a criticism for me. I think the criticism comes from you repeatedly trying to justify my ban link to Taya, or just in random like rants on stream and bringing up reasons which I don't believe are fair, specifically in the framework of the space and with basically what you yourself engage in.
Sure. So what criticisms did you feel like weren't fair?
So from what I remember, like the first kind of rant that made me realize that apparently you have like some actual issues with me. It was that you said that that was annoying, a busybody and argumentative, and the first thing that came to my mind is that those exact words are very often used to describe you.
Sure, but you're doing the thing Beckett does. Or it's like those same words. Yes, people say everything. Someone says or describes something. The question is what they're saying like substantiated or not? If somebody finds me annoying,
all right.
If someone finds me annoying, someone finds me annoying, they can find me annoying. They're welcome to do that. But I could still find you annoying. I don't understand what the discrepancy is.
I would say that the discrepancy comes from when you try and bring up examples of behavior to justify being annoyed, such as, well, obviously like the Kathy VC, then complaining about being banned from Spicy and from your server. So okay, let's pretend that I was entirely serious about all of that every time, because let's say like my jokes did not land. Obviously you do the same thing, right? Like, and that's fine. Like, I don't have any issue with you complaining about getting timed out from Spicy or going on Beckett's stream with Alex Gakma to cry about it. Like, that's fine. But why is me complaining about it annoying and you is not? Like, that's what I don't get, kind of thing.
So annoying is a purely subjective term, and
yes, exactly. So why do you keep trying to justify it to people like a rational decision while it's just a subjective?
Wait. Okay, so if somebody is calling in, which is what Taya did, and acting like the reason that I got rid of you was because you were a woman, and I clarify and say no, it was annoyance. To clarify that I wasn't just annoyed that you were a woman, I brought up reasons. I brought up reasons that contributed to my
you said
subjective annoyance.
I was very. Okay, so if you just said that, I would have had no issue, but that's not what you said. You said, no, that's not why. No, she like behaves in this way. Like she did this with Kathy VC and with the Lex thing. And by the way, I'm not the only one that got rid of her. Diori also demoted her. Like, why do you feel like you need to justify it? Just say like, yeah, I just don't like her. That's it.
Okay, so okay, I'm gonna follow that up, so you don't need to like interrupt and go on a new argument with this next question. I'm just doing a line of logic here. No, you're not interrupting. I'm saying if you are about to, you don't need to go on a new line of argumentation because I'm gonna ask you questions that are leading somewhere. So my question to you is, are all the circumstances that I gave to Taya correct? Like, did they actually occur?
Yeah.
Okay, so
actually, wait. Give me a second. Actually, no. No, you said, and apparently she was in Cameron's DMs and he hates her too. Well, that's a misrepresentation and a half, wouldn't you say? Because you know the circumstances of that.
I don't. You weren't in DMs with Cameron?
Well, he was in my DMs, and you know that because he told me he was going to speak with you 3 days in advance, and I DM'd you, and I made sure that you had a screenshot of Jelly's statement that you could press him on.
I guess I didn't read your DM.
And you did because he responded.
I did? When was this?
3 days before you spoke to Cameron, I guess. Like, it was like the 21st of something.
The 21st of... for the first Cameron interview?
Yeah.
Then I guess I just didn't remember?
Yeah, I guess not. So I guess you made an inaccurate statement, didn't you?
No, I said apparently you were in Cameron's DMs. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, which implies what?
That you're
Which
like
implies that
you're like
I was
cordial with him?
DMing him trying to get something done, trying to get something.
That you're
He
like
was in my
cordial?
DMs. Yeah, I'm cordial with everyone. I'm kind of the best person, if you don't know.
Yes, but the criticism. Okay, so the point being, like, I obviously like assume like there's potentially like duplicitous behavior and being cordial with like literally every side of every issue. If you're saying that you were being cordial with him in that context, then my point still stands. I didn't really like that. Doesn't really change anything.
Being cordial does not mean being untruthful or leading anybody on. The only lie that
did I say you're untruthful for being in Cameron's DMs?
You said duplicitous.
I said duplicitous just now. Okay, so I think that like you play both sides maybe on some things. Just what
Oh
you
yeah,
did,
actually, this reminds me. This was a criticism that you made before, and like a while back, and I told you that I'm be happy to come on and give you my take on whatever you think I haven't given a proper take on.
Yeah, yeah, okay, that's fine. We could go over the duplicitous criticism, but right now we're addressing what I said on that stream. What I said about you on that stream is like that part is correct. But like the whether you disagree or not, whether you disagree with the assessment of those actions, the actions themselves did happen, correct?
I would say that the way you phrased it was misrepresenting both.
This is why preface is saying I'm getting to an argument, because this question is going to lead to another one, which is then going to get to my argument. So were those correct? Did those happen?
Sure. Well, I suppose they weren't an entirely untruthful description of the events that transpired, even though some of your arguments were clearly irrelevant to the question that Tay was asking, because you were referencing something that happened after
we'll get to your argument in a sec. I'm trying to get somewhere. I'm trying to get somewhere. I
answered your question.
Okay,
sure.
So
you didn't, you didn't lie on there.
Okay, so these things happened, right? Even if you disagree with my extrapolation from those events that I was recalling, okay?
Yeah.
We have agreed annoying is a subjective feeling. We've agreed that Tay was calling in to with the
It's Taya, you misogynist.
Sorry, Taya was calling in with the preconceived belief that my reasons for disliking you were because you were a woman, right? And if annoying is subjective, and I subjectively find all of those events annoying, then obviously to refute her notion that I purely dislike you because you're a woman, or I'm annoyed at you because you're a woman, I'm going to provide those events that I subjectively find annoying to substantiate my subjective feeling.
Well, it would have worked better if you didn't substantiate it with something that happened after you already, clearly made your annoyance known by banning me. So it feels like a post hoc rationalization. I guess, like, here's the thing, like, the dissonance, I guess, like, that I'm feeling. So like months and months ago, so I was in President Sunday's chat and I said retard, and the mods like told me off and said like, no, like we don't do this here. And I was like, all right, obviously overall, like that's not a standard I hold, but I guess that's the standard they hold over there in that space. So the way, like, when you tell me like, okay, like you are uniquely essentially infuriating and impossible to tolerate, in kind of another space, I would be like, sure, that's fine. I guess what I don't get is how is it uniquely infuriating in your space, especially, with your chat of one guy. So you mentioned like, oh, it's annoying one guy, contrarian or whatever.
Well, first of all, I find those people funny. I personally just don't. I don't find you funny. Those people are typically
that's just a you problem, really.
And also there's a horrible point, because if somebody's in here to just one guy, I get rid of them. If it's like somebody like Kevin, who one guy's but also like adds genuine commentary to what I'm talking about, then I leave them in here because they're offering something in addition to their one guy.
So I don't offer anything in addition to that. Is that what you say?
To me personally, no.
Well, I'm very sad to hear that.
It's nothing personal. I just like, I just don't think, you're just annoying and there's no benefit to it. I don't really,
I mean, sorry. Obviously, like I've provided like answers to questions that you would have, like, during conversations or streams that you've had, or like in Discord. Like, don't pretend like the only stuff that I ever say is like joking around or one guy in you. Like, that's just not true. Essentially, what I'm saying is, and I'm not claiming that this is because I'm a woman or because I'm Russian or because I'm an easy target, which, I believe you to be somebody who is like, should be above targeting somebody because they're an easy target.
I actively
Whatever it is.
I didn't.
No.
I
let me
always
finish.
root for the underdog, which is why I said you should be unbanned from Spicy. Did I not do that like for a long time? Like I like defending the underdog.
Whatever it is, I do feel like, you are holding a double standard, and I mean, I don't know why it is, but I'm just surprised at that.
Sure, if you're accusing me of a double standard, though, you would have to show, look here, he says this, or he has this standard, but at this other example,
okay,
he
sure.
tolerates it.
So when you hit me from chat,
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
Well, I
sure
remember it very well.
I know it happened, but I don't remember it.
Don't worry, I'll recap it for you. So you hit me from chat. Oh yeah, because like Stylo came in, so I timed him out for 5 minutes. And then so then like Shelby and timed him out, whatever. So then later, I think you were doing a show, and I said be funnier. So you're like, oh, be funnier. Well, like now you can't chat. They're like, I'll unhide you if you DM me something funny. So I DM'd you I believe, very clearly facetious message.
I didn't read it.
Kind of like yeah, you did, because you read it. You pulled it up on stream.
Did I? Okay, I guess I did.
Yeah, you did.
What was it?
I forgive you for leaking DMs. That's all right.
I guess I did read it.
Yeah, you did. You pulled it up on stream, and you went off for like, oh, this is insane. Why is she like messaging me all this, whatever? Oh, and apparently she did it to Beckett too, because like Styler mentioned Beckett in chat, and I messaged you like in DMs, like as a follow-up. Like, no, he means I timed him out in Beckett's chat as well. Like it's not serious. I believe I said, do you need me to use tone indicators? But the next stream, or the stream after, you were talking about interacting with somebody, I can't remember whom, and you did a little chuckle, and you said like, I just love DMing a long message to somebody in response to a petty reason. I just find that funny. And I was like, bitch, me too. So like, why do you not get it? I guess like I'm just incredulous. Like, why? Like, I kind of thought that you would be able to kind of understand, I guess, like my style of communication, and clearly like you do not understand it, which, so obviously that's not a criticism, that's just unfortunate.
So the context of the statement that you've just referenced, I'm pretty sure I was saying that in regards to like seriously addressing a claim. Like I was like alluding to like the Dark Viper shit, where he like writes a 14-page peer-reviewed analysis of
No, it was you responding to somebody in DMs with a paragraph and saying like, oh, it's funny to respond to something stupid with a long read, which I agree.
I don't think that doesn't sound like how I talk. I don't know if that was the exact. Who was I replying to? Maybe that will help narrow it down.
I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay, but the closest thing I can think to saying something along the lines of that is, I think it's fine to DM someone an essay in response to like an individual point, and I kind of think it's funny. Not that the thing that I'm DMing them is like unserious. Not the thing that I'm DMing them is unserious. Just in hindsight, looking back, what I just wrote is like kind of funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, this doesn't contradict anything I just said.
Well, yeah, but I don't see where like the double standard is.
So obviously, like what I was DMing you, I mean, it wasn't like, I guess, like entirely unserious, but clearly like I was hamming it up. I was like, I think I made 2 points. Well, the first one was like, yes, like I will never not find it funny to time Styler out for like a marginally inconveniencing amount of time if I'm ever modded in somewhere where he's not.
Yeah, but there's nothing funny about timing him out. It's just like annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny to me. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, and I find what you found funny to be annoying.
Yeah, that's fine. And then the second point was like something about you like bending the knee to spicy chat moderation or whatever, followed by several exclamation points, clearly being facetious.
What I say about that?
But then you brought it up on the stream and had a conniption over how psychotic it was or something to that effect.
I said it was psychotic. Huh?
Well, no, you didn't use the word psychotic.
Well, I don't know what
You
the thing is, you remember a very specific statement. I gotta be honest with you. I don't remember like everything I've said on stream. I don't remember every DM I've read. So like maybe like it seems like slights against you. You have a very good recollection of. So you're gonna remember some of these things.
the claim I'm making is that you put it up on the stream and commented on it as this was like a seriously worded statement that is representative of my, I guess, like unreasonable state of mind, something to that effect.
I don't think
Whereas it was clearly joking.
I don't think that's what
even if you don't find it funny.
Yeah, I just don't think that's what I said. I'd have to look back at the statement. But I don't really. I guess you're not I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I said on the stream.
All right. I mean, the bottom line is, next time, if ever anyone asks you why you banned me or whatever, just say I just don't like her,
I'll say
maybe
exactly what I
don't
said.
try to justify it.
No, I'll say I had annoyances based on insert reasons I had annoyances.
All right. I mean, it's up to you.
Okay. Thanks. Paul.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right. Cool. So here's the deal, folks. We're about 2 hours, 30 minutes into this thing. I know a lot of you are raiders. I am unfortunately jonesing right now for nicotine. When we get back, we are going to cover the BradTaste shit. We're going to have Rose Malay call in, who's apparently very eager to call in. So I'll have Rose Malay come on. I'll be gone for like 7 to 10 minutes. Don't worry. I'm going to let you have some Kino in the meantime. And bear with me. I appreciate all the donos. I'll read them real quick. We're over a quarter of the way to stream goal. Will is me with the 2. Or wait, Soul Skibbity with the 2. Congratulations, Aiden. Thank you so much. Ryan with the 2. Oh, and when I call in your stream, fucking pick up. Yeah, I said that to Dickers. Soul Skibbity with the 3. Thank you so much. Will is me with the 2. Dude, Will is me is on a roll here. He's like our biggest donor of the week, of the month. Will is me with the 2. Why are you flirting with the ACC? Skyhawk with the 2. I hope this person obtains. Okay, I can't read that last part. It's against TOS. Run for breakfast with the 2. Have a couple bucks for actually having this combo. Thank you so much. Jojo with the 2. AG4L, thank you so much. Will is me with the 10. Our biggest donor of the night. Durio Queeman debacle with Discord and her cannot be trusted. She cost you an interview with Weta. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think she's like a bad person, but I'm obviously gonna be like sat here like, Wang, what do you offer me? Why did Simpman DM me and then delete it? Dude, why does Simpman keep DMing me? What is up with this guy? Question mark, okay. I don't know what the deal is with that. What the fuck was I just talking about? Yeah, so obviously, if you've just like been a hindrance to me and you could say this is like a very narcissistic way of looking at it, but no, I'm not friends with this person. I'm not friends with most people online. It's purely like a transactional exchange. If you're just like really fucking annoying and don't offer anything to my community, and then the annoyance isn't really like justified for me, and I'm gonna get rid of you out of personal preference. Now, is that a hard ban? No, I'm sure she'll be let back in eventually. She didn't do anything serious. It was just like my personal annoyances. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be back here in a bit to continue from last stream. One of my best pieces of content, the GTA 5M streamer who was crashing out on people for not role-playing hard enough. Whose mom came into the room. Hold on. All right, I'll be back here. 7 to 10 minutes. You're not going to miss what is coming up, folks, tonight on Aiden Live. I don't think that's the name of the channel.
I'm gonna help you. Hold on. You need a patch up or do you need a revive? Can I help you with something? If you need something, fucking just lay on the bed, please. If y'all need something, lay on the fucking bed. You should be able to third eye it, and it should let you know to lay on bed or put closest player to bed.
Ma'am, there are several people with internal bleeding right now in the lobby. People are dying in the lobby.
The morgue? If they went to the morgue, they should pop up at,
The morgue? She's so, dude.
It's okay. I can't see him for some reason. Hold on.
Yeah, a lot of my patients have gone to the morgue recently.
No, I didn't take anybody to the morgue.
This is your average now recording fan. I say it all the time. If there was ever a good exemplification of a Nick Diorio now recording Cabalite fan, it is this person.
Dude.
I want to do like a stream where we go on 5M and we like troll by getting so into our role. We treat it like real life and like we go and like complain to HR about bitches like this. What is the Discord entering and leaving? That's on her end.
Hold on, these stupid cunts punched me out. Hold on. And I can't do shit. Hold on.
Oh, I wish we could see her chat right now. Or it's on the end of the guy who's recording those.
Put me on the fucking clock, you stupid cunt bitch.
He's cooked. Dude, he's laying on the fucking bed. 4 people have died in the lobby, and she's like telling people to go suck dicks and calling them cunts. And they just acknowledge he's totally cooked.
Put me on the clock, you stupid cunt. No, shut the fuck up. Put me on the fucking clock. No, shut the fuck
Ma'am, you're having an emotional problem. You're not ready to work with patients. We've clocked you out for the day.
up and put me on the fucking clock. If you got shit to say to me, fucking talk to me later. Put me on the fucking clock, you dumb cunt. I don't give a shit.
Dude.
Fucking put me on the
We've got patients dying. 4 of my patients have already died. Put me back on the clock.
clock, you stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and put me on the fucking clock. Put me on the fucking clock, you dumb bitch. You can't fucking fire me.
This is incredible.
No, fuck you. Why am I on here? What the fuck? I don't give a shit. Fucking put me on the clock, you dumb bitch. What the fuck? What? What the fuck do you want? Fucking put me on the fucking clock.
They've clocked her out for the day. She's too emotional. She needs to go home. She's not equipped to work with patients. Typically, ma'am, this is RP. You're not getting into the role. Typically, if a doctor is leaving patients in the waiting room for so long that 4 of them have dropped dead and they're like crying and screaming, typically we send the doctor home for the day.
Then fucking come talk to me. Dude, fucking leave. Leave me alone. I'm fucking coming. Let's go. Dumb bitch. Yeah, you heard what I said. I called you a dumb bitch. Can you leave me alone? Fucking close my door and leave me alone.
What? Wait. No, Sean. No, who is that? Like her brothers? Heather, you haven't showered or left your room in 4 days. We're worried about you. I have patients on the table. Dude.
I'm fucking coming. Let's go. Dumb bitch. Yeah, you heard what I said. I called you a dumb bitch. Can you leave me alone? Fucking close my door and leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone.
Leave me alone.
Close my door, bro.
She's oh my god.
No, because this shit is so annoying. You all I'm talking simply.
And she's on stream. She hasn't turned the stream off. She hasn't turned the stream off. Heather, we're worried about you. Please come out of your room. You haven't showered in 4 days. Your cat is dead.
You close my fucking door and leave me alone. No, get the fuck out of my room. No, get
Is that her dad? Who is that? He looks old. Is that her dad? Or her grandpa? What the fuck? I've seen good crash outs over this game because only like you either have 2 types of people. You have people that are on here to have fun, like kids, and they troll and fuck around, or like adults that act like kids, like myself, that join to troll, or the people that take this super seriously and are like mentally deranged and have crash outs. Is that like her dad or her grandpa?
I'm talking simply. Can you
Or
close
her mom?
my fucking door and leave me alone? No, get the fuck out of my room. No, get
Heather, it's 3 in the morning.
out. Shut. No.
It's her mom. That's her mom or her grandma. Dude, Shamu the fucking whale. Dude, I feel so bad for this poor old lady. She thought she was gonna settle down, have kids. She's fucking SeaWorld in her house.
Oh, shut. No. Get out.
Dude, this is incredible. Dude, Chud Logic is gonna go live. He's gonna wake up and go live. He's gonna be like, yes, mate, I have the dream, George not found, Asmongold drama. I've got the Heather drama, Chud. You're raped. You're raped.
Ow! What the fuck? Get out! You better get out! Shut no! Get the fuck out, Get out! Shut up! Can you get out? Shut get out!
How old is she? This is a good question. She looks like she could be my age, but I don't want to like be no, I can be mean if she's like fucking like even if she's like 15, 16. This is ridiculous behavior.
Shut no!
I have absolutely no problem with bullying or making fun of 15, 16-year-olds.
Get the fuck out! Get out! I'm gonna cut those wires.
Well, I'll rewind so I don't pause.
Can you get out? Shut. Get out! Shut. No! Get the fuck out! Get out! I'm gonna cut those wires. I don't give a shit. Get out! Shut. Get out! Get out! I'm tired of you. Get out! Get out! You better knock it off. Get out of my room! Get out! Shut. Get out! Shut up! No, get out! Heather! I'm telling you to get out! Get out! Get! Go! You let my fucking cat out and shit. Go!
I didn't expect you to be watching GTRP, Aiden. We're not watching this because GTRP. We are watching the streamer crash out of the fucking century. I have never seen anything like this. Her poor mother is telling her to stop screaming over her fake job as a doctor, getting bullied by like 15-year-olds, paramedics, telling her to go suck a dick, and her patients are dying. And the mom is telling her to shut the fuck up because it's right 3 a.m. and she hasn't showered in 5 days. And she's screaming at her poor fuck. Look how disrespectful she's to her. It's even worse if that's her grandma. Don't disrespect your mom, okay? Don't disrespect your mom. But your grandma, like, dude, there's no leeway there. If that's her fucking grandma, this is 10 times worse.
Get out!
The mom needs to go and unplug the router.
Shut up! Get out! Close the door!
And the worst part is, she's not shutting off the stream. Like most people at this point, even if you are engaging in behavior that's this embarrassing, you would know to shut off your stream. I would love to see your fucking chat right now.
Get out! You better shut up! I don't care! Get out! Shut up! Get out! God, get out of my room! Shut the fuck get up! Out! Then get out! Shut up! Go! Oh, you're go! Quit fucking yelling at me! Shut up! Go! Go! Girl, you got some fucking issues. I don't care! Go!
You think, dude, her mom is I love her mom. Shut the fuck up. You have some fucking issues. Dude, her mom is keeping it so fucking real. She didn't even mute. Nope, she did not mute. She did not mute. This is absurd. This is absurd behavior.
Then go! Shut up! Heather! Then go! Bye! Go! Get out! You need to be. Get away! Leave me alone! Go! Close my fucking door and leave me alone. Shut that game off right now. Leave me the fuck alone. That bye! You better shut up!
What?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck? Dude, I know how the prospectors felt in the 1800s when they hit California and struck gold. I know how they felt. Dude, we're turning this into a series. YouTube dumpster. I'm not covering drama, dude. Fuck your drama. Fuck your gay-ass dream. Fuck Mr. Beast. Fuck George Not Found. Fuck all of it. I'm doing this. This is going to be my life from now. These are my streams from now on. Fuck you.
Get out! You keep fucking coming over here. Go! Then fucking go! Go! Bye!
This poor mom. She looks like she's in her like 60s or something, 70s. Listen, I'll give her, she looks a bit younger than Xylee. She literally has fucking Shamu the whale. I mean, Chad talked about bed blobs. The ultimate bed blob that probably doesn't work a real job. So she's fucking treating her life is so miserable. She plays GTRP, doing mundane ass shit as a doctor to escape. And she's fucking losing it. She can't even do her fake job right. People are dying in the waiting room.
Go! You better shut the fuck up! Leave my fucking shit alone! Get the fuck out!
Oh my, is she posturing to hit her mom? Oh, this is like, I'm laughing right now. Listen, I'm laughing because we all want to laugh, right? This is like bad, really bad. The mom, if she's an adult, the mom needs to kick her out of the house. She's picked up something and she's posturing like she's gonna go hit the mom. She looks like she's just like becoming violent now.
Leave me alone! Start packing your shit!
Good. I now assume she's an adult, which makes it all the more fucking pathetic. My mom would have fucking kicked my ass out when Ladies and gentlemen, we are here, we are back, and ready for the keynote. To Rose Malay, who is so patiently waiting to call in. You're probably gonna have to wait a little longer, because I want to cover Brad, and then I'll have you come on. One sec. Aiden, that was fire. Link. Yeah, I'll link it in chat. Well, actually, I'm not gonna link it in chat because while I'm gone, this is gonna be one of the VODs that goes up, as in an edited format. Because this was probably one of my favorite ones that I did. Hold on. So we're gonna full cam it. Try to ignore the gaping wound on the side of my face. Okay, why does the same person keep commenting 1.3 thousand viewers natural, by the way? You've said it now 5 times. We don't have 1.3 thousand viewers. We have 350 from a Beckett raid. YouTube purged the bots. We were getting botted earlier. It's gone. It's been gone. And even if it wasn't gone, I got the message by the 4th time. We're aware that it's bots. Thank you. It's not tooth. Oh, you're insane. You're a crazy person. This is shameful. Got it. Hold on. One sec. So, with that being said, BradTaste, you love him, you hate him, we're talking about him. Internet anarchist. BradTaste. Whoa, okay. We'll screen up on here. We'll get rid of Hoi 4. We're done with Hoi 4. And we'll get Brave open. Okay, cool. So, BradTaste, apparently, music YouTuber, beloved. He's apparently had a new crash. Whoa, why is it disappearing on me? Okay. So, BradTaste, a beloved music YouTuber, big in the music scene. He's had several crash outs over the years that I've just like heard about and I'm not super familiar with. And apparently there was a recent one. 2 videos were posted to his channel that have been archived. And there were also some allegations involved. But I feel as though to accurately cover this, we should get an understanding of his history. So we're going to watch this 16-minute Internet Anarchist video from 9 months
From being
ago
one of
to understand what BradTaste's history is.
the most respected music reviewers on YouTube to having mental breakdowns on stream.
Leave me and my partner alone, and I'm gonna keep making videos every single day. Let's do it every single day because you.
Bradley Lemon, aka Brad's Taste in Music, has had one of the most chaotic and bizarre downfalls in recent YouTube history. One that left his fans confused, concerned, and angry at the same time. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist.
Alright, thank you, Internet Anarchist.
Music, how a series of bad decisions and poor responses broke down his public image and turned him into a lolcow. Brad began his YouTube career in March of 2017
Don't
with
care.
Instead of sticking to memes, Brad quickly transitioned into posting album reviews.
Got
With a
it.
small audience. However, his channel wouldn't take off until a year later,
Got it.
engaging than the plain reviews, and then it became a
I don't-
career. And
This is okay. I love these videos are great because they like provide a brief summary of like some multifaceted drama that you want to learn like everything about. I just like I hate when they start off with the such and such started uploading shit or Minecraft. I understand they have to do it to contextualize or create like some cohesive narrative for the video. But oh my god, I just wish I could skip all those parts. Such and such started on this date and did like fucking picked his ass on stream.
to further expand and monetize his content, he started live streaming as well. This was a great move, as these streams quickly became the biggest source of income for his channel. Looking back, however, it's obvious that these streams were also the beginning of his eventual downfall. You see, live streams allowed viewers to request reviews of certain albums, but instead of just fulfilling these demands, Brad came up with a clever monetization scheme. Put simply, viewers had to donate up to $400 for Brad to consider their request. This
$400 for I never got like music review channels either, because like if you like music, why do you like need someone else to go and like validate your opinion about music? I've never understood that. Music is like totally subjective based on what you subjectively like to listen to. Why do you need someone else to tell you that what you like is good? I just like don't get that.
combined with the earnings
400 for an album, got it.
from his regular videos meant that Brad was raking in huge amounts every month, and that's where everything started going downhill. As time went on, viewers started noticing some odd behavior from Brad. He was streaming almost every day, being his usual self, but something felt off about his demeanor. The truth came out in January of 2022, when Brad uploaded a video titled, "I've been turning around my life." In this video, Brad came clean about his severe weed addiction and how sitting in front of a computer all day was ruining his mental health.
I had a bad weed addiction.
So a lot of people are gonna laugh, right? How can you get addicted to weed? Whatever. It's not necessarily an addiction, more so a dependence. So weed obviously is going to like create euphoric feelings that are able to mask maybe unpleasant feelings that have underlying issues. And weed reacts differently with everybody, and for a lot of people, it has negative effects. Okay, if it's used to escape your problems, it's never good or healthy to use a substance to escape your problems, regardless of what it is, because then you're masking it and not dealing with the underlying issue, and that can have negative impacts in the long run. Also, weed can make you lazier for some people. I don't need the comments being like, oh, well, I smoke weed and do my job fine. Great for you. I'm happy for you. I don't think weed should be illegal. You should be allowed to smoke your weed, whatever. But yes, for some people, it makes them lazy. Like me personally, that's exactly what was happening, which is why I quit. And if it's like having negative impacts on your life and you don't stop because you need it to mask underlying negative feelings, you've developed a dependence.
I discovered weed.
And that's never good. That's never good. A lot of like the stoner types like to deny that this is possible. No, it is possible. There are bad things about weed. It reacts differently with everyone. I don't need stoners like coping in the comments.
And it was just like, it felt like it gave me a new life. And by that, I mean, I forgot everything that happened beforehand and became really isolated, and it felt like I was living on a different planet.
He had more money than he knew what to do with, so he turned to weed for stimulation, and it backfired horribly.
I heard you mentioning a struggle with disassociation. I've been having the same experience for years after a bad
I appreciate that. It's not that I'm happy that you're going through it. It's just nice.
The other thing too is, for some people with underlying mental health conditions, it can just like exacerbate them. I know that Brad has like discussed having bipolar disorder, which although there's a lot of misconceptions as to what it is online, it's not BPD. It's not the same thing. BPD is borderline personality disorder, but bipolar is usually marked by like periods of like mania where you're like lack of sleep, super excited, flight of ideas, super excited about something, investing your time into something that is probably not a great thing to invest your time into, and then you have your crashes, which is like severe depression, and then some bipolar is just depression.
To know someone else, like I'm just not alone in this shit.
Thankfully, Brad recognized the issue with his addiction and promised to cut it out of his life completely.
Right now I'm about 5 months clean, which is awesome. But even though I'm 5 months clean, still think about it every day. So, still got a long way to go.
This connected deeply with many viewers who had similar struggles, with one comment stating, "As someone who has struggled with depression, anxiety, and hefty reliance on weed, these videos give me hope that I can turn it around. I'm glad you're doing better, Brad. Small steps lead to greater leaps." If left unchecked, this addiction would have completely ruined his life and career. Fortunately, he was making good progress and even posted update videos detailing his journey. During this time, Brad also started including more and more political commentary in his content.
Now, I take blame for this. I've made content that's very much encouraged people to say some stupid shit like, you know, Japanese music showing up as anime music, or reggaeton is all copy and paste garbage. Another one being there's a lot of Asian hate casually just thrown in the mix as well.
Most of his opinions, like the ones about people writing off music simply because of its originating country, were fairly valid and level-headed. And because of his good takes, many of his fans started paying attention to his political views, even more than his musical opinions. Unfortunately, this ended up having horrible consequences for Brad's online reputation. It all started in...
He's maybe like he's locking himself into like the unnecessarily into like the politics sphere. Hold on, I'm plugging in my mouse. I mean, yeah, that's obviously true, but I feel like that's like, maybe he said it because not a lot of people reach that conclusion, but that's like an obvious conclusion. Yeah, obviously, like, music is not like good or bad depending on where it fucking comes from. Yeah, but like I feel like that's just like a given. That's not some like take that requires some like unique political analysis that should now make you some like trusted figure to cover politics.
June of 2024, when Brad posted a now deleted picture with Ethan and Hila Klein from the H3 podcast. Now, taking a picture with a popular podcaster should be a relatively inoffensive thing. However, due to his previous political views, a large portion of his audience took issue with these photos. For those who don't know, both Ethan and Hila are Jewish. Hila is also from Israel and was even part of the mandatory Israeli Defense Force program.
I hate when people do this. Nobody is taking issue, at least nobody that I've seen, regardless whether I agree with the, you know, hard lefty spaces or not. Nobody's taking issue with either of them being Jewish. The contention comes from Ethan's defense of Israel, and yeah, people attack Hila along the lines of her Israeli nationality, where she's from, and the fact that she served in the IDF. And yes, even though Hila's service was mandatory, the problem with a lot of people on the other side like to, even though I think one side is like pretty deranged with all this, a lot of people on the other side like to cope in Hila's defense and be like, she had no choice. But she has publicly stated on streams that she voluntarily, by her own volition, participated in raids in the occupied West Bank, which Israel is illegally occupied since, 67? I think beyond that.
So for these particular fans,
or no, since that point,
Brad taking a picture with the host of the H3 podcast was akin to him supporting genocidal Zionists. This led to tons of backlash on Twitter and other social platforms. Brad tried to...
that's crazy, right? Because Hila and Ethan are way more predominantly known for their like YouTube channel, and I don't expect BradTaste. Most people who like H3H3 don't know about the Ela clip about her participation and raids in the occupied West Bank. I don't expect Brad to know that, and he probably just like sees some YouTubers that he likes or is previously like what they put up, and wants to take a picture with them. I don't think it's like that deep, and I think that a lot of people, I don't know, I feel like it's not really like productive to like go super hard on Brad for taking a picture with them.
Calm things down by providing an explanation on Twitter, stating, I'm aware that being around Ethan and Hill at the moment is very questionable. I wanted to meet them despite people's valid criticisms of them. I'm aware this is a bad look, and posting a photo with them upsets many people. Not the best decision on my part. However, instead of calming things down, it made matters even worse for Brad, with a reply stating, wait, you know they were problematic, and why? Then why would you ever want to meet them? If you knew Ethan / Hiller was
Because he probably doesn't know the extent of how problematic they are. Okay, he probably doesn't understand. I'm not even saying like yes, I'm not some like super far fucking lefty, obviously. There are many valid criticisms of Ethan and Ela, but I don't expect someone like BradTaste, who's probably like, he gave some like very surface level political take. Now all of a sudden he's like he's getting political fans. He's probably not somebody that's super invested in it and probably doesn't know the extent of Ethan and Ela's comments, support for Israel, or Ela's participation in the raid in the West Bank. So I don't know. I think it's like really weird to go at Brad this hard over it.
Why even risk your reputation for that meeting? Where Brad tried to further justify his actions by saying, I wanted to meet them because they were famous, and I had the opportunity to watch a creator who was a pivotal part of
that's what I thought it would be, right?
My childhood and early YouTube adventures. He also made a series of tweets voicing his support for Palestine, stating, what's happening right now in Palestine is awful beyond comprehension, and I finally understand why it's been so hard for me to speak about it. I said that I stayed quiet because I didn't know enough, but truthfully, I felt like I couldn't listen. Members of my family have died at the hands of Hamas, and it honestly has been one of the hardest situations I've ever been presented. I understand why people are upset, and I want to make it very clear that I stand with the people of Palestine. I haven't talked to many of my family members.
He's done it. He's done it. He's done it. It's gonna look like a typical insert like celebrity fence sitter take. The reality is, yes, people use October 7th as like a justification for what's occurring in Gaza. It's not, okay, and at this point, like, we shouldn't even be talking about October 7th right now. Like, Israel is what they're actively doing in Gaza. But I don't think that's probably what Brad is saying here. Obviously, if you have some personal connection to people that died on October 7th, you will have personal feelings that are attached to this that maybe make it hard for you to move on from such an event and, like, support Hamas, right?
In months because they believe Israel's horrific actions are justified. I know they are not. Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people.
Yeah, people are still going to take issue with this somehow.
Going to do my best to keep educating myself and listen to Palestinian voices, and I hope you guys are able to be patient with me I genuinely...
You will literally just give your take on this if you want to give your take on it, right? And I, you know, I'm obviously overwhelmingly anti-Israel, but don't try to appeal to like the surface level armchair like political analysts, please. Like, you're never going to win with them. You're just never going to win. Okay, give the take for you. Give the take because you genuinely believe in something. Don't give a fucking PR statement trying to win over their favor because it's just never gonna work. You can never try to appeal to this crowd and like actually win.
Try to learn. Some fans try to defend Brad from the backlash, with one of them telling Brad that is, quote, being way too harsh on himself.
You can hate what Israel's doing and not support Hamas, though. Obviously, yes. 150%. The problem is the disdain for Hamas is consistently used as a justification for Israel's actions. Israel created circumstances that led to and in some cases directly contributed to the rise of a group like Hamas. Okay, and even though I overwhelmingly disagree with Hamas, I think that no, civilian targets are never justified. People like to use the "do you condemn Hamas" thing to kind of like act like what's happening in Gaza is somehow justified at all. No, whatever Hamas is doing, you know, my nation's arms and everything else are not going to Hamas. So obviously, yeah, I'm not a fan of them. Obviously, Hamas is probably bad, but the condemnation of Hamas is used as a justification or to soften the negatives of Israel's like acts in Gaza and their occupation. I know Hamas is not in the West Bank. I know that's the PLO, but still.
Not everything has to be tied back to something controversial, but by this point, Brad was on board with denouncing Ethan and Hiller, stating, the famous people in question are hated by a lot of people for really strong and dangerous opinions, and I planted my smiling face next to them and posted it online. I've become sloppy.
Who is Horses? Wait, who is Horses? Why is everyone talking about this horses person? I wanted or wished a cop heard my screams for help. What are you talking about? Wait, what is going on right now in chat? Okay.
I should be more harsh on myself. I'm better than that.
Hamas is in Palestine. Yeah, I'm aware Hamas. Okay, so when we talk about Palestine, we're talking about the West Bank, which Israel is occupying, and then the Gaza Strip, which Israel de facto occupies in the sense that they have like controlled essentially like anything strategic for the growth and prosperity of the Gaza Strip has been under Israel's control, right? Even though they removed all they like disengaged from the actual region itself, or removed anyone in the region itself in like 2007, I think. It might have been a little earlier than that. But you have the West Bank, which is under the governance of the PLO, and you have Hamas. Isn't Hamas the militant wing of the Fatah party or something? No, I think Hamas is the party. I might have it a little mixed up. But Hamas is governing the West Bank. So even though it's like one state, you have, due to current circumstances, you have two different governing entities in two different places.
He even apologized directly for posting the picture, with a tweet reading, "This image made a statement that I did not intend. I'd like to apologize for people who were hurt or upset by this." Brad likely thought that completely backtracking and throwing Ethan and Hiller under the bus would end the controversy. However, things were about to get a whole lot worse. This is because Ethan would respond on his Instagram, where he called out Brad for declaring him to be a genocidal Zionist without doing any research on his
Because I'm a Zionist. What does this even mean? To those that are... Okay, so...
actual views.
The right... Israel has the right to continue to exist. It simply means anyone that believes Israel has the right to continue to exist. According to recent polling, this would include 90% of the world's Jewish population. That means that Brad here would need to apologize for taking a photograph with okay, I hate this cope. I like actually despise it. I fucking hate it, okay? This cope of like 90% of the world's Jews, 90% of the world's Jews. I'm pretty sure the polling that they refer to has actively been contested. And the other problem with polling Jews is that who is and isn't Jewish is going to depend on who you're talking to. Some people don't consider those with a Jewish father, not a Jewish mother, Jewish. Some people are ethnically Jewish, but either don't follow the religion or actively practice another religion. Some people are religiously Jewish and not ethnically Jewish. So sometimes that's why you have to read the methodology of like a poll to see what are they considering Jewish when they go into this study. But in regards to the 90%, I'm certain probably the majority of people who would be matrilineally Jewish probably do support the existence of the state of Israel. That doesn't make the position more valid because a majority supports it. That doesn't make something more, just because a majority of something supports something else does not make that position valid. In regards to the existence, no, I wouldn't be a Zionist because no, I don't believe that there needs to be an existence of a Jewish homeland. Ideally, what I would love to see is like a one secular state. I don't know, we could call it like the United States of the Levant or something. One secular state with Jerusalem being internationally governed, as it is important to all Abrahamic faiths, and leaving one faith governing it is just going to cause so many unneeded disputes. But I know pragmatically that's not really feasible at the moment. So obviously the immediate solution should be a two-state solution where you have a internationally recognized Palestinian state that Israel doesn't interfere in, and then Israel in a form where it's not interfering with Palestine. And then ideally, if I could snap my fingers, it would go to that one-state solution.
Regarding the Israel-Palestine situation. This divided the internet even further, with one group supporting Brad's decision to go against the H3 podcast hosts, and the other criticizing him for not having a concrete stance on the matter. And this was starting to destroy Brad's mental health, leading to a breakdown on Instagram, reading, "I genuinely don't understand how anyone is supposed to handle the amount of noise that comes from having any opinion. I think I've seen every single side of the situation be mad at me for a different reason. I'm either doing too much or not doing enough, and trying to make everyone happy is killing."
Yeah, this is why you probably don't get, and people are gonna be like, how can you not make a comment about this? It's like, even if your opinion about if you're not a politics YouTuber, even if your opinion about this is probably like reasonable and good, if you're not saying something, because this is such a polarizing thing, if you're not saying something that exactly aligns with the other side. They're gonna purity test you, and you're gonna be fucked over. So if you're not into politics, and I don't think Brad really is all that into politics, he's probably a normie. You probably just shouldn't get involved. And to be fair to Brad, he didn't really get involved. He just took a photo with a YouTuber he liked because he's a normie. But then when people are coming at him, the response should have just been like, yeah, I'm a normie. I took a photo with a YouTuber I like. If he likes some fucked shit or said some fucked shit, I don't condone it. I haven't heard about that. But yeah, that sucks. And if I knew, I wouldn't have taken a photo of him. I wouldn't have made this like PR fucking. I wouldn't make like a PR statement that's just gonna get like further purity tested. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, we're getting botted again. Great. We're at 320 legitimate viewers, and then someone's botting us again. If you're new here, sub. We are so fucking close to 7,000 subs. We are only 60 subscribers away from 7,000 subs. So if you guys are enjoying the content, as always, great way to support me is to sub. If not, like the video. We have like 320 watching, only 60 likes. Liking helps support us. And as always, super chats, another great way to support us. You can also donate through the Streamlabs link in the description. We are over a quarter of the way to Streamly goal.
Fortunately for Brad, this was only the beginning of his troubles. In July 2024, Brad would make another massive mistake when he promoted a small content creator by the name of Rose Malay on his community tab, with a post reading, "Rose is a creator who I've known for a long time, and they are making huge improvements as a content creator and a person as of recently, and it's worth watching their work. They recently made a fantastic video listening to tons of bad music, and now they have a sample video in the same style. It's fantastic, and clearly a ton of work was placed into it. On the surface, her channel looked relatively harmless."
Yeah, Rose Malay, I've known about Rose for a while. She's called into my streams. We're going to have her call in later. She has positioned herself as like Brad's ultimate defender. But Rose is somebody that's like incredibly unstable and has like in the past made comments that seem very like sympathetic to rapists over rape victims. And then she now tries to justify it under the like, oh, well, I was actually a victim and that's how I was dealing with it, cope. But I don't really buy that so much, as I think she's had the hindsight realization, like, holy fuck, my digital footprint is absolutely fucked. What can I say to mitigate this?
However, a single look at her previous Twitter posts tells a completely different story, with horrendous takes like, "Consent is stupid, is natural and necessary for a happy and healthy society."
Okay, sorry. She made comments that were outwardly pro-rape, not just like kind of sympathetic. She made comments that were outwardly pro-rape. Got it.
"Why is the modern world so miserable? Because they're treated as criminals instead of cherished for their masculinity." In another tweet, she even defended bestiality, claiming she doesn't know why it's illegal, with a tweet reading,
"Yeah, so when I see that, this is why I don't believe." Because I was taught a message, or I was taught something. A great way to get new fans, like in the BradTube-esque sphere or whatever, is to tweet shit that is like worded to be super extreme, but is like actually kind of defensible in a converse. Like, for example, when I tweet out, "Oh, I think like rapists and murderers deserve to live," what that means is I don't believe in the death penalty. Not that I like specifically like either of these groups, but I say it like that because it's going to get people involved in the conversation. It's going to bait them into coming in. The problem here is that there's no underlying argument to be made that would like be defensible here. And the fact that it's not just, she says the rapist thing was her response being a victim, but then you have like other controversial statements unrelated to rape that lead me on to believe this person was most likely being a contrarian for attention, as opposed to specifically defending rape because they're a victim.
"I don't understand why it's illegal for a dog to lick my blank when gay men lick each other's blanks all the time, and it's perfectly legal."
Yeah, like this is obviously like worded to rage bait.
Some people try to interpret these as nothing more than awful edgy jokes. However, her continued ramblings on the same topics made it clear that these were her genuine opinions. With another tweet reading, "So much of the misconceptions about
she's trying to be a contrarian because she wants attention.
me can be attributed to this, by the way. My pacifism being misinterpreted as supporting really bad people's actions? No, I don't think it's justified for someone to be murdered because they someone. Again, time will clearly vindicate me on this." Brad once again received
The problem here, that's not even an anti-death penalty stance. That's if someone is raping you and you have a gun, you absolutely have a right to shoot them to stop them from fucking raping you. Okay, I'm pretty sure like self-defense applies to not just a fear of imminent death, but a fear of imminent serious harm. And rape is going to cause serious harm where you would obviously be fearing for your safety. So yeah, like it's not murder if you defend yourself in the moment. It's not just like she's saying, yeah, I don't think you should get the death penalty for rape. Rose's take seems to be like anti-self-defense in the context of rape.
Loads of backlash for promoting her channel, but instead of backpedaling as he did with Ethan and Healer, Brad decided to defend Rose, with a tweet reading, "She's incredibly traumatized and likely mentally ill."
Yeah, Brad just seems to be like overly empathetic in places he shouldn't be.
She isn't a monster, just someone who really needs attention and will say some really messed up shit to get it.
I think that's an accurate assessment.
She knows this. She's trying to learn.
I think this is an accurate assessment, but understanding this is an accurate assessment should probably lead you to the conclusion this is probably not someone we should be like propping up and promoting.
From it and grow. This led to even harsher criticism from his audience, who now saw him as a complete hypocrite, leading to another meltdown on stream.
It's like every day is hard, and I have to just cope with like the new way that my brain works. But I don't want you guys to feel bad for me, because it was my...
There's nothing wrong, by the way, with getting like a little personal with your viewers under the expectation that you're doing it in a very controlled, thought out way. Like, I know by saying this, it's not really gonna have any ramifications, and it's probably gonna do some good things, etc., etc. When you're doing these like impulsive, being emotional on camera kind of streams, I think you're now starting to have like an unhealthy relationship with the internet, where you're like using chat and proxy of like actual socialization or friendships or therapy. And when you've gotten to that point, I think you're now engaged in a dynamic that's not helpful.
Decision.
And to this point, Brad could have stayed quiet, and the Rose Malay controversy would have fizzled out in a few weeks. Brad, however, did something that made the situation significantly worse. In a surprise to everyone, he changed his stance once again, and spoke out again.
Yeah, so he's also desperate to appease, public sentiment. So he's like he's writing these like PR statements that just contribute to him looking disingenuous.
Against Rose, apologizing for promoting her. "I'm sorry for platforming Rose Malay. I really wanted to believe this person could change. I saw my own mental disability in this person, but they've said some of the most awful and evil stuff I've ever..."
Don't pretend to be like this. Just like, this is obviously disingenuous when you're like, you've just made a tweet saying like, yeah, I think they're meant, like, adding mitigating factors, and now all of a sudden you're acting like you're so appalled by this person's comments. It's like, your original statement could absolutely coexist with this one. I do believe that it is like a need for attention that led to those comments, and I do believe there's mental illness involved. But then that would be like, okay, then maybe don't like be like directing people towards this person to like, and say, oh, this is a great YouTuber, go check him out.
Heard and seen. Whilst many praised his apology, Rose did not like it one bit.
It's very weird to have somebody one day tell you that they're advocating for you so strongly and so publicly, and tell you that...
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna probably agree with Rose on this. Like, yeah, that also is kind of fucked to her, because he is like, he was probably on one hand being like, yeah, I believe you've changed, whatever, and now he's clearly like posting a public condemnation to save face, which makes him look super disingenuous.
It's okay to make mistakes, only for the next day for them.
He's just like actually put himself in a hole, and then when he tries to dig himself out of it, he doesn't realize he's making the hole deeper. He's just like, he's making the hole deeper and deeper and deeper.
To publicly bash you.
Likely out of bitterness towards Brad, she decided it was time to go full scorched earth on Brad and release...
Yo, thank you so much for the $5, GG's. Super fucking generous. GG's our second biggest donor of the night under Will Is Me. Much appreciated. Yeah, thank you so much. Also, like up, people. That's another way to support me. Like up, like up.
The now deleted video titled, "BradTaste in Music is Lying."
You can't ignore what Horses just said. My rapist taught me chess. Okay? I'm sorry, oh, got it. Well, guess I'm sorry that happened. Yo, what the fuck? Dude, unironically, dude, I'm just like going full Australian. I'm appealing to the Australian market. Okay, the Australians have like the deepest pockets, bro. Thank you so much, Muddler, with the 15 Australian. That is super fucking generous. Our biggest donor of the night. Much appreciated, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm Australian now. We love Australia, folks. Listen, Australia's had a bad reputation in this community because we've had people like CV. We've had Major Windy. We've had fucking Spencer Howard. So the Australians have a bad rap here.
to you. During this video, she would lay out all the dirty laundry she had on Brad.
I believe they were trans. I was so wrapped up in my own shit that I was just like, I don't care about your gender. Hey, you're
I was transphobic at 17. I liked Trump at 17. Rose remembers. I can tell you for sure that I've said the N-word, but you guys already knew this. Come on. Oh my God, I know, it's terrible. You guys are acting like you've never...
He obviously threw you under the bus to save face, but you look like a spiteful, vindictive freak when you're now just, like, going through all his, like, content to, like, make him look bad.
said something you weren't supposed to say before? Come on.
Scallywag with the 3 Australian. Australia up big time, folks. Spencer Howard with the 10, even though I just condemned you. Australia is up big time, people. Big time.
This also included...
Oh, speak up? Sorry. I accidentally turned the mic down. I turned the mic down. I'm sorry. Volume! I know this is very exciting for you people. Very exciting. No, I accidentally turned the volume down with my mouse. It's still down? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Evidence of Brad lying about things to save face in front of his audience.
Brad claimed on both his Twitter and his community tab that he was not aware of my comments. That is a blatant lie. Here is a tweet from May of 2018 where he very clearly
yeah, that was a lie to save face. I agree.
Responding to one of my comments about rape. And here is a second.
If you thought this was so fucked from the get-go that, like, it means you can never support Rose, then don't support her. But it's clear you believed that Rose had been redeemed from this. Stand by that if you have any fucking principles. If you have any principles. The thing is, Brad doesn't, and he started attracting an audience that actually expects him to be some, like, principled individual commenting on this shit.
Tweet where he is very clearly responding to one of my comments about rape. Those tweets are both still up. So for him to say that he had no idea is just a blatant lie.
She also revealed screenshots of him telling Rose that he doesn't care about what she posts. Reading, "Nah, just be you. I don't care what you post. No one is even that petty about me following you. Those people before were just really toxic about it." Where Rose ended the video with a striking reveal about Brad's true personality.
My issue is that he is a hypocrite. What he believes privately is often very different from what he believes publicly. And he's even said in the past, the only real difference between me and him is that
yeah, he's very sensitive to public pressure. And to be fair, a lot of people would be. But then just, like, don't position yourself as a public content creator expected to give, like, his genuine opinion on anything. Whoa.
Say what I believe openly, whereas he is much more careful about his public image and often doesn't reveal his true belief.
By this point, Brad had lost the trust of the majority of his audience, and his career was at rock bottom, or at least everyone thought it was rock bottom, because things got even worse with accusations of theft. In August of 2024, a Twitter user by the name of Peruko accused Brad of putting them in a $411 debt. Apparently, Brad hired Peruko for an editing job and helped them buy professional editing software. But then, out of nowhere, Brad refunded the amount, leading to Peruko's PayPal account being...
So, what I'm gonna guess happened here, and I don't remember, I feel like I read about this before, but I'm not entirely sure, so if this is exactly what happened, then it's somewhere in my subconscious. What probably happened, because this happens, because Brad was making money, there's no reason for him to refund this. He probably had credit card fraud or something, and then, like, because it was over PayPal, like, charged the money back. That could happen, right? I don't think this was, like, intentional.
411 Canadian dollars in debt. When Peruko brought this up to Brad, he sent less than half the money back, and then started avoiding Peruko by ghosting their messages and telling her to sort things out with PayPal support instead. He did eventually return Peruko the...
Apparently, what I remember as well is that by the time this tweet goes out, this was like only a few hours after their DM discussion here.
Peruko by ghosting their messages and telling her to sort things out with PayPal.
It was like a few hours.
Support instead. He did eventually return Peruko the money he owed, but not before her tweets caused yet another wave of backlash. And his explanation for this whole fiasco, well, it was because he was quoted disabled and misunderstood. He further clarified that he
yeah, there's no this is probably obviously a fucking accident. Like, yeah.
Funded Peruko because his glasses were broken and he has poor reading comprehension. How the two things are related is a mystery. He even went live to
I wouldn't have used that excuse. Be like, I misread what this person said. I obviously have no problems paying them back. Sorry that happened. I even sent them some extra for their troubles. It's my bad. Just say that. instead of coming up with some like bullshit fucking story to like justify what was more than likely a mistake. That's what I'm saying. He tries to dig himself out of a hole and then digs himself deeper and deeper in the process.
Address the situation only to declare himself as the victim.
I actually am a victim here. That's the crazy part. This is like the first time where I'm saying, hey, I'm actually being like horrifically mistreated online. I am actually being hurt by someone.
And now he's being dramatic. I think this person took advantage of what was probably obviously a mistake for some fucking attention. But no, to say I'm a victim here, just be like, yeah, I made a mistake. I'm a human. But I sorted it out. And won't happen again. At least I'll try to make sure it doesn't happen again. Instead of doing this like dramatic, performative, I'm the victim. It's not that serious, bro.
Like maliciously.
After experiencing 3 major controversies, one after the other, Brad's mental health began spiraling.
But also, why didn't internet anarchists provide the excuse Brad gave for why the money, unless I missed it, why didn't internet anarchists show like why Brad said the money got refunded? Because I'm pretty sure it obviously wasn't on purpose.
Out of control. A few days later, he went on stream, claiming that he was in a dire financial situation and needed his fans to donate $10,000.
I'm gonna ask help from you guys. Financial help. Like, right now, I need enough money to support my family, and basically, I need enough money to last about a month.
Oh, dude, the begging is... I mean, like, if you need money, you need money, but, like, to the point where... And to be fair, we all kind of beg, okay? I beg when I say, give me donuts if you want to support me or whatever. But I'm not saying that, like, in, like, a guilt-trippy, sympathize with me, I really need your money kind of way. It's like a... No, most of my money comes from donations or tips, and it makes the job, or it makes this thing more profitable, and it makes me I like doing it already. It makes me like, it adds a extra bonus to it all. But like, to actually like, get on your knees and like beg your fans, saying like, I'm in a dire situation, etc. I don't know. I feel like it's just like degrading yourself unnecessarily. With that being stated, recently, I was like tragically diagnosed with viral rectal shoot up your butt and then eat your brain and then kill you disorder. So if you want to support me in this struggle, as always, you could tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats.
Right.
Hey, and can I get $5 for a beefy 5-layer burrito? Ooh, that is convincing. That is convincing. I'm gonna heavily consider that. I might get you 5. I might give you 5 for burrito. So I'm not running a charity over here, but that's a reason I'd give someone money for.
So in total, maybe about 10 grand.
Unfortunately for Brad, the eBay...
Oh shit, you're right. The tsunami's supposed to be hitting right around now. Wait, hold up. Is there any updates on that real quick? Yeah, I'm actively, for those of you that don't know, I'm in an area that's under tsunami warning. 10-foot tsunami waves possible in Hawaii. Yeah, I'm still in the tsunami warning area. It should be hitting within the next 2 hours if it hits. Real quick. TMI? Hold on. How is that TMI? You understand, most of California lives near the coast, right? Most of California is concentrated around the coast. I am within a tsunami. I live in the Los Angeles area. Didn't Diorio leak something personal about you in his stream? I don't think he did so on purpose. I feel like there was something that happened a while back that I was a little upset about, but I don't remember. I don't think he did anytime recently, or that it was intentional. He wouldn't do that. He said you did something smart and then started freaking out. What do you talk? Apparently he talked about me today. I don't know.
Begging would only turn even more of his own fans against him, with a tweet reading, I despise this man on so many levels beyond his actual music taste, truly lolcow status, as well as, Brad, get a job, loser. So when demanding $10,000 from his audience didn't work, Brad's mental state deteriorated even further, leading to this.
I under no circumstance can listen to this album right now, because
I am not safe in my own home.
This made everyone concerned about his safety, but his girlfriend Tina quickly assured everyone that they were both safe. Luckily, his latest mental breakdown on stream led to a happier ending, as on the 6th of September, Brad posted a video titled Peace Out, in which he revealed that he is actually getting the help he needs.
Bradley here, letting you know that I am going to rehab. Yep, about 2 months. It's intensive outpatient care, and I'm not going to be uploading.
And his core fans absolutely loved this outcome, with a comment reading, "Brad, I've regained a lot of respect for you. To realize the problem is one thing, then to act on it is another. Best of luck, I have the faith you can succeed. Love you, man. Peace." But even this isn't the end of Brad's story, since
Wait, I gotta interrupt this. Apparently Duckbringer sent everyone a copy pasta. Wait, this is from the 23rd. Hey, if you're gonna wait, I think she sent me the exact same fucking thing. Oh my god, dude. If anyone wants to link me the timestamp where like she admits that she broke up, or where Rezi admits he broke up with her, send it to, dude, that stream's fucking insane. No, she didn't send me the same thing. Okay, this is unfunny and cringe. Yeah, she essentially sent me this, but it wasn't a copy pasta. It was, what's the word? It was original, but it was sharing the same ideas, conveying the same thoughts. But yeah, essentially, she also DM'd me saying she's not influencing Rezi. But this whole cope she does of, I'm opinionated, as if she's acting like I care because she's opinionated. I deal with opinionated people all the time. It's not that she's opinionated, okay? She called into my stream to try and argue a genuine position, and then got like super fucking emotional about it out of nowhere. Because she, I guess, had personal stakes tied to it that I had to like kind of like, what is this? She had like personal stakes tied to it that I had to like, you know, pull teeth to figure out what the deal was with that. Is anybody still here?
Despite claiming that he's taking a step back from content creation, he resumed uploading videos a week later, though from the look of things, he's still continuing rehab, which is ultimately a good thing. Unfortunately, a few days later, his girlfriend hinted on Twitter that she'd broken up with Brad, which, as a commenter on Reddit points out, is likely a good thing for both of them, with a comment reading,
"Is anybody still here? What? Well, the chat was dead as fuck. I was just making sure. I just want to make sure I'm not talking to myself. I actually use my chat in place of like communication with other human beings, so it gets very lonely sometimes. I think it's just Euroids right now and Australians. Type your country in chat. Let's get some activity, people. Where are you from? Where are you from?
honestly, good for them both, especially
Rep your place. Oh, Kinetic Hell. So Tay Perks is like venting about you in my server, and I was wondering if you two ladies wanted me to I'm great at like moderating disagreements between women. So if the two of you wanted to come in here and have me moderate this huge dispute the two of you are having, I would be happy to do so. God, I love the country of Florida. Such a great place. You'll do it? You'll do it? Okay, sick. I guess that we'll have that planned for tomorrow. We'll have that ready for tomorrow. It needs a fair moderator. Well, I have no personal stakes in any of this, so obviously I'll be fair. Yo, what's up, Dumpy? AA needs to do a ping pong show review for sex pats. Truk? So true. Yeah, just can we just like assume anyone going to Thailand for sex is probably gay?
latest mental breakdown on stream led to a happy
Diorio was talking about self-doxing and mentioned that you did something smart to conceal your dox, implying you gave out false information about your education, job, or location. And what is Blood on about? No, I jokingly wrote, obviously my name is out there, but I jokingly wrote in a chat once that I fucking, someone's like, why don't you drop your dox then? So I wrote that I was in Pasadena. I'm obviously not in Pasadena. But he probably, even then, even though I intended it as a joke, you probably shouldn't confirm if that's real or not. Why would Diorio confirm if that's real or that's retarded, dude? If I do put fake shit out there, by confirming it's fake, all you're gonna do is help narrow down what's real.
Happier ending, as on the 6th of September, Brad posted a video titled Peace Out, in which he revealed that he is actually getting the help he needs.
Bradley here, letting you know that I am going to rehab. Yep, about 2 months. It's intensive outpatient care, and I'm not going to be uploading.
And his core fans absolutely loved this outcome, with a comment reading, Brad, I've regained a lot of respect for you. To realize the problem is one thing, then to act on it is another. Best of luck, I have the faith you can succeed. Love you, man. Peace. But even this isn't the end of Brad's story, since despite claiming that he's taking a step back from content creation, he resumed uploading videos a week later. Though from the look of
Yeah, he is back. Apparently he got the help he needed, but unfortunately for Brad, he had another crash out, another relapse again that we're gonna be looking into. ZM Punk with the 5. No message attached to that, but that is super fucking generous. Thank you so much. ZM Punk, our 3rd biggest donor of the night. Thank you so much, buddy. We are now over halfway to Streamly goal. Yeah, why would you... Dude, that's... I guess he wasn't thinking. We know you live in the Northern Hemisphere. Doxed. True. I'm in the red zone of this tsunami. If my house gets brutalized, can I stay? Are you in California? I mean, I'm gonna be actually out of my place on Friday, so yeah, I'll just give you the keys. We're gonna get a repeat of we'll get a repeat of the Denim's Destiny situation where he lets Denim stay at his place and he comes home and he realizes Denim's has just brought another guy in. All right. I think, though, before we keep this going, I should have done this off stream. I'm just going to make a coffee real quick. I have a little Keurig. I'll do that for 2 seconds. We'll be back, and then we're going to finish the next part of Brad's little crash out. Give me 1 sec here, folks. Oh, wait, I did not mean to fucking do that. 1 sec, 1 sec. All right, folks, I'm back. Sorry about that. I got my coffee. This stream might go to 10 hours. We might do another 10-hour one. Fuck. For the first time in a long time. I don't know, dude. I'm feeling locked in tonight. I'm feeling very fucking locked in. So. Sorry, I'm back. Okay, so while we're back here, so Brad, I guess, did come back, and he's had another crash out. So let's check this out. You're German and Russian from BO. Where's Bosnia? Are you from Bosnia and Herzegovina? Are you from Body Odor? Dude, you're from Body Odor? So let's check Internet Versus, our great friend Connor, whose hair is regrowing after he shaved it. Okay, we'll time this correctly. So Brad comes back and he uploads this video. Not this one, the one we're about to look at. It's now taken down.
So I want to try to explain to you guys what's going on.
And he looks rough. He looks rough, dude. We've got the greasy hair look. We've got, dude, this is rough.
On through my head because it's pretty interesting.
Does he have a black eye? I mean, like, he's like indistinguishable from like a druggie you'd see like screaming on Hollywood Boulevard.
I had to just go to my computer and hit record because I know I have to make this video. And not for the reason that you think I have to make this video, like I'm saving my reputation. But because if I don't make this video, I'm gonna keep...
Oh, you're from Bolivia. For some reason, the prospect of having a fan in Bolivia was like, unusual to me.
keep thinking about it. Like, for some reason, like 11 months ago when like everything went down with my channel, I've just been like contemplating the perfect video, you know, that'll fix it all. I'll just say the right words and everything will...
But that's the mindset that got him into this in the first place, by the way. Trying to say the right words instead of the genuine words. Trying to say more than he has to provide justifications for things that don't necessarily need as many justifications he's providing, and in the process, he digs the hole deeper. So if he's still under that thought process, he's just going to be further fucking his career. Is he back on the drugs? I don't know if weed combined with depression, everything else, you may just like not be taking a whole lot of, you might not be taking a lot of care of yourself, which is probably contributing to like, either you just got out of the shower or he hasn't showered. The beard looks like unkempt and kind of kempt at the same time. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell what's going on here. Best of Debussy, Claire de Lune, Fleur de Lis. God, I love Debussy. Debussy is just incredible.
Go back to normal. I have learned since then that that is not reality, and I don't want it to be reality.
Whoa.
So
why did I accidentally click on the Fortnite URL? Okay. Sorry, real quick. Horses. We don't need like a full-blown like history of Prussia in the chat. Thank you. Do you think it's him falling back into the addiction that is what makes him think he needs to make a new, better video? Or do you think it's the other way around? Well, it depends on what addiction you're talking about. This could involve drugs, but it doesn't have to involve drugs. This is probably something related to his mental health. He's probably maybe in a depressive phase where he's been like ruminating on all of this, and he thinks, oh, I didn't realize the best of Debussy was was put over this video. But he's probably ruminating and thinks and undergoing that old thought process of wanting to get it all back. I mean, the bags all over his room, and dude, this is a rough look. A Ziploc baggie of pills in the background is not a good sign.
Basically, I'm here making this video really for the reason that like I want to get certain information across to people who care. And I don't really know.
This is bipolar with low resilience and poor coping skills. For some case of bipolar, I'd even say for most, your coping skills are not gonna fucking like matter all that much. It's gonna like a lot of people with bipolar, even if they try to fight it, it is a hard fucking thing to fight. And you're probably gonna need lithium. Like that's what it ultimately comes down to. I don't know. Apparently, he said previously he's bipolar. I don't know if it's a result of that or something else.
A better way to.
He's not talking like he's manic.
Do that. You know. Realistically, like, yes, I would love for this video to, like, make it so that, like, it's easy for me to just return, you know, go back to normal, what I was doing before, you know? But the reality is I could do that anyways. I'm in a good spot right now where artistically I'm confident enough in myself to where if I started making content, I believe that.
Yeah, maybe he might be manic. He might be manic, but dude, he looks like he has not slept, and I'm a hypocrite for saying that. He looks like he has not slept. He's like looking around the room. I mean, something is on this guy. He just doesn't look well.
Enjoy it enough to basically just assume on their own that I'm doing good. I really don't need a video telling them I'm doing good.
CBT can help you manage bipolar, but typically you're gonna need CBT like in combination with some kind of mood stabilizer, because a lot of the people who are manic will think that like the people that are telling them to like calm the fuck down just aren't seeing the vision, trying to hold them back.
you know, for them to understand it. Like, I could just go the sneaky underground, you know, mysterious artist route that, like, honestly, I've seen everybody do. Everybody's doing it. But I decided no. So, despite how much I really am struggling, let's talk. All right, let's start from the beginning of, like, where things went wrong. I went to a show. It was a live show in California. It was Ethan Klein and Ela Klein performing. I had backstage passes. I met them. I talked with them. I related a lot to them.
I feel like he probably stays up at night wondering, where did it all go wrong? How can I fix it? I mean, like, I'm not bipolar, but I can kind of understand, or wait, I think I can understand his mindset right now, or like what's been going on to some extent. Cause yeah, like a big thing, you know, I don't make it a secret that I'm like a bit of a perfectionist, probably to a neurotic extent, and I do spend a lot of time fixating on the things I've done wrong, and the things that, and how I could go back and undo it or whatever. And that does keep me up at night sometimes. And to him, I would imagine that coupled with his mental illness, but such a overwhelming amount of backlash, and losing, or feel like he lost the thing that was probably very preferable to him. He was making money, able to do what he loved, is probably going to lead to a lot of regret and a lot of rumination and sleepless nights as to, how can I undo this? What can I do better? Bro took one psych class and now thinks I am not okay. First of all, psychology and psychiatry are two very different things, Wendy. Second of all, I did not take one psych class. I was originally a psych major, and I took many psych classes. I am not a licensed psychologist. You're correct, and I am in no position to diagnose anybody with anything, or, you know, engage in, like, I'm not an authoritative figure when it comes to psychology, but as a human being, I can try to relate and make inferences as to what I think is happening with somebody from a human perspective, not a I'm a psychologist perspective.
Especially Ela, with her struggles with being Jewish right now. And
actually, if he was such a big fan of Ethan, he had to know about the conflict. He knew about Israel-Palestine, but no, I don't think he was lying about that, because it was probably a thing of, he was a fan of them in, like, the H3, like, Prime, in the days of, like, the H3 Prime, where he's putting up, like, what's the I'm Ethan Bradbury, like, type videos, like, and seeing them, that's the last thing he remembers, so he wants to take a picture of the people he liked in his childhood. I don't expect him to have a, like, in-depth knowledge of this issue.
like, how, like, it's, how do I say this? It's like, even now, like, I don't want to fucking talk about it. Like, I really don't, you know? But what I want you to understand is that, like, my horrible response to this whole situation is a long-term thing, or like, is the result of a lot of stuff, you know? It's like the moment where things snap. It's not the moment where it's like everything went wrong, basically. So, like, at this time, you know,
why did you not just finish the psych major? I think psychologists take themselves way too seriously, and treat what they're doing too much like it's like an objective science, like how, I don't know, an oncologist would treat their job, when in reality, psychology is incredibly subjective, and you could go to the same doctor and get about 15 diagnoses, and these diagnoses are treated dogmatically. I think that a lot of psychology focuses too much on the problem and not enough on the solution. I think that a lot of psychology, I have criticisms of psychology that I have a lot of criticisms of psychology, but I'm not invalidating the field. That overwhelmingly it is positive and useful. But I tend to see it more useful for, this would be more psychiatry, right? Psychiatry I tend to see is more useful for things that are a bit more objective, and you're like, obviously schizophrenia can be misdiagnosed, but it's like something that's way easier to detect, and like you treat with antipsychotics. then there, I don't know. I could go on and on about this. Why didn't you want to be the good one then? I'm just not committed enough. I wouldn't have been the good one. I would have been the guy that went into it and realized that I wasted my time getting a degree to sit here and listen to people's problems, and try to give them advice that I don't necessarily believe in or care that much about. And it's like, I'm just not interested. I'm not interested. Also, the pay is not great. If you're not getting a doctorate, because you get your psychology bachelor's, the pay for that is not great on its own. You then want to go and get like, to have a good pay, you want to get a master's, and then you want to get a doctorate. And your doctorate, you have like a 2% acceptance chance in some of these I mean, it's just like a lot of schooling for something I'm not that interested in.
Like, I post a picture that I have with...
Why are you in school then? I'm in school because the average pay for a job just goes up significantly when you get your bachelor's degree. Is this justified by the content of what you're being taught? In some cases, not really, but merely having the degree gives you better chances in the workforce, a better starting salary on average, and honestly helps you learn to follow through with something, commit to something, follow through with it.
Me, some friends, my fiance Ethan and Ela Klein, and basically
online debater is your new goal. I don't really know what I want to do with my life. I've been having this I've been having a strain. I'm at like a crossroads. I'm very unsure. I thought I was going to come back and do this purely as a hobby, and then I kind of like doing it, but then I also simultaneously don't want to be the 40-year-old that's sitting here talking about YouTube drama. So I don't know if this is, and I realize to do this full time, you have to, do I think I can gain an audience and do it full time if I was fully committed? Yes. Yes. You can say it's egotistical, but yeah, I think I could do it. The problem is to go and pursue a path like this, you have to abandon, the idea of normalcy, right? There's a part of me that wants that normal life, the wife and kids, whatever. But I also understand that doing this and involving yourself in this world on a professional basis, you're probably, you very well might be abandoning those hopes.
I was like, yeah, I could post that. It's great. I didn't think it'd be a statement. It was really stupid of me, because of course it's a statement. It's Ethan and Ela Klein. But I wasn't really ready for...
I'm having a crisis. I just don't really know what I want to do. I don't really know what I want to do. I've been somebody like in the past, like when I was a kid, my dream was I want to be a big YouTuber. And then I achieved it as a kid and it wasn't that great. And it's like, now what do I want to do? You want kids, but are grossed out. I'm not grossed out by sex. That's a joke. I play into it. I'm not asexual. I'm not grossed out by sex. It's just not something that's very like important to me. All right, sorry. We'll get back on topic.
Or I wanted to back out, so like I basically just went against them and said, you know what, I need to back out. I can't do this. This is too hot. And then everyone called me a pussy, which
it's not that I'm asexual. It's just like when like people are sitting around in high school, my friends constantly talking about women they were trying to hook up with. It just felt like the biggest waste of time, boring conversation ever. It's like I don't care. I honestly don't care. It's like if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. This isn't something that's like a priority in my life or even like in the top 10.
I mean, to be fair, like I kind of was, but also at the same time, I thought that my choice was understandable. Like I had a family to take care of, like I didn't want this to become my life. The problem is it wasn't that easy to get out. So yeah, people are talking about it. I'm a hot topic. And my partner is freaking out because she's involved. She's a part of the whole equation.
Apparently his partner is freaking out. Apparently he's getting accused of domestic violence. That's what I've heard. We're going to check that out here, and then we'll call Rose when this is done with. I I empathize with Brad a little bit. I do. Do I think Brad did all the wrong things and is like super disingenuous in his like attempts to save face because he values like public perception too much? Yes. Do I think Brad is some genuinely horrible person? No. I think a lot of this can be attributed to mental illness. And I think, I honestly wish the best for the guy. It's easy to laugh at him, but I hope he gets the help he needs. I just don't know if an online life, even though it's like he thinks it's ideal for him, I just don't know if it's the best thing for him. I don't think it is.
I start trying to, say things to fix it. And when I try to help, it basically results in her screaming and crying that things are getting worse and that it's all my fault.
He's also been used to using the internet as like a proxy for socialization and therapy. So he's like he's coming back here. He has something very deep going on in his real life, and he's seemingly coming back here to let it all out and have a catharsis, release all the built up steam, not realizing like it's actually like not the healthiest way to do it because you're publicly embarrassing yourself.
So I'm trying to, keep my job because I'm paying her a ridiculous amount of money, like $5,000 a month, to basically do nothing. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if I like paying her $5,000 a month so she could, lay around, smoke weed on the couch and be happy, great, But
the way you're wording that does not sound that great. How you're wording that, honestly, I'm not convinced. Okay, you've not made it sound that great.
I don't think that she really respected me. I don't think she saw things in me that were like important for her to see. So it went really bad. Like as soon as the picture was posted, it became me panicking, trying to fix it, and her basically getting.
Why does he pay her? I'm assuming he might be talking about when they were still together, unless they're not. They're not together right now, right? We haven't gotten to that point in the narrative yet. They're not together at the moment. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Call me. Obviously, I'm not like a misogynist. There's a lot more to women than shopaholics. Unfortunately, though, it seems like a lot of guys value good sex over like actually like a life partner, and end up dating or married to like people that they are solely with for sexual purposes, that they're secretly miserable with in any other context. And it's like, then you're like thinking about this all wrong. So that's obviously not what I'm saying, you fucking dude. This Queeman guy is so, like he like gets Queeman like unironically is like a Jewish stereotype, and I've been working so hard to reform our image, but like when I give like an anti-porn take, I could see him trembling because he knows I'm interfering with his like father's business or whatever. He's like, no, let my dad push the fucking BBC cuck porn to the British to the British populace, specifically the ethnically English populace, and he gets just like so mad with my anti-porn takes, my borderline sexual takes. It's like, calm down, man. Calm down. Not coming for your porn.
Angry at me trying to fix it. I'd say that everything reached an apex when she recorded me in my house, yelling at her through the door. I was fucking pissed. I was just like mad because I'm trying to fucking figure everything out in like an impossible situation. Trying to get things back to normal so that like we can live a normal fucking life. And she repays me by recording me in my house without my knowledge. She sends it to my parents. She sends it to
well, you have to contact. I assume he's gonna say, what was she recording you doing?
Friends. She sends it to people who are associated with Hive Mind. Yeah, and it's the biggest betrayal I've ever felt.
What was he being recorded doing? Yeah, I think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your own house, unless you're actively, the person recording has reason to believe you're about to perpetrate a crime against them, or you are actively perpetrating a crime against them. If I was in that situation, I wouldn't film. I would probably call the police. But yeah, like you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your own house. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. I'll go back. I missed it. I'm like in two places at once. Hold on.
She recorded me in my house, yelling at her through the door. I was fucking pissed. she recorded me, like, important for her to see. So it went really bad. Like, as soon as the picture was posted, it became me panicking, trying to fix it, and her basically getting angry at me trying to fix it. I'd say that everything reached an apex when she recorded me in my house, yelling at her through the door.
Dude,
I was fucking pissed.
This guy's life is just fucking spiraling. Oh my god. I've heard of this situation so many times. Okay, this is literally what Lex did to Jake. Either two things happened. Either one of two things happened. He made her mad. Or she made him mad. She made him mad. And she is now, and I don't like to, I'm not going to say that this is the more likely one because I don't think it is. She made him mad. And then is like using his reaction to get sympathy points. Or she's locked herself in a room of some kind and he is yelling in a manner that makes her actually fear that he's about to hurt her. And if that's the case, you should probably be calling 911, which apparently she might have done, or apparently she did. But yeah, that's obviously like if she's locked herself in the room and is indicating she's like fearful of her safety. If you are trying to hurt her, obviously fucking stop. But if you're not trying to hurt her, let her stay in the room and go away. Walk outside. Because why would you ever like contribute to the notion that you're like some unstable, violent person? Like, walk out. You're not going to deal with anything in the middle of a shouting match. You're not solving anything. I don't trust his characterization. Neither do I. Obviously, there's some bias involved.
Just like mad because I'm trying to fucking figure everything out in like an impossible situation. You know, trying to get things back to normal so that like we can live it.
Even if you're the most logical person on earth, when you're in a high stakes emotional situation, it is going to be very rare that anyone's gonna be able to figure anything out. Okay, if you're actively arguing, walk away, let it cool down, and then return to the conversation. If you are yelling at each other, you're either both gonna be too emotional to engage, or one side's gonna be defensive and not receptive to anything. And it's like there is literally no benefit to you in like staying and yelling. There's just no benefit.
Normal fucking life. And she repays me by recording me in my house without my knowledge. She sends it to my parents. She sends it to friends. She sends it to people who are associated with Hive Mind. Yeah, and it's the biggest betrayal I've ever felt.
So that could be manipulative, or it could be she needs a witness she wants witnesses to her genuinely fearing for her safety due to your behavior.
I really I felt so violated. But like she couldn't hear that because she looked up that it was legal to do that, you know, to like record me in that state. And because it was legal, it was moral to do that.
Well, you want to explain her rationale because surely she went and explained why she did what she did. So if you're truly not going to be presenting us with like a one-sided which obviously I'm treating this as if he's like going through it rationally and logically. This is obviously some like emotional dump that he's putting on the internet without thinking it through, which is like evident in the fact that he later took it down. But explain to us her rationale, what she thought was going through her mind when she was doing this.
You know? But like, man. You know, like at that point I was done with her. Like at that point I was like, this is fucked up. Like I'm doing everything I can in this situation to make things work. I love you, but we're not going to be a good.
Dude, the bots went away. We do not have 300 people authentically watching though, so I just want to do something real quick. Please, if you can't, if you don't want to support it, one way to greatly support me is to tell me if you're real. Vote in the poll that I've just put up. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. Another way to support us, of course, super chats, Streamlabs, help us hit Streamly goal. Like up, but hold on. Vote in this poll. I just want to see how many people we actually have. It's one button. Okay, you just have to click one button.
Match. So yeah, I believe maybe like a week later, I was streaming.
Everybody
when
vote.
I remember I was like doing a stream and then I left. I go to the kitchen. I see her sitting on the couch, like screaming and crying, and I'm pissed off. Like, because like I'm trying to focus, you know, to get work done. And it felt like she was interrupting that. Now, here's the thing. What I want you to understand out of all of this, and
okay, She was on the couch. Is this in the same situation? Why is she screaming and crying? If she's fearful of her safety, you completing your work is not the priority right now.
Remember how I said that it was all like, you know, it wasn't just this scenario happening, that this was like a long-term effect? Well, I was so obsessed with my work.
Dude, Nico's back in I miss this guy so much, man. Nico's my best chatter, and his absence has been greatly noticed. $2 from Spencer Howard. Dude, Spencer, I appreciate your money. But dude, we gotta talk about that Willie Mack shit, bro. I'm gonna say something. People behind the scenes do not like the look of you being in our chats. And I just want, if you can explain yourself briefly in chat, that'd be great.
I became like completely locked into that, to the point of where she has told me that she felt completely invisible in the relationship. Yeah, my response to her crying was screaming at her, which was bad, but my justification was, I am streaming right now. I can't have you like screaming and crying like in the house. You know, I told her to go.
I mean, yeah, but like, I understand why that would interrupt your stream. But if this is somebody you love and you're with, and she's screaming and crying, surely you're gonna put her well-being over one stream, and you can be like, guys, I'm sorry, I gotta go right now. Something's happening, and I need to be there for someone, and end your stream. Okay, you could come back tomorrow. That is a valid and expected reason to stop streaming, instead of, oh, you're my girlfriend who I supposedly love is really distressed. Let me go fucking scream at her for ruining my stream. Like, first of all, that's incredibly selfish. It's like super fucking selfish. I don't know why you'd ever publicly admit that. But like, yeah, that is like a little bit, that is kind of abusive. Yeah.
Basically stay with her mother, who lived like 5 minutes away. Instead of doing that, she got me kicked. Okay, so
yeah, Spencer, you fucking dox, or you contribute to the spread of someone's dox. Obviously, I'm not letting you back in my Discord.
I'm like doing this thing where I'm like, you need to go to your mom's house. And she's like, you know, fuck you. This is my house too. And I'm like, I pay all the bills. This is all important. This is all important. Trust me. I pay the bills for this entire place. You know, like, I'm keeping it up. You don't contribute shit to the equation. Get out. She calls the cops on me, and they have me arrested for domestic violence.
Aiden, have you never... Oh, you're being sarcastic. You're being sarcastic. Yeah, dude, these are the consequences. Dude, if anything, like, he maybe is bipolar. Or no, I know he is bipolar, but maybe this was a result of that. I don't know. It just sounds like he's being, like, super fucking selfish, and he could have been in the midst of a manic episode, being like, you can get like super defensive sometimes when you're in a manic episode. Like, somebody telling you like, hey, you're like going through something, you need to become more grounded. It could be taken as, oh, this person doesn't want to see me succeed or whatever. And he's like locked in. He thinks he's going to blow his streaming shit back up again. He's going a million miles per hour, and he thinks she's like sabotaging it. Well, that would be more BPD, but like, I don't know. But if it wasn't, this just sounds like being like a selfish, abusive piece of shit.
Like, I'm keeping it up. You don't contribute shit to the equation. Get out. Got me kicked. Okay, so I'm like doing this thing where I'm like, you need to go to your mom's house. And she's like, you know, fuck you. This is my house too. And I'm like, I pay all the bills. This is all important. This is all important. Trust me. I pay the bills for this entire place. You know, like, I'm keeping it up. You don't contribute shit to the equation. Get out. She calls the cops on me, and they have me arrested for domestic violence.
What did she claim that you did?
That is really where the story all starts. Like, you know, I'm in a jail cell. This was like, literally, there's like a...
I'm sorry, you're in a... Dude, I'm watching this guy, and I'm just looking at him. I see somebody who's at the lowest of the low, and I'm like, it can't get any lower from this. And then the next part of the story starts, so I'm in a jail cell. Dude, this guy's... What is going on? What is happening here, dude? What the fuck is going on?
Clip of me that's like me talking about how I don't feel safe in my home, and then like an hour later I'm in jail. You know? It's crazy. And I don't want to fucking say any of this. I don't want to talk about this. It makes me look bad. But I'm also now realizing that I don't really care because that's what happened. Those are, that's what I did. These are the choices I made. Anyways, yeah, so once that happens, the relationship...
It's not going to get worse than that, right? Surely it's not going to get any worse than, and I was in a jail cell. It's not going to get any worse than that, right?
Is over. I'm just like... yeah. So, I move back home and I go to rehab because, like, something's wrong, Like, all of this is happening and just I don't understand it. Rehab is okay, I learned a few things. Like, in 5 months of being there, like, yeah, there was stuff.
What if it was a rehab solely for... I'm sure rehab, like, obviously rehabs are going to help you with the underlying problem, right? But, I mean, I haven't been to rehab, so I'm not sure. But, like... his drug use is seemingly, or his drug dependence, based on his drug of choice, which you don't get a physical addiction to, you get a dependence to, seems to be the consequence of an underlying issue. So that should be the thing that's being treated.
That was helpful, but man, I felt so betrayed.
This guy looks sweaty, and well, his room is like looks a bit in disarray. He's got a literal bottle. He's got bottles of pills in the background.
She basically she moved to Detroit, and here's kind of where it gets difficult for me, because it's one thing like losing your partner, it's another thing like with losing hive mind. Like the fact that like these two things were so connected.
Wait, what is hive mind? What is hive mind? What is... I'm a little confused as to what hive mind is in this context. A YouTube channel? Got it. Wait. Speaking of abusers, depending on if she's awake or not. Wait, Abayu, if you're still watching this, send me her Discord handle. Sorry, I gotta interrupt this real quick, guys. There was something I totally forgot to cover that's way more pressing, and it's really quick. I was accused of being an abuser, and I feel like I should address that, by the way. Probably should have started off the stream like that. But Abayu, you can send me her tag. But let me, let's pull this up. Hold on. Okay, so after the Duckbringer combo from yesterday, the people in her Discord were talking about me, and there were some crazy things said. Okay, this is what the people in her Discord said. The first place I clicked into the video was him telling her he didn't give a shit about her abuse, and then after that, telling her that she makes him want to punch her in the face. First of all, it's not that I don't care about the prospect of somebody being abused. Duckbringer, if she genuinely was abused, weaponizes it and uses it in a manipulative manner. While she'll actively come in. It's like going in, striking, and then putting up a shield. She'll go in, she'll fling shit, she'll comment on anything from I need to be medicated to my sexuality, to take a ton of personal jabs, and I don't mind all that much. But then she will conveniently to place herself more in a victim role, bring up her prior abuse, and in some cases actively use it as an excuse for her poor behavior. So at that point, me saying that is disarming her continually invoking it in what I think is a manipulative manner. In the context of a discussion like that, no, I don't care about her abuse. That's true. In regards to telling her that she makes me want to punch her in the face, that's true. I would never punch a woman in the fucking face. I think guys who hit women obviously are total pussies and cowards. Not a fair fight. But that was obviously a rhetorical comment because she was being annoying as shit. Yeah, because he's an abusive piece of shit, and looking at a victim of abuse always provokes that reaction. It doesn't... What are you talking about? I don't even need to watch the video to understand the psychological dynamic. Who is he and her in this context? Aiden is he, Duck is her. I know dick all about Aiden, was unaware of his existence prior to Aiko arguing with Ryle on his stream. Aiden was born in the forges of YouTube. That's a nice way to call an abusive piece of shit other than what he is. Okay, I hate to say this, but she was taking a million fucking shots at me. And you wanna know something? You wanna know something? I don't get personal on here. I have tons of shit that's happening that I can invoke for sympathy that you'd be very surprised about. As I've said before, I don't do it because I'm not like manipulative and don't think it matters in the context of a conversation. But I don't want to be accused here of or I feel like this is like kind of like soft misandry because like she took a million shots at me on every personal matter in the book, and then I respond with taking personal shots, and I'm the abusive one. Like, the only way I feel like you could, like, work that out from that dynamic is because she's a woman and I'm a guy. Kind of like Cenobites revel in the pain and draw it to gain pleasure. Sick in the brain, hedonistic, habitual liars. He's got really nice locks. Curly locks. He does have very curly fuzz. You know that guy Adolf had a killer mustache. So compare me to like fucking Hitler. Got it. Just need to interrupt with that segment. Because if people don't understand the context, they're not going to understand why I was saying I didn't care about her abuse or whatever. Obviously, nobody deserves to be abused. I'm obviously fucking against that shit. But when you were invoking it as a like manipulation tactic in like unrelated matters, I think that, yeah, I'm going to tell you I don't care because I don't care. You've come in here to argue with me about something else. I just don't care. All right. Abayu, send me her fucking Discord handle, you retard. What is her Discord handle? Hold on. All right, let's continue this discussion. Whoa.
I need to make something. Basically, took. It's like she moved to Detroit. And here's kind of where it gets difficult for me. Because it's one thing like losing your partner. It's another thing like with losing hive mind. Like, the fact that like these two things were so connected. I almost killed myself over it. Like.
What?
I had this, and I had pills. However, good news is this happened 3 months ago, and...
He's got an entire bottle of Smirnoff sitting in his Dude, what is going on with this video, bro? What is happening here? Holy shit, dude. I feel bad for this guy. We do not need to know all this, though. He's obviously not thinking rationally. But, like, I feel like there are some people who should have, like, a internet restriction order imposed by a judge for their own safety. Like, you do not need to be telling us all this.
There's this much alcohol in the bottle. That means something went well. It means something's going right. Let's talk about hive mind. Hive mind is a collective of guys who I very much respect, but right...
Nico, you're a functional alcoholic, and I'd say you're barely functional.
Riley's a diva, and Graydon's a brute. Here's the thing, though. that just makes me like them more because they're very human. In fact, I think that like their flaws are the things that really, attracted me to them. What really made me like interested in them as people. What made me connect with them on like a much deeper level. So, the fact that like my ex moves to Detroit, like around all these like hive mind people, and then starts like dating Graydon's roommate, and like Riley leaves me on red, and it's just like, wow. I really love the people at Hivemind still. Like, in case you don't know who Hivemind is, I collaborated with them.
Yeah,
they're like a pretty big channel, but just
I was actually curious about that one.
They did to me what they did to Nick is Not Green. I remember when I was there and they were telling me the story. Nick is Not Green, great friends,
I'm assuming this is like some kind of YouTube network. Is this like his like network? For those of you that don't know, on YouTube, what is it, an MCM or MCN? I think it's called. For those of you that don't know, when you're like doing YouTube, you get in with an MCM or MCN, and they help you with like talk directly to YouTube, sponsorship problems, et cetera, and take a cut of your like revenue. But there's various benefits from being in one. Personally, at the end of the day, I don't think any of them are worth it, but hold on, I'm gonna add this person. Xanax. Did they block me? Am I spelling their name wrong? What is going on here? Oh, I am spelling their name wrong. Zanaz. Okay. Zanaz. Okay. Are you human? Yes, I am human. That didn't work? What am I missing? Are you human? Yes, I'm human. That worked. Okay, I got it. I got the friend request sent. Dude, can people just like, why don't you just like name yourself John on Discord, dude? Where's can we see like John on like let me add John, bro. What's going on here, man? Hold on. Yo. I sent them a DM.
Oh, he has his thing that happens, and bye-bye Nick is Not Green, no longer associated with the name. Now, of course, at the time, I'm just thinking like, oh, thank God I'm on the right side, of this shit. But then I ended up on the other side of things. And I actually, well, I would say became friends with Nick is Not Green, but I honestly...
Yeah, the corporate world behaves like Brad does. Even if they genuinely believe they should side with you. If public sentiment is against you, they will drop you for their own benefit, like Brad did to Rose Millay. Apparently they're friends again, I think, or I would be led to believe so, based on how adamantly Rose Millay defends Brad.
I think he sent me a message like 5 months ago that I never checked. So even then, like, I'm not doing great with that. But like, I got to see that perspective. I got to see both sides. And in my opinion, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Moving on. Let's talk about where things start getting good. Look at this picture right here, okay? Now, I'm going to explain this picture.
It's a red ant and a wasp, I think? That's not a wasp. That must be some other flying insect.
Later, but this is a bee being, that's dead. It's being carried by an ant. All right?
What is this? Hey, I got arrested for like domestic violence. I was in a jail cell. I almost killed myself with the bottle of vodka and pills that you see behind me. I actually have a whole bottle of Smirnoff in my dresser. By the way, here's a photo of an ant carrying a bee. What is this video? The direction of this video is insane, bro.
Saw this with my own two eyes in nature. A bee being carried by an ant down a line. All right? Like that was that's some life-changing stuff. It's weird. It's like it's really symbolic to me. But maybe it's like maybe I feel like it's a symbol of me somehow overcoming, a lot of stuff that's been going on. It starts with 4 months ago when I decided to stop streaming and stop working. It basically came down to I can't do this anymore.
You still probably can't. This is probably not good for your mental health. You should probably leave.
I can't fucking do it anymore. Like something is wrong. So, um, so I'm like, I don't really know what is wrong, but I just feel like I shouldn't stream. So instead, I start watching movies, and I kind of come to the idea that like I don't really know if I should work because I really don't want to. You know,
you don't want to work.
So I just kind of keep sitting around all day watching movies, and then it's like the stuff with
I just like decided like not to show up to work anymore. This is literally like the Bobby mindset. Like, yeah, I just couldn't work. I just wasn't in the right headspace. It's like, yeah, a lot of people don't have the privilege of just like deciding to not work anymore.
My ex.
He seems well adjusted. Yes, you would think that, Toki. You would think that.
And then like with Hive Mind and how that's all connected.
So here's the deal, guys. Me and Toki are gonna start a debate show where each episode we debate on a new topic, and I'm thinking we're gonna call the show Alien versus Predator.
You know, I can't get it out of my head. I fucking can't. It's like no matter what I do, that's like my ex leaving to go and like be a part of Hive Mind and fuck Graydon's roommate, you know? Like
okay, so now so we've got so far the ex, he was cheated on. He was arrested for domestic violence, put in a jail cell, lost his career. As literally is so downhill. Not only is he like kind of getting overweight and like PJs in the middle of the day, he's got with greasy hair, he's got a full bottle of Smirnoff in the cabinet behind him, and he's got a bag full of pill bottles. Dude, this guy, dude, it could not be more over for somebody. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, I wasn't taking it so well. So, just thinking every day how I was going to kill myself, and then eventually came up with drinking and pills.
I believe him, by the way, and that's unfortunate. That's sad. I say it's over. I'm being rhetorical. Obviously, I believe in his circumstances, you can absolutely rebound in life. But I would not suggest rebounding in the context of an internet career. But yeah, no, he doesn't deserve to die. That's like a horrible thing to happen to him. But now he shouldn't be sitting here like talking to the internet about it. He should be like in therapy and probably stepping away from online life. But that's under the assumption he's thinking logically, which he probably isn't.
Then my cousin came and visited, and everything changed. This was the moment where it all turned around. I'm driving with him. I live in Arizona. And so I'm driving with him in the car, and he is oohing and awing at the world around him. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? This is like this brown, dead, like shitty spot. Like, how are you finding anything of beauty here? You know, and then we go upstate, and he's...
Yeah, Toki once, like, showed his house. Toki once showed his house on cam once in a call, on, like, a video call, and, like, that was what I said in response.
Talking to my dad, and he's, like, connecting with my dad in a way that I've never connected to my dad. And he's, like, very peppy and optimistic. And then I'm having dinner with him and my mom. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. I had to move back in with my parents. That was another big reason I wanted to kill myself. I was like, I went from, like...
Because you stopped showing up to work. You stopped showing up to work.
Big shot to, you know, back to the place where I thought I was running from, where I thought that it was like, this is where all the problems were. My cousin invites me to go to Switzerland and Egypt with him. And
if you just lost your house, unless it's like a full expenses paid trip, you do not have time to go to Switzerland and fucking Egypt. First of all, that's not like one, you're going to like two different, like, Egypt and Switzerland are like, you're going to two different continents. It's not even like you're going on like one little trip. You just don't have time for that shit, little bro.
Reluctantly, but quickly, I answer yes. Because I know how important this is. If this is like going to do what I think it is. And I mean, I already wanted to die. So like what is there to lose at this point, right? So, time comes, I leave the country. It's amazing. Switzerland is absolutely gorgeous. Being around people who don't speak the same language as you is really nice because like I didn't feel anxious.
For some reason, based on my experience in German, I feel like everyone in Switzerland speaks like obviously they speak French and German, but or no, I know about German, yeah, French and German, but they also all like it's not like you're going to some super foreign place because they all can speak English. Probably if you talk to them in English, like when I was in Germany, I was like hard pressed to find anyone who did not speak English. Hold on. The only place I really went to where like I actually truly felt like I was in like the middle of nowhere, I could not get around or do anything was like Slovakia. Okay, Slovakia is like rock bottom from that one SpongeBob episode. I couldn't like with like Spanish or German, even if you don't speak it, you can kind of make out what like sign is trying to tell you. But in Slovakia, it's like weird fucking text. Nobody speaks English. Everybody is Germany, everyone's friendly, everyone's help you. Slovakia, nobody wants to help you. In fact, they hate you. They despise you in Slovakia. They actively want to make your experience as unenjoyable as possible. And I was going in circles on the bus to try to get to the train station. I kept getting off at the wrong spot, and I ended up like on the side of some random Slovakian highway, not knowing what the fuck I was doing.
As if like everybody was watching me, you know? Just like I always feel like I have to connect with people, you know? And when they're not speaking English, like there's no chance for me to connect with them because I was fucking lonely. I had no friends out here. I didn't know how to talk to people. Like I literally felt like I couldn't get out of this, you know? And for a moment, I didn't have to. I could just be in it. I could just indulge in it. And it's that mindset that really got me like really far through this whole process.
People weren't telling me anything because, and I don't, this is obviously not a them problem, it's a me problem. People weren't telling me anything because nobody fucking speaks English. Okay? That's not like but that's like not a, you know, that's a me problem. And then I found, when I finally got to the train station, my phone was almost dead. I found a nice fucking, he was like a Scottish-Irish tourist. That let me use his phone charger, and then we sat together on the train, had a great conversation, and then we got back to Vienna. We went for a beer together, and we never saw each other again, and I kind of wish... I gave him my number, I didn't get his, but I kind of wish we stayed in touch. He was a very smart guy.
Yeah, I mean, I had fun with Switzerland and Egypt. There's not really much to say. I took a picture that's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. I'm waiting to write a song.
It was bizarre. I know it's like sidetrack. It was bizarre, because he was traveling... he was traveling with his daughter, who was like 16, and they were going on a trip for not talking to each other for years. They were like estranged or whatever, and he's taking her to like Vienna to see a Korn concert or some shit. I don't even remember, but this guy like runs like a Telegram where he like comments on like the logistics of like the Ukraine-Russia war, and that's like all we talked about. I would love to keep talking to that guy.
For it, you know, because I need to crop the image and add an explicit symbol on it, you know, because then it becomes the real deal. You'll see one day. I come back, I'm feeling okay, I'm feeling all right, but I have a plan B in case that happens, and that's that I had a second vacation planned. The second trip was to Minnesota to basically sleep in a music studio with a bunch of people that Dylan, basically, you know, he's friends with, and we're all going to stay in this music studio while Dylan records music. And, you know, with doing this, I connected with people.
Dude, I hate that. I'm just like thinking about it right now. I hate that. Like when you click with somebody super well. Dude, we were talking to each other about deep shit, bro. He was talking to me about his bitch ex-wife. This is gonna sound like a made-up story. I was vibing with that guy so fucking well. We could have become great friends. And it's like you meet someone and they're great, and then you two never talk again, and you've no way of ever talking to them again. It's like, dude, it's crazy. I'm never gonna see that guy again.
People, and I found like a family through it. And I realized, oh, there are people like me. I can connect to people. This is like, you know, not only that, but I can connect to people who are interested in the same thing as me, and it doesn't need to be online. Being in the studio showed me that like there's all this cool stuff with music, and I don't need.
He's your dad. I wish he was my fucking dad, bro. That'd be a cool ass dad to have. He's very fucking smart.
Need to just like, you know, be stuck behind a desk doing YouTube for forever. I come back and I'm like, okay, you know, that was like the greatest experience of my life. Like that was life-changing shit. And now, all of a sudden, I'm doing pretty good. But I still don't want to work. And it's weird.
I still don't want to work. Too bad, little bro. I don't think anyone wants to fucking work. Well, that's not true. Some people like what they do. But, like, too bad? Like, sorry, but you will work. What is his best... Are you talking about his? Are you talking about Korn? Korn is not one guy. Korn is it's a band. I only know 2 of their songs. Hold on. Queeman messaged me and I can't fucking find it. Dude, should I be like Dickers? Queeman, you need to tell me what you're gonna be DMing me about in advance if I'm gonna pull it up on stream, mate. Oh my, this Queeman guy, dude. What is this, little bro?
Bro,
it's 5 minutes. Okay, this is not obviously not actually a Cheeto.
argue with each other.
I just know off the bat this is not really a Cheeto.
Tom, you don't understand the Hassan or Trump vote debate. It's clear. The question is, wait, I haven't even said anything about that. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck?
It's Kathy. It's Kathy. It's Kathy impersonating him. It's either Kathy or CPCA, the same people that impersonate me.
What are you talking about? I haven't even said anything about that. Where the fuck did that come from, Cheeto? Where the fuck did that come from? I haven't said shit about that. Yesterday?
And of course, these low IQ morons, they don't go and right click. And honestly, I hate account impersonation because you're relying on the fact that people are going to actually like do their research to figure out if it's really you. Spoiler, they fucking don't.
Yesterday? 2 days ago, I had like 3 debates on this. I think I just mentioned something that I didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
And I was going to sit here arguing with an obvious one
And said that it was an entire question. You don't even remember? No. I'll talk to people who don't forget what they said. So you can't even state what it is that you're arguing against. I'd rather talk to people who can actually say what it is that they're arguing.
He's getting one guy. But Queeman is hypocritical for sending this because before I even like really knew Queeman, I was one guying him in chat under various alter egos. And at the beginning, he was falling for it left and right.
I can't remember what one thing you're arguing against that I said about it. You said it already? What do you mean you said it already? You said I'll talk. Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
All right. I'll come back to that when we're done with this.
I don't really fully understand why. Because, like, I'm feeling better, right? Why don't I want to go in front of a camera and have everybody, listen to me talk about stuff and judge me for it, Turns out that it's not because I don't like that, but it's because I've actually burnt myself out so badly with music that I fucking hate it. And not only that, but BradTaste in music, like thinking the name, saying it out loud, gave me like this, even now, gives me this sinking pit in my stomach feeling. Like this just...
That's how I feel when I say Aiden Underground. I wish I picked a better name. Honestly, I could change my YouTube name. I don't have anything to build a brand around, you know what I mean? it just doesn't have the ring to it I'm looking for, man. I complain a lot about people who didn't use their first name, but honestly, I wish I had like a cool name, a cool alter ego name that was not my first name.
Absolutely awful feeling. Like, I don't feel happy thinking about working on my YouTube channel anymore, in the same way that I used to, or at least I didn't. I'll say that, like, right now, it's better, but, like, 2 months ago, it was pretty much, like,
I need people to see the vision. If anyone has ideas for a profile picture, because we're gonna have to change it, because it is, like, Saul Goodman, but he's, like, edited to be, like, red. If anyone has, like, ideas for what we should make the channel profile, please let me know. Because we're going to have to change it at some point, either for potential copyright reasons down the future, and also because all the normies I send this to think it's Hitler. All the normies that know about my channel think like my profile picture is like a Hitler edit.
I'm enjoying everything else that has to do with music right now.
Use your latest art. Did you send it? Want to chat on stream? Question mark.
That isn't like my job. I'm starting to like care about it again. And that's because of one thing.
So I was messaging some dude, what the fuck is this? And why is it not in the art channel, by the way? Oh, it is in the art channel, never mind. I do not. Okay. This drawing actually, people say I have thick skin. There's one thing that gets on my biggest insecurity, and it's when you say I look old. Okay? It's my biggest insecurity. This image is brutal, man. This is the worst caricature anyone has ever done of me. This is the worst caricature anyone has ever made of me. Dude. This is really fucking bad. Oh my god.
My friend Kendall. I would visit him.
Time for the Botox. It's time for the Botox.
We would go and watch a movie, and then we would sit at the park, sometimes in my car. We would smoke weed, and we would listen to music. And watching him react to the shit that I was playing, and hearing how it was making...
I had a friend like that, and then when I quit weed, I realized he was just like never that interesting as a person. The weed just like made me like him.
Me feel, and seeing his reaction, and just like, it was amazing. It was just what I needed. So after that, I started, I wasn't even thinking.
What do you mean pretty accurate, Nico? What are you talking about pretty fucking accurate? Dude, Nico made a drawing of me forever ago, and I can't find it. He made like an Aiden soy jack. Dude, we gotta clean up the art channel. It was meant to just be like art related to the fucking community. It was meant to be art related to the community. Now everyone's posting every like... They're not even posting art. They're having like conversations in there. Like, what are you doing, bro? I can't even find Nico's art. Yeah, they're posting like leafy fan art and shit. Hold on, it's down here somewhere. I need to get this real quick. Okay, I think this is it. This is Nico's masterpiece that he made. This might be my new profile. This is gonna be my new profile picture. This is truly a masterpiece by Nico. You know what it kind of looks like? It looks like Angel's sketch of Sterner. This actually looks exactly like Angel's sketch of Sterner, except if his like head was really big and his body was really small. Dude. I guess they're just both sketches of a side profile. Yeah, Sterner was a political theorist that had no photos of him taken in his lifetime, and some people speculate he was not a real person and actually a alter ego of Friedrich Engels.
About music after that moment. Or, I'm sorry, YouTube after that moment. It just became, how do I entertain this guy?
Like, if you go to his Wikipedia page, like, his photo, where a photo would normally be, is, like, a sketch by Friedrich, and it's, like, some shit he probably scrawled on a napkin. It sucks. A sketch of what Sterner looked like.
So I just started driving and listening to music, thinking, like, okay, well, this song, like, go hard, you know, being high in a car with him, you know? And I ended up just, like, saving a bunch of songs that I felt would work in that environment, specifically for that environment. And then, yeah, and then I'd share them with him. But he's not always available. And every single day I'm out, like, for hours just driving.
He used his, like, friend in place of an audience. Hey, man, I found some music. Validate my opinion.
No destination, just listening to music. I need other people to hang out with, so I have other friends who, once again, I can just like sit in the car with and listen to music and chill out and show them things, and all of a sudden I'm starting to find, you know, that interest in all this stuff that I cared about before, and I'm starting to remember why it is that I like it, you know, it's on a good path. And then I do something that, okay, let's just say a week ago. This is the reason I'm making this video, because I finally feel like I'm actually ready to make this. A week ago was where like it all came together. Remember how I said I never really had that real connection with my dad? Well, I wondered if it was because, like, he never had someone in his life just, like, unconditionally listen.
Dude, wait. So the person that was calling me abusive, I am winning so hard right now. The person that was arguing I was abusive is down to come on stream and talk about it. I never get this. I never get someone who says, yeah, I'll talk to you on stream about it. I never get it. I never get this. This person is either going to destroy me in a debate and I'm like totally fucked, or they're just like overly confident.
And want to be around him and just give him attention. You know, just pay attention to him. I did that. And it was magic. It was incredible. I now have a real relationship with my dad, and a lot of that was built on like we would wake up, and we would go and we'd drive up a mountain, and there was this exact bench. We would, you know, in the trunk of my car, we had like tribal drums and a gong, you know, different sticks to hit things with, and I was making music in nature with my dad.
It probably sounded like shit. It was like my grandparents had like this like little like tiny little piano thing, and there it was like not like an actual, it was like some wooden like little kid's piano. And I used to just, like, slam all the keys on that shit, thinking I was cooking.
You know? And just, like, connecting and, like, improvising. And it was great. Like, it was good shit. Like, I discovered, like, you know, through this time with my dad, that he is, I'm just gonna say it, like, a musical genius. Which I'm, like, perfectly comfortable saying. Because I've heard how he puts sounds together. And it's, like, nothing I've ever heard. It's immaculate. Like, it's at the highest degree. You know? Which is amazing, because I thought my dad was just an asshole when he said that my music wasn't good. You know, or the stuff that I liked, he wasn't like connecting with. But then, like, I actually finally heard and saw what he saw, and it all made sense. I was like, oh shit. You really are looking for frequency. Like, you're looking for nesting. You're looking for environment, atmosphere, like, more than anything. And amazingly, that's what I look for the most out of anything. So we just artistically clicked. And yeah, so he's going back to work. Looks like I'm supposed to be going back to work, but I'm gonna be honest, I might not even go to work. I don't even think I care enough, to be honest. Yeah, Yeah, especially if I post this video, I'm definitely, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. All right, let's think. What have I not mentioned yet?
It's 5 a.m. Good night, chat. Oh, you're leaving.
There are many members of the community who've given a lot to this channel who have received absolutely
But he always fucking leaves, these fake ass fans.
nothing in return, not even like acknowledged.
By the way, folks, if you want to support the stream, as always, we are about 40 away from Streamly goal. All your donations go to a great place. My wallet helps support us do what we're doing. If you can't donate, that is fine. Another way to support is by liking the stream and subscribing if you're new here. We're so fucking close to 7,000 subs. So it'd be great if you're new here and you like what you see to subscribe.
From me, you know, in a way that's cold, in a way that they recognize, that they feel, and they feel betrayed with. I've lost 2 Discords, okay? I've lost 2, not 1, 2 Discords to mutiny. All right, so clearly I'm not doing something right.
Dude, Lyrics relates, because Lyrics' Reddit got, like, taken over in a mutiny by his, like, fucking mods or whatever. It's like, who are you people trusting with your, like, servers and shit?
I'm aware of that. However, all I can do is try my best moving forward. And
I think I'm gonna need to sleep. Yeah, you could call in like tomorrow or whenever I'm live.
Oh yeah, stream FKA Twigs. There you go.
Okay, so apparently Brad. Okay, so that was the first video, and Brad has come out with a second video. Let's check that out. Brad's taste in life choices. Crack Harlow. He's more distraught about losing hive mind than being an abusive piece of shit. Aiden, what's with this new bit you've been doing? How am I acting? What are you talking about? All right, so we got the second video. Let's check that out. How long is that one? I can't find this shit. Hold up. Dude, I gotta pee so fucking bad. Hold up. Dude, where is this shit? Now we're too far back. I swear somebody sent these archive videos, and now they're just gone from the fucking inbox. Am I just like scrolling past them or something? I don't understand. Oh, got it. Wait, where's the second one? He uploaded another one. BradTaste. Re-upload. I feel like there was a re-upload that I'm just missing now. I feel like there was a second video, and now I just can't find it. Yeah, he deleted the new one, apparently. Or private. Okay, I gotta piss real quick. We'll find this when I get back. Give me like 2 seconds. It's actually probably gonna be... I'm gonna piss like a horse. It's probably gonna be a bit longer than that. Hold up. I'm back. Sorry. Yes, I did wash my hands. I always do. Unlike what Nico alleges about me. Dude, you people are such critics. You criticize everything I do. You criticize the way I sip my coffee. What's going on here? Sent in general chat. Thank you, Rose Malay.
Hi, so
Are you on good terms with Brad, by the way, Rose? The better question is, Rose, before I have you on a stream, are you on good terms with yourself?
I released a video a few days ago, and it was something that was called SI, and it was supposed to be talking about my experience with, battling.
He looks even more like, dude, he looks even more like unkept in this one. I mean, I'm one to talk. I have like multiple sores on my face, and I obviously need a haircut. But bro, this guy looks totally like, it's even worse. It's even worse now.
Through all this mental health shit for the last year, and it was a fucking terrible idea. The video ended up being extremely exploitative of my ex because I decided to, I was like, oh, I'll say it's my ex-girlfriend, but like, she's a real person and there are real people being named.
He's been struggling recently, so I want to be there for. He's obviously struggling, right? He's obviously struggling, but I feel like you're in a relationship where you're not really, like, he's obviously shown he's willing to throw you under the bus. I mean, maybe you're a more forgiving person than I am.
In this video. And so the entire thing, comes off as an extreme violation of privacy. And
just grow your hair out. Tell ya, if I grow my hair out, it will literally, like, it'll become like an afro. Like, it literally will. I've very, very low porosity hair. It will literally just, like, it won't grow down. It will grow out.
And I can completely understand why people are upset, because it is honestly, I think, one of the worst things possibly ever uploaded to the internet. I am fucking ashamed of it. I feel like I failed completely. Like,
dude, just like how we have like 24-hour, like the police have the ability to put you on like a 24-hour like psychiatric hold to get evaluated. There should be like an emergency, like, shut down this guy's internet for 24 hours order. Sure, that's like legally unfeasible. They'll say it's a violation of the First Amendment. It will be abused. But listen, if I was like dictator of this country and we didn't have to worry about any of this constitution bullshit, I would have like an emergency revoke your ability to post access. Cause like, dude, this guy's obviously like not well in the head, and like this is where you're gonna like post shit to be memorialized on the internet forever in like a moment of lapsed judgment.
As a person. And like, this video just highlights also like all of her concerns, where she's saying that she's felt this pain, that she recognizes this exploitation and this feeling of being unsafe around someone like me with a platform. So I'm going to disappear for a year.
Good choice. Good choice.
And see around this time next year if I'm ready to try again. Because I'm clearly not ready for this, and I am rightfully being called out for
good choice.
Honestly, just terrible behavior.
He's not, but this is a PR statement to appease his fan base. Is the police report been published yet about like what he was charged with? What the allegations are? The problem with this guy is his mental illness is a big contributing factor to all of this, and I hate to say it, it doesn't excuse whatever happened with his girlfriend. If he was like screaming at her, I'd probably, if he was arrested, it was probably more than screaming at her. But I like to believe that people can be redeemed, and I hope he gets the treatment he needs and makes amends with his ex-girl. Obviously, never gonna get back with her. But there is abuse, and then there is like a path. There's acts of abuse, and obviously, if you could perpetrate an act of abuse, you are an abuser. But obviously, I'm gonna differentiate if the abuse was a one-off thing versus a pattern of behavior. Not that that one-off thing is not horrible for the person involved, but I think like in the latter, or in the case of where it's a one-off thing contributed to by mental illness, I think there's like a greater likelihood of rehabilitation and help. Abuse varies in severity. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, of course. But people are gonna just like disregard this guy forever for being an abuser. And depending on what he did, maybe that's valid. I'd have to look into it.
Extremely irresponsible behavior. And I'd like to give just I would like to just say sorry. Like, from the bottom of my heart, from everyone who supports me, it is just like, I'm fucking sorry. Like, this was disgusting. There's not a single fucking justification I have for this. This is the worst.
Holy fuck, this shit is boring. Well, your comments are boring, and the only purpose you serve in my chat is to, like, get laughed at. So, you can come back when you give me $100. Bye, bitch. See ya. Speaking of $100, you want to support the channel, as always, we're over halfway to Streamly goal. Your super chats go to a great place, help support what we're doing. If you can't, that's fine. You can also like up, sub up, join the Discord. If you're new here, I cannot stress this enough, and you like what you're seeing, hit that fucking subscribe button. If you're not logged in, log in, hit that subscribe button. We're this close to 7,000 subs.
Thing I've ever done on YouTube, and it will be like seen as that, and it should. And I hope that my ex is able to disconnect herself from.
He got arrested over the video Tina took of him yelling. That's probably you're allowed to yell. That's probably not what he got arrested for. How do I subscribe? You hit like the button. It says subscribe on it.
This situation and move on and get help and support like she has been in the last few days, or at least like in terms of the support. But no, like again, I brought this shit back up, and it makes perfect sense why she's so upset and so hurt. But it, like, even then, it took me a couple of days for it to all click, because I was like, oh, you know, what's so wrong with this video, you know?
Dude, by the way, I'd like to you guys make some great stuff. Great stuff.
I'm just talking about my own experience, but that's just the thing. It was all about me. It was selfish, and it turned into a complete disaster. And yeah, that's all I have to say, is that I'm going away for a year, and that's like probably the minimum for something this, like, that's this big of a fuck up. So I'm sorry. Like, I let everybody down, you know?
He
like,
probably was suspected of doing something more than yelling if he's arrested over it. But yeah, this guy's life is in ruins. He needs to get this shit under control, obviously. I don't really know what's going on with that. But apparently, Duckbringer and Rezi, after the debate yesterday, had a breakup. And if this is true, some people are like conspiracy posting, saying they think it's all fake. Rezi called me in private before he made the announcement, and I believe him.
Me and Duck broke up.
I believe him. I believe Rezi. I 150% believe him that they did break up. Whether he gets back with her or not is another question. Now, do I feel bad that my debate with Duckbringer led to a breakup? No. No, I don't. The reason I don't feel bad is because I think ultimately this person is going to be a liability to Rezi. I know Rezi is dealing with a lot of personal shit of his own. I'm not pretending to be like some humanitarian, like I platform Duck because I thought she'd be like a bad influence on Rezi. Obviously, I don't care about that, but it's an added benefit of like this person has a lot of issues of her own that she needs to work through. And she is just gonna have you cleaning up her messes for like the rest of your life. There is something deeply wrong with this person that I just cannot see as being like beneficial to you in the long run. He's a grown man. He can decide to be with her if he wants, but if he doesn't decide to be with her, I think that's ultimately a good decision. There's an 8-minute waiting screen. Got it. There's an 8. How long was he live for? He was only I mean, to be fair, the guy's going through a breakup, so. He's still talking to her? Well, you can still talk to someone that you broke up with. It depends on the terms in which you broke up.
Hey, how's it going? All right, so
the timestamps in the comments. We don't need, this is like really short. We don't need a timestamp.
I want to say this. I don't have Aiko's docs information. We never got that far in terms of our friendship.
I believe him on this too.
And I don't think we will, because we're not friends any longer, as I've stated before. I have no idea why Duck intimated that she had it.
This is probably, by the way, I'm 100% of the belief that if Duck did not say that one thing, they would have broke up. Or they wouldn't have broken up. The problem he has with Duck, I think that contributed to this breakup, is that Duck played into the notion that Rezi gave her Aiko's docs. I think that's like what contributed to the breakup on Rezi's end. But I think all the behavior on its own should speak for itself. This person's gonna be a total fucking liability. And Rezi was still coping with me in call, by the way. He's like, I mean, don't, like, people, I was talking about how like Duck's call-in indicates like a certain level of like instability. And I shit you not, Rezi said that it's comparable. Do you remember that one call-in series of call-ins I had on Dicker's stream where like he was like arguing that me like replying to tweets was gonna give Cam a W, and then I called back in to confront him on like using like a fucked up source or whatever, and it turned into this really long debate. Well, Rezi said, well, you've kind of had your Spurg moments on stream. Look at like that debate you had with Dickers. I'm like, dude, there's no way you're comparing what happened with Duckbringer yesterday on my stream and my call on the Dickers. First of all, my call on the Dickers, I was right. Okay, I was just like right on everything. Second of all, it's not just it had nothing to do with the points that Duck was arguing. It was the way she was going about it. She seemed totally unhinged.
As far as I am concerned and understand, I've spoken with Duck, and it was because Aiko insinuated that she had that information, and then Duck said something along the lines of...
Duck alluded to having Aiko... Duck alluded to knowing where... No, Duck stated outright she knew where Aiko lived, and then Aiko was like, wait, did Rezi give you my address? Right? Wondering, like, how do you know where I live? Because the way she worded it would make you think it's an address. She asks that, and then Duck goes and plays into it to scare her.
Well, you shouldn't have done that, which is just stupid and a part of the issue. Me and Duck broke up, so there's that.
Let's fucking go! We saved a man's life. We saved a man's life.
Yeah, this activity is unacceptable. Anything else? I will likely continue to talk to Duck because I do think that she has a lot of trauma from the abuse she suffered from her ex, and I'm going to try to help her find a therapist that...
This is Rezi's problem too. He thinks her behavior is all because of the trauma. Her issues are way more than trauma, buddy. I'm sorry. I don't need to be a doctor to tell you that. Okay? Maybe some things are consistent with trauma, but her issues are probably... We're way past that point. We're way past that point. Yeah, I know not all trauma is the same. I have it, and I would never put myself in situations... Like, the thing is, if Duck's trauma is relating to her being yelled at, she actively puts herself in situations where she's doing the yelling and then gets a response. I would never put myself in a situation that was going to, like, cause me to stress like that, if it's, like, not a necessity. And even if it might be a contributing factor to some things, I don't fucking think that, I just don't think... I don't know. I don't buy it, to be honest with you. I don't really buy it.
Or to not just ignore it and actually deal with it. Okay. Anything else? You guys want to call in? Not what happened at all. Okay.
Dude, the thumbnail would have been better if it was like, I broke up, and it's like a red arrow pointing at Duckbringer, like his face, like doing the soy jack, pointing at Duckbringer.
Well, broke up with him anyways, so... You know. Yeah. That's anything else. If you want to call in, I'll give you like 5 minutes. I hope you're okay. I'm not. But I'm not doing a stream that said I came here to literally just do this. It is whatever it is. The show must go on.
Not $2 from a bio. You're still live and didn't reply to my DM. I read DMs sometimes without replying to them.
Tonight, I'm gonna deal with my own shit tonight. But I need to make this unequivocal to her and everybody else that I find this behavior unacceptable. I find the threats unacceptable. It's just that. Okay. Going forward, everything that I've said, I am going to continue to not be interacting with the people I've said I'm not going to be interacting with.
I wonder why, though. Like, I feel like the reasons he gave me why he dislikes them is just... Not that he has to justify it to me, but it feels... It's just, like, very bizarre to me. It feels like a really weird reason to break up a friendship of 3 years. And I don't really understand all that much. You know, I'm not like playing. I don't know enough about Aiko to sweep for her or run defense for her. But I just don't like. It seemed, I don't know, a little bit strange to me. Hold on. Did the tsunami hit? Did the tsunami? Yeah, maybe if he does know he messed up, he realizes he's too far in to go back on it. Okay. The tsunami has hit the west coast. It hit Maui? Hold on. Okay, it looks like it hasn't hit me. Obviously, I'm still here. I'm okay. Okay, the alerts have been downgraded, except for Northern California. Yeah, typically when there's a tsunami, right, it's like Northern California that gets, like, if a tsunami has ever hit the West Coast, it's like Northern California that gets hit. Hold on. Where is it? I don't know if it's about, just looking at, yeah, I think it's just like the way the tectonic plates are shaped, out west. Santa Monica boy right here. No, I live near Santa Monica, but I'm not in Santa Monica. Bro found all the work. I was just like looking. I don't know what I was looking for. So I don't live on Skid Row. Okay, thank you. Yeah, apparently it's just hit Russia, the tsunami. But lucky for us, it's hit a part of Russia that nobody. The only tsunami I've ever heard that is like hit the west coast of the United States was a tsunami that occurred in Crescent City, California, which is like up here, I think, by Eureka. It's way up north. Nobody fucking lives there. I've never heard of like an actual like decent sized tsunami going and hitting like main cities. Because you have, like, the other thing too is, what is it? It's a transform plate boundary that forms like right through here, where like you have the two tectonic plates that are, if it's transformed, they're like rubbing against each other. I think I have that one. I think I have that right. Which is why we get like earthquakes in the mainland, but not like tsunamis. And then like when you have the shaking of the oceanic plate boundaries, you know, like Japan and Hawaii, you get tsunamis. It's Russian opposite of Hawaii. I don't know what that means. You knew a chick from Eureka. Great coverage. Great coverage happening here. Great coverage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like how movies portray tsunamis. They portray it as like this like, where is it? Hold on, I'm looking for footage here real quick. Indian Ocean tsunami. Has anyone seen that one movie with like a young Tom Holland? The British family's like on vacation in fucking Thailand. Like they portray tsunamis as like these like comically large fucking waves coming in, and it's like really just like, I think what gets you isn't necessarily the size, more so like how fast the water is, and it like turns into like a sludge of like debris and shit. Yes, like when the waves go out like that, when the water recedes, it's like, the thing is too, a lot of people who like aren't local, if they see the water recede, they think it's like awesome and go out there to collect shells and shit, and it's just like, no, you want to get the fuck, you want to get away from there, bro. Yeah, so it's like, it's not a, this was a super, like, deadly tsunami. It's not like it's like a, you know, you're like comically large, so it's just like fast moving water inland, that just like picks up everything in its path. Alright, this is horrible footage. Dude, these people are just like laughing. I forgot how many people this killed. I remember it was like real, like ton of fucking like super fucking devastating. And then you had a 2011 in Japan, which, dude, this is so stupid. There is nothing that pisses me off more than this. So Germany was like not super energy reliant on Russia at one point, and they had a ton of nuclear reactors. And then this is like the stupidest decision like anyone's ever made in history. Okay, they had nuclear energy. Okay, that made them not super reliant on the Russians. And then in 2011, you have a tsunami hit Japan that like destabilizes the reactor at Fukushima Daiichi and causes a meltdown, right? Because the reactor got hit by a tsunami, which leads to this like big anti-nuclear energy effort from the public, and leads to Germany shifting out the usage of nuclear energy out of fear that something like that might happen to them. And now they're like Russia's bitch, energy dependent on Russia. And it's like, you understand, your like reactors are not at risk of a fucking tsunami. Your reactors are not at risk of a fucking tsunami. Let's just become Russia's bitch because like a tsunami happened in Japan once. Or sorry, a semi-meltdown. So when a reactor melts down and the core is getting super hot, I think I was reading about this. There's like a theoretical scenario. There's even a Wikipedia page about it that I think I read. It's like called a something scenario. Reactor melt through Earth scenario. China syndrome. It's called China syndrome. And it's like a theoretical... Fuck, they made a movie about it, but I'm looking for like the... Oh, it's a nuclear meltdown scenario. So they have an emergency... So when a reactor is melting down, they have an emergency station to cool the core. But if they lose coolant for the core, it could melt through the protective barrier, or the containment structure, and then like theoretically might be able to just like literally melt through the fucking Earth. I don't know how like feasible it is, but they propose it's called China syndrome. It will not melt through the Earth's core. I'm not saying it necessarily will. I'm saying there was a scientist that proposed a scenario where, because they have, even if a reactor is melting down, they have like coolant to keep it from getting hot enough to like breach containment structures. But there was a, I'm reading about this right now. Somebody, like a scientist proposed, nuclear physicist proposed the possibility that if for whatever reason coolant was out or whatever, they didn't have any coolant and it breached the structures meant to stop it from getting that hot, theoretically it could melt through the Earth. Now that theory might be wrong because the ground has water in it, and when it hits the water it could just cause like a fucking explosion. But yeah, no, I don't know a whole lot about this. I just read about that very briefly once. I think I was just like curious one night, what happens if like they can't cool the reactor down? What then? And it's like, oh, a hole would go through the fucking Earth. But also, isn't that theoretically impossible? Because at some point, like gravity will just like keep pushing you the other way. So even if it like gets to the center of the Earth, At some point, won't it just like get pushed up and down by gravity when it reaches the center? You just said it will melt through the planet. I'm talking about China syndrome, which was a proposed scenario by a nuclear physicist about if a reactor if coolant ran out, if a reactor would hypothetically melt through the earth. Now, there are several reasons this isn't feasible, and it's debated. Yes, the nuclear material is so hot, as soon as it hits water, the water will vaporize it. So then let's propose there's no water. What happens if there's no water? Does it then melt through the earth? No, because I think gravity will keep it centered, right? Theories are theories for a reason. Yeah, but it's interesting to discuss these theories. It's interesting to discuss them. You're agreeing? Got it. Why don't you try it out? You're the fucking Russian, little bro. You're the Russian. This guy's literally not. I haven't watched the series either. I saw like some shorts on it. But this fucking Wendy is not allowed to watch Chernobyl in his country. It's banned. I don't think that's true, actually. Watch The Annoying Orange? Okay. I didn't mean to do...
Jar Jar stinks!
Okay, thank you. Dude, this guy's still uploading. The Annoying Orange is still up. Dude.
Jar Jar!
Talk about a channel on fucking life support. Okay, I'm not gonna watch a bunch of videos of The Annoying Orange, like, farting. Okay? What are we doing here, man? We're ending stream. We're ending stream. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate all the support. I'll watch this for you next time, Nico.
Stinks!
More puns.
Hey, cheese!
No. No.
Hey, cheese!
Not
Cheese.
listening.
Hey.
La 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 la.
Oh, it's time to sing? Okay. La 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 la.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good night. The abuser's calling in tomorrow. Or not the abuser, the person accusing me of abuse is calling in tomorrow.